Everyone, Scott Gorell coming at you from beautiful Gibbsboro, New Jersey, which of course is the location and home of Vector East headquarters. Here to officially welcome you for the first virtual summit of 2020. Our team is very excited about the potential for this event, as well as the overwhelming attendance. Over 1,000 people have registered for the first virtual summit of 2020. We are absolutely blown away by that. We knew we'd have a strong attendance for it, but over 1,000 people is an all-time high. This is the third year we've done this particular program of virtual summits, and could not be any more happier about those of you who have registered. As I mentioned, over 1,000, an all-time high. I'm not sure how we're going to break that next year, but if I know anything about Vector people, we're definitely going to do that. So if this is your first virtual event, what are you in for? Well, first off, I want to recognize everyone who has registered for this, set aside some time of their very busy schedule to block out, 5 to 6 hours, how much time you can spare. We truly appreciate that. Our team has been working very hard for months and months to make sure this event packs a punch for you now and for you years down the road within Vector or not within Vector. There's literally something for everyone, whether you're brand new with our company or you've been around for 10, 15, 20 years. We truly feel that the speakers, who are the best of the best, really can contribute to your professional and personal career. So we're real excited about the agenda that we have for you this evening. And I'm also going to speak in a couple minutes about another summit we have up our sleeve. So also want to recognize our team led by Mr. Josh Muller, Dave Bush, Loretta DiCiano, Mr. John Kane, and our incredible vendors who helped put the technical part of this together, Amber and Todd of NG Enterprises, outstanding company to work with, and we could not be happier with where we are right now for this event. So again, as I mentioned, amazing speakers with incredible Cutco credentials. We did not pick out 10 names out of the sky and give them an assignment to talk about this. This is something they're extremely proficient in. You might even call them a master, so that's why they're on the program. You're going to hear from reps, you're going to hear from managers, you're going to hear from company employees this evening. So we really got everything across the board covered in our minds to make it a great event. As I mentioned, something for everyone. And also, if this is your first time, make sure you bookmark that website of where you're currently logging in right now and watching this event. You can go back later once the event's over. Hey, there was a certain speaker you liked, you want to watch it a couple times, knock yourself out. It's not going to expire anytime soon. It's there for you. So make sure if someone on your team couldn't make it tonight, make sure you share the great notes with them. Hey, this is what I learned about Drew Frank's message. You can go back, you can rewatch it. It's a very powerful tool for you to use this summer and beyond. As I mentioned, there is also another summit that we are currently working on. This particular summit right now is the first of 2020, but on May 27th, in case you're not aware, there's another virtual summit we're going to do. We're calling that the CSP Personal and Professional Event Summit. Does that mean you can only be a CSP to watch? Absolutely not. There is a small investment there. It is not free like this one is, but there are some advanced topics. There are some things that might be, it might take, if you're new to our company, new to our business, it might be a little bit over your head, but we are welcoming everyone to attend. There are some great examples of just incredible topics and content that it might be a little over your head, but you're still going to add, it's going to add value to your business. So we welcome every single person to bookmark that date, May 27th. That one starts at noon Eastern time, and there is an investment to join. Also, very soon we're going to unleash all of the details for the Push Week contest for that virtual summit. Okay, it's a 3-week push. It's going to be incredible. I thought we topped it last year. This one is over the top as well. You can't imagine to see the prizes that we have rolled out for you all. Very important though, if you want to participate in that Push Week contest, the only way you can participate is if you register for the May 27th event. So just as you registered for this event, go to the homepage on Vector Connect, has all of the information for you there. Very excited about that. May 27th, keep that in mind. Okay. That's what our expectations are. We put it together at a great event, great speakers. You're going to enjoy yourself. Sit back, relax, take great notes. Again, if one of your teammates is not there, tell them all about it. Hey, here's the book of pages of notes I took about this talk. It's going to help you. Please share. That's what we want to do. We want everyone to share the information that we're going to put out today It's going to be a great event. Thank you all to over 1,000 people that are here with us, reps and managers alike. We hope you like our show that we put on here. I know you're going to enjoy it. Have fun, enjoy, and we'll talk to you soon. Take care.
Hey everybody, Josh Muller here, and thank you, Scott, for the great welcome and introduction. And I'm going to be your MC for today, and really all I'm going to be doing is just introducing you to all of our speakers. And you know, we're in tumultuous times right now. There's a lot going on, and we've had to even make a lot of changes to this agenda just to pivot the topics that we're talking about today to make sure we're getting you the best information we can possibly get you for how to move forward in a productive way with your customers, so that you can maximize your opportunity to get sales and results, and ultimately, most importantly, maximize your opportunity to be of service to your community, your clients, and those around you at the highest level. And so I'm very excited about today's agenda. I hope you are too. And the very first person we're going to talk to you about or introduce you to today is Mr. Jeff Kunkel. If you don't know Jeff, most of you probably don't, because Jeff has been working behind the scenes with Vector for multiple decades now. He is the driving force behind the virtual demo program, behind Vector Live, and multiple other pieces of technology that we use in our business to help serve not only customers and clients, but also serve representatives and managers. And so I'm very excited for you to have the opportunity to hear from Jeff today. He's got a message for you about the virtual demo program, and we just felt it was appropriate to get something to you from corporate, from the national level, just about the virtual demo program and why we feel this is going to be a perfect opportunity for as many people as possible nationwide to take advantage of the value of the virtual demo program and use that to help you help your customers. In fact, I just had a lady reach out, a referral I reached out to a referral last week. And she wanted me to come by her place. I just wasn't comfortable at that moment doing that and wasn't able to provide it in a timely manner for her. So I set up a virtual demo with her, went and watched some videos, took some notes, did a virtual demo, boom, sold $5,000 to her. I have multiple virtual appointments with past customers as like a virtual service appointment, as well as multiple virtual demos on my calendar in the week ahead. And hopefully even more of those will be popping up on my schedule or be putting on my schedule. I'll be scheduling them with my clients in the weeks to come. And so I hope that regardless of who you are, what level you're at in this business, or what level of confidence or experience you do or don't have with the virtual demo program, that you're using this to your advantage. And if you haven't yet, I encourage you to go back and look at the email that I sent you last week about the virtual demo training that we got last year from Tyler Langmeyer, who was the #1 rep in virtual demos in 2018. And then, of course, we're going to be getting you even more virtual demo training as we continue to progress forward and more people start to get results. So to kick us off, we got Jeff Kunkel. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jeff. Jeff, the table is yours, and then we're going to come back after Jeff and introduce you to Damian Scott, who's the #1 district manager when it comes to the virtual demo program right now in the company. So, all right, Jeff, the table is yours.
Hello, everyone. This is Jeff Kunkel. Let's begin by considering a question. Do you know what a mill mistake is? Capital M-I-L-L, a mill mistake. Is that familiar to you? A mill mistake is assuming that the familiar is also the optimal. And it was named after James Mill, who was a 19th century Scottish economist. And he looked around at the world that was familiar to him, and he concluded that the form of government which existed that time in Scotland was the highest possible form of government. And he had his logic for believing that. Whether or not you consider him to be right is really beside the point. And so, what is a mill mistake? It's assuming that the familiar is also the optimal. And we are all vulnerable to this. And so assuming that the familiar is the optimal is where our brain gravitates when we are confronted with new ideas or new possibilities that are different than that which is most familiar. And so when you're engaging with new ideas or new challenges or new possibilities, you'll tend to give a lot of extra credit points to the familiar, because new ideas initially can be harder to contextualize. And so if you think that through, how does that apply to Vector, both in the past and in the present? Well, I've been in Vector since 1987, and it's been true all throughout the years that I've been a part of this company that we have had an abundance of smart, innovative, progressive thinkers within the organization. And so we have a rich history of program innovation and improvement and creation. And yet, just like any other organization, we are vulnerable to mill mistakes. May I give you an example? So in 1995, exactly at this point in time in 1995, I flew from my home in Indianapolis to Los Angeles and then ventured up the highway a bit to Ventura, California to spend a week with Ed Reed. And so this was a point in time where I was undertaking a new assignment within the organization, where I had been charged with developing a service call program and a fair and show program. That was the terminology we used back in 1995. And at that time, there were two individuals in Vector, Gino Liacati and Ed Reed, both legendary Cutco salespeople, two of the all-time great Cutco salespeople. They had developed somewhat of their own personalized program, and so it seemed reasonable to go and shadow Ed for a week. And so during the first 5 days of that week, Ed would do service calls. I was his chauffeur. And so Ed had a visual impairment at that time that did not permit him to drive. And he had a system of how to do things. His system involved going to certain restaurants each day that he preferred. And then after we would have dinner, we would load up, and I would find the first service call home. I would actually help Ed physically get in and out of the home because the level of impairment he was experiencing with his eyesight, it was not even that workable for him to get up and down a flight of stairs, for instance. And he would get into the customer's home, and he would set up the sharpener, and then he would make that sharpener just sing. I've never seen anybody who was more proficient at taking that Cutco sharpener and resharpening a chef's knife or touching up a trimmer or what have you. And I was sitting there the first two times kind of mouth wide open, jaw on the floor, just trying to make sense of what I was observing. And Ed was a master salesperson. And so he would draw the customer into his world and the rapport building. And in some cases, these were individuals that he had serviced for years. So this was an annual event for Ed to be in their home, servicing their knives and buying more from him. Well, we spent, I think it was 4 days or perhaps 5 days doing that, and then we transitioned to a home show, which was occurring somewhere in the Ventura area. And I watched Ed run a booth for a day as well, which was also quite eye-opening. And with that backdrop, we set out as a company to create a kind of a standardized service call program and also a fair and show program. And what happened is, what we understood from the service call program, we translated that over to the fair and show program, and we sold ourselves on this idea. This would have been standard thinking in Vector at the time. The thinking would have been that it's not possible to sell Cutco at a booth. There's just not enough time to build value. It's not a good use of time. And so we were insistent that the way to do things, the only way to do things, was to sign up Cutco customers for service calls. That's why we had booths. And from 1996 until perhaps somewhere around 2001, the program developed with that premise. And then at somewhere in the 2001 range, I passed the baton to John Kane. He began to lead the program and took it to much bigger heights. Over time, then Steve Porzik took the reins, and Dave Bush and others. And somewhere in that process of this fundamental truth that we knew, which is it was not possible to sell Cutco at a booth, a new truth was discovered. One that totally supplemented, or not supplemented, that replaced the previous truth, which is it's absolutely possible to sell Cutco, to sell a high volume of Cutco at a booth. You all, many of you watching this, of course, can testify to that firsthand. As a matter of fact, I suspect you would chuckle if you look back and think of, well, how could they have missed such an obvious point for year after year after year after year as the program was developed. And it's a fair observation, but it was a mill mistake. It was taking what we knew to be familiar, which was the standard Cutco presentation, and to sell ourselves in the fact that that was the only way that Cutco could be sold. And so in a sense, you could say that a mill mistake is similar, if it's quite similar to a limiting belief. I'll give you another limiting belief that organizationally we clung to for years and that I would have been a strong proponent of. So if you had challenged this belief throughout the first, I'm going to say 20-some years of my career, I would have insisted that you weren't seeing it correctly. And here's what the belief was. The belief was that it's essential, it's absolutely a necessity that a prospective customer hold the product in their hand. They must have the product in their hand, have the opportunity to use it, have the opportunity for the sales rep to demonstrate it in order for there to be a probability of a sale. As a matter of fact, if we were to go back to SLC somewhere around, I would suspect, 2009, at the first day of SLC, there's a reception that occurs and appetizers and this, and I was enjoying an appetizer over in the corner visiting with someone, and Kevin Hanna came over, and at the point where he and I started talking, he said, you know, I just met a district manager who sold somewhere, I believe it may have been around $30,000 in the past several weeks through what he's calling virtual demos. And my immediate response was, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. In other words, it's not possible that someone could have sold $30,000 over this format that you're describing. And it was such an affront to what I knew to be true that it just wasn't something that I could entertain easily. And then the next day, Kevin and I were discussing more, and I made some statement, semi-serious and semi-in jest. Well, maybe you ought to go field train with this person in a week or two and watch what he's doing and just, let's find out the straight scoop of what's really true here. And many different steps were involved in the process afterwards, but in a relatively short period of time, we transitioned organizationally from a belief that it's not possible to sell Cutco, except in a face-to-face setting, to the fact that it is indisputably possible to sell Cutco effectively, successfully, in high volume via a virtual demo program. And so I could go on and on and on with examples of things that we once clung tightly to as absolutes. And then time went on and new programs emerged or existing programs were refined. And in a relatively short period of time, once that innovation starts occurring, something better emerges, something bigger emerges, something expanded emerges. And the opportunity once again is better than it was before as far as for our sales reps and for our managers. And so if you think of the period of time that we are in right now, we are in a unique period of time is an understatement. We are in an unprecedented period of time of change, of an outside circumstance that we are all going to need to navigate successfully in the upcoming months. And none of us would have imagined just a short time ago that this would be the landscape that we were needing to navigate. And so we could say this, we could say some of what is possible in the short term has shifted. And by the way, I'm not suggesting that anything we've been doing in recent years with our sales program has been a mill mistake. So I am not in any way suggesting, for instance, that if your week-to-week existence has been predominantly running events, and that has been the primary channel of how you've been selling Cutco, I am not in any way attempting to indicate that, hey, what you're going to find the next several months is that, for instance, really digging deep and jumping in full throttle to virtual demos, that's going to be even better. I'm not saying that. It may be the case for some individuals. I don't know. None of us know that. So I'm not suggesting that the new circumstances which have eliminated some previous sales channels for a short period of time, such as events, I'm not saying that the alternatives are going to be to disprove that we were off base previously. That's not at all my point. My point is this. What I'm saying is with absolute certainty is that the virtual demo is a bigger opportunity. It is a substantively bigger opportunity than almost any of us have ever really engaged with and considered and are going to realize. It's that big as far as its potential. Now, under normal circumstances, here's a fun question to consider. Are you ready? Which virtual demo is the best? Because there are several. There are at least 3 that I'm aware of. Which one is the best? Now, there's a term that some of you have heard of before, perhaps called Sayre's Law. S-A-Y-R-E', Sayre's Law. What is Sayre's Law? Sayre's Law says that emotions are inversely related to what's at stake. And so I'd like you to picture it this way. Let's go down this path for just a moment. There's a part of our brain that we have a certain amount of bandwidth that deals with challenges and threats. And that part of our brain does not like to stay still. We like to be engaged with these types of things. And so there is actually a baseline level of stress, of debate, if you will, that keeps our minds alert. And the way this works under normal circumstances is if we don't receive that debate or engagement or stress from legitimate sources, we will find something meaningless to fret about. Have you ever noticed this in yourself? I know I see this in myself, the tendency of if there's not something that's vibrant and real and substantive to kind of wrestle with and to try to sort through and to problem solve, I will find something that I can, at least in my mind, kind of debate and engage and wrestle with. And so our brains need that stimulation. But here's the scoop. When the stakes are high, then people within a culture, such as the vector culture, what we do, and this is how it goes every time, is we have this track record of we put aside differences for common causes. Another way of saying it is it's easy to bicker and debate when there's little downside to doing so. But emotions are inversely related to what's at stake. What does that have to do with which virtual demo is the best? Well, in a respect, it's a thoughtful question. And so if it's one you've been engaging with, I salute you that you have went through that process already of saying, well, wait a second, I've heard about this person, and she is advocating for this approach, and then this individual is advocating for that approach. Which is best? So it's a thoughtful question. It's a good question to begin with. But as we go a little bit deeper, we would say, you know what? In a sense, the stakes are high. Because some of the sales channels that were available to us, such as was previously mentioned, they're not going to be available for a bit. We don't know how long, but it's going to be at least a short period of time. And what that means is, as much as it might be interesting in normal circumstances to take a couple weeks to kind of hash out, well, I like this virtual demo, and I like this one, and maybe I should create my own, maybe that's what I should do for the next several weeks. It's not about the demo. It's not about the demo. It's about belief. Because what I can tell you with certainty is this, is that take any of the 3 demos that exist, or perhaps others that I'm not aware of, and I am certain that we have people doing well with them. Because the belief that I need to adopt, that I need to develop, that I need to cling to is that virtual demos are a viable way for my business to continue to thrive. If that belief is absent, I will have difficulties with any of the virtual demos that exist. On the other hand, if that belief is present, if I come at it from this standpoint, if I say, you know what, here's reality. We are in a marketplace right now where the average consumer is going to be dealing with restricted opportunities to do the things they ordinarily do. And so more than ever before in any of our lifetimes, people are at home. And not only are they at home, once they are at home for day after day, that quickly starts to wear thin. And so they are open to diversions and new ideas and anything just to create some freshness from this existence that none of us went looking for. But that's the circumstance we're in. And so if my belief system is, yes, this is different, it's not the typical across the table presentation that I've been doing. It's not the scenario that I've been accustomed to perhaps for many years of engaging with someone at a booth. It's in fact different in both of those things. And yet, if there has ever been a hand in glove fit, a perfect fit for a time like this, I can't think of it. I've seen a lot of challenges come and go in the history of our company. I've seen things that appeared to be huge, things that appeared to be small, and everything in between. And I've seen how we work through them and how we solve the challenges and how we persist and how we succeed. But I have never seen a challenge that exists that has a better solution than the virtual demo program at this day and at this time, and for the foreseeable future, for at least the short-term foreseeable future. And so as you begin to engage in this program, if it's something that is newer to you, if you have some hesitancy with it because it's newer to you, that's completely natural. That's to be expected. But what I would ask you to draw upon is the level of success and strength and accomplishment that you have had in the past in other venues, and understand that that will translate to this venue as well. And once the belief is there, the sales are going to flow. They are absolutely going to flow. I'd like you to picture that you were a publicly traded company. And so you and your Cutco selling business is a publicly traded company, and your stock, the value of your company, is being discussed by the anchors and the investment experts on CNBC. And so you turn on the television, or you access the video stream online, and here they are, and they're talking about your company. And the first person says, "Hey, let's talk about her business." I mean, for several years now, her business has been prospering. She's had 1 year of growth, and then a second year of growth, and then a third year of growth. She has this developing customer base. She has these events where she is just doing exceptionally well. And yet, analysts are just becoming familiar with the fact that her events for the remainder of March and April, they have all been canceled. And we're also wondering, here at CNBC, I mean, there's some economic uncertainty, and the news is filled with lots of things that can be confusing or hard to make sense of. What do we think her company looks like, her business looks like in the short term? Should we be recommending that this is a stock that should be sold? Because is she headed for a scenario where there's going to be a decline in the viability of her business? And then you picture the discussion kicks in, and the first person's kind of the skeptic, where all they can ever see is problems. They don't ever see solutions. They say, "Yeah, I think you're right on the mark." I mean, how could we expect somebody who's been doing business in this way, how could we expect them to transition just, snap of the fingers over to something that's unfamiliar with them, this virtual demo thing that she's telling us about? And for that matter, isn't it always been true that in the company she's in that they've always been predominantly an in-home sales opportunity? And so how would it really be possible that virtual demos would be a viable way to carry on in this climate, in this environment? And then you can picture the second person who has a more thoughtful approach, would say, "I don't know. It might be a fair question, but as I look at this individual and her level of persistence and tenacity and the track record of achievement, what first comes to mind is this is not a person I'm going to bet against. If I'm a betting person, this is not somebody I'm betting against. And then I take a look at her program now, where North America is populated with people who, for the most part, are stuck at home, much more than they probably would desire to be for the vast majority of the populace. And certainly people are still spending money, and they're cooking more, and well, I wouldn't bet against her. And then the third and final person gets a chance to air their perspective before the show breaks to commercial, and it would be, not only would I not bet against her, this is a fit. In other words, the program of being able to see people from coast to coast who are at home and put in front of them an experience that will be refreshing, something to break the monotony of the day-to-day existence that some of us or many of us are going to be navigating, and a product with a rich 70-plus year history and that offers real value. I don't think this is a sell stock. I think this is a buy stock. I would go all in. I would put my money on this person if I were looking to put some cash into the market. And so I think of this moment in time as Vector as a company and you as a sales rep are uniquely positioned in ways that I'm not seeing anywhere else in the marketplace. In many respects, you could say that the work we've done over the years in program development and, again, the rich history of offering a product that people know is exceptional and that offers tremendous value. I love our ability to be able to respond to the challenges in front of us. I am, in fact, excited about what is going to happen in our sales force in these upcoming months, as for many of you, as accomplished as you are, you're going to add another valuable tool, another valuable program to your arsenal of ways to sell high amounts, large amounts of Cutco. Look forward to seeing the sales reports in the upcoming weeks. I am absolutely convinced that we are going to take this circumstance and excel. Thank you for the opportunity to spend a few minutes with you today, and look forward to much success in front of us.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Some really great information there. I hope that those of you that are watching just got some really good sense of what the virtual demo program is about and why it's an important tool for us to be using, and some starters on how we can actually use that to our advantage right now. Now we're going to transition right over to Mr. Damian Scott. So if you don't know Damian, if you haven't gotten an opportunity to spend some time with him, maybe on a regional trip or a manager trip, or you've never been to Central Texas and had the opportunity to hang out with Damian in his office, Damian's been in the business for years. He's sold hundreds of thousands of dollars, I think over $400,000 personally as a sales rep. He's been a successful top FSM and CSP in the business. He's also been a successful branch manager, district manager, and he's worked on some of the best teams in the nation. Back when Mike Muriel was a division manager running the divisional office in Chicago, Damian was a part of some of those championship teams. And Damian's been a district manager in the San Marcos office in between Austin and San Antonio in Texas for a number of years. He's won President's Banquet multiple times, very successful. He's the number 2 division or district manager in the Lone Star division with Stacy Campbell, who's number 1, and has been really leading the charge on virtual demos. One of the things I love about Damian is that, when he's faced with a challenge, like for example, the majority of his reps that work in his office during the summer not being local, and not having local, customers or contacts to be able to leverage to their advantage during the school year, they found it difficult. And so instead of just giving up and letting the fall and spring campaign be small in his business, instead, he got on the virtual demo program as a test, and then, was one of the leaders in actually proving the viability of the virtual demo program. So he has learned a lot about what it takes to be successful with virtual demos. how to effectively share goals, how to, what kind of mindset you need, how to make it fun for the customer, and how to leverage multiple tools to your advantage. And so he's got some really great information to share with us about what he's learned as a district manager about, just what it takes to be successful, having observed hundreds of representatives who have been successful with the virtual demo program so far. He also has CSPs on his team that use the virtual demo program as well. So he's going to be bringing some really good stuff for you here. I recommend whoever you are, I don't know exactly what Damien's going to share. I have kind of an idea of his outline, but regardless of who you are and what level you're at in the business, I just encourage and challenge you to look at this from the perspective of asking the question, how can I use the information that's being shared here and tailor it to the parts of the business that I work the most? So if you're working with past customers right now, how can you take what's being shared about virtual demos and tailor that or adapt that to work for Cutco owners? If you're working with, or tailor that towards your past customers. If you're working with referrals who just happen to be Cutco owners, or maybe they're event leads that happen to be Cutco owners that you're following up with and offering a virtual appointment for, a virtual service appointment for, I would be asking, how can I take this information and tailor it to work for people I met at shows who have Cutco already, people who, are expecting service and I'm doing a virtual service appointment for. And then of course, use this information for any new customers that you're introducing that don't have Cutco yet, that you're working with, either through event leads or as referrals as well. And then, if you're newer in the business or this is just what you're doing, like you go out and do demos, you go out and do service calls, it's just important that we look at this from the perspective of how can I use this information and adapt and tailor this information to whatever layers of the business I'm working in. So, all right, Damien, floor is yours, buddy. Let's go ahead and rock this out for everybody.
What's up, Vector Marketing and the incredible organization that we have here putting together this event. I'm really honored to be and have been asked to speak on the subject on the virtual demo. I'm no means an expert on this. What I feel like we have done in the San Marcos office is tried the most at the virtual demo. So what I'm going to do today is I'm not going to teach you how to sell Cutco. While I'm incredibly proud to have sold $400,000 of Cutco, there are people on this audio and this video and this meeting that have sold that in just in the last year. But what I can tell you is that the virtual demo in our office started out of necessity. I work in a territory that is predominantly college students, and most of them, if not all of them, actually are non-local. So in the fall of 2016, I needed to make a decision on whether or not I was going to send representatives home every weekend in some sort of, Frankenstein way of selling Cutco, or if I was going to forego any sort of limiting beliefs that I had and evolve. Evolution is just a revolution against the prior version of ourselves. And so I'm going to be challenging you today to consider that there's been plenty of time for all of us on this in this conference to have learned about the virtual demo, and one way or another there's going to be a moment where you're going to realize that this is the time and this is the right time to learn about it. There's going to be 3 different types of people listening to this message. One of you has been selling very well for the last multiple years. You've been saving, you've been conservative, you're cash heavy right now. And it's possible that you're not freaking out. If you're anticipating the next 5-6 weeks to not have gone financially the way that you wanted to, you might be all right. And, this audio, this message here might just be a nice little extra tool in your tool belt. Now, there's going to be another group of you on this call that really need to get on top of this. And so I hope I can bring you enough content to float you while this process is evolving, and every day is new. There are some of you on this at this conference that don't have any time to waste. I'm going to bring you as much of the goods as I can on this process and on what we have learned. And I just want you to understand a couple things. There is no one perfect virtual demo model. Some of you guys take your customers onto your website and you walk them through, and that can be very successful. I know Josh does that, uses a couple different programs to be able to maximize the ability to upgrade someone to a set. They bring them to the cookware and create package deals. There's Quote, there's CPO Max, there's all kinds of different models that you can use in that process. There's the Prezi, there's viewcutco.com, there's a Skype, there's Zoom, there's all different types of way of selling Cutco. It's not so much about the exact perfect tool, because trust me, when I was starting this program, there was no perfect tool, but there is a perfect product. And there are a handful of people in this room that are probably better salespeople than anyone in our country. And there's a lot of you out there that if you just feel confident in yourself, you can do this. Some of you have sold Cutco on an airplane before. You've sold it at a bar before. You've sold it hanging out with your friends. You've sold it while you were just randomly chatting to somebody else in a park. This is going to be so much easier. We have an incredible product. We have the greatest representatives. And if you look around, this is just going to be a nice extra tool. And I hope will really help you guys out today. So I've divided up this content into 5 different points, and let's go ahead and get started. So first of all, we're going to talk about the phone. Now, who should you be calling for virtual demos? Where are you getting these leads? Where are these appointments coming from? I'm pretty confident that if you go back to your first training manual and you open it up to that page where you made your list, there are people on that list that you put on there that are out of town, that you never called because you started so successfully with your local leads. So first, that's who I would call. I would start with my initial list. They were the ones that were the most kind to you as you were getting good at your demo. I get the fact that some of you have been selling Cutco 10 years and you don't really think of yourself as new, and the idea of performing a demo that's not excellent in your own eyes might challenge your ego a little bit. But you must humble yourself and you must lean into the learning process. Fail forward, because as you make mistakes, you'll be just simply learning that much faster. Why did my office become so good at virtual demos? We had a lot of people trying it in that first campaign, learning as I go. And the whole time I was just laughing and smiling and saying, oh yeah, of course, that was supposed to happen. Let me tell you what I think you should do. And just through simple, hypothesizing, innovation, we came up with a bunch of answers. I don't know if they're the best answers, but they've sold a bunch of Cutco. So again, you want to think about your initial list. I would go back and maybe sit down with your folks and come up with a list of 5 or 10 people that you can practice your first initial virtual demos. There's no need to be the best in the world at this. It'll take a little time. Be humble if it's been the first time in a while where you're going to be new at this thing. Now, when you're on the phone approach is the same as it's always been. We are training, we have a goal, we have a deadline, and Mrs. Jones, because I'm learning about online marketing, because of everything going on, I'm adapting to the social and economic climate, I can do all of my presentations over the phone. And what I'm so excited about is that our company is allowing me to do this, and it's still helping me raise income for school, helping me with my goals annually, and you're able to support a young entrepreneur like myself. So I know it's pretty busy out there, but I was wondering if you could squeeze me in just for a quick virtual demo. How's tomorrow at 3:15, or is 5:45 better for you? The demos are short, you make them sound quick and easy, and you book your demos. Now, one of the things that it does require is a little bit of extra work, but the reality is that every business has a little bit of extra effort in their phone approach. First of all, we go ahead and send them a confirmation email that we're going to be doing the demo. One of the best practices is actually sending them a Google Calendar invite. So for those of you that haven't used Google Calendar, it's a fantastic tool. It's free. And when you open up a calendar event, there's this place right off the side where you can actually put somebody's email address. It sends them a calendar invite. What we've noticed in our office is that it becomes a more professional appointment. It sends the customer a reminder. Super, super helpful in keeping the appointment. The morning of the demo, we send them a really wonderful text message. Hey, Mrs. Jones, looking forward to our appointment this afternoon at 3 p.m. I know with everything going on, it's a little busy. It's easy to forget some of the small things, but I'm really glad that I can count on you, as every appointment helps me towards my goals, helps me towards earning a scholarship to pay for school. It really helps me with my current annual goals. Whatever you want to add, it's just the reminder. Heck, when anybody gets an appointment with a dentist, they get an email, they get a text message, they get a phone call. You're going to have to work a little extra. And just like any industry, it's okay to have cancellations. It's okay to have reschedules. It is not a factor of the virtual demo. It is the factor of the people we're showing cut code to. Moms are busy. So if they do forget, which they will, you have to be kind and enthusiastic in rescheduling. What I do is I call immediately. I text them, Mrs. Jones, I know we had an appointment online today at 3 p.m. because of everything going on. I know it's a little, people are a little busier. People have more on their mind, so it is easier to forget. I know that you didn't do it purposely, and honestly, I'm hoping everybody is healthy. But I was hoping that as long as it works for your schedule, I could give you a call back this evening between 6 and 7 o'clock, and we can book another time for this really simple, super fun virtual demo. Thank you so much in advance. So I send that out as soon as I kind of make the realization that the person forgot my appointment. Before I do that, I'll call them at that 3 o'clock time. I'll call them 5 minutes later. And if it's someone that I, maybe know through a friend, maybe it's my best friend's aunt that I've never shown cut code to, I'll call my best friend and be like, hey, I think your aunt may have forgotten. Would you mind just shooting her a quick text? And because of everything going on, it's pretty normal for people to forget about things and misprioritize. So don't take it personally. Become more of a professional appointment schedule than ever before. Now, in an appointment, somebody cuts a tomato, somebody cuts rope and leather and the potato, and it literally sells itself. But in our industry, what you will find is that people buy why you are selling something way more than what you are selling. You guys know how to share your goals, but we need to take this to the next level. So one of the things that my representatives are trained to do is to find the area of opportunity that they still have in their life, the skill that's missing that's going to take them from where they are to the business, the industry, and the goal and the job of their dreams, right? And so back when I was a representative, my biggest fear was public speaking, and I always wanted to be a business leader. So I told all of my customers, Mrs. Jones, I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time to hear my presentation today. One of my goals in the future is to become a business leader, a business executive, and I know that one of the requirements is to be a great public speaker. I can tell you currently that is not my strength. And the reason I'm making myself vulnerable is not so much because it's your responsibility to help me with that, but I just want you to know that I'm really going after that soft skill, that goal, to help myself get ahead of my peers. While a lot of people would select themselves out of a certain industry based on certain limitations they may have currently, I actually am going out of my comfort zone by doing every single appointment. So that's why my goal today is not so much that you buy something, but it's more that you're excited about my goals too, that you think that my goals are worthy and that you really love this presentation. That way you feel super comfortable and confident recommending me to 573 of your closest friends after this appointment is complete. Mrs. Jones, I'm just joking. Probably just about a handful I'll ask you at the end of this virtual demo, but that's only if you're inspired by my goals and you enjoy this presentation. Sounds good? Awesome, right? And that can be found in Hal Elrod's 6 Keys to Enrolling Your Customers into Your Appointments, which is a link that you'll get actually throughout this, after this appointment after this talk is completed. Now, what's important is to also have a measurable goal. Customers want to get excited about buying today. So for a lot of you that have been selling Cutco, whether it's a couple of weeks, a couple of months, a couple of years, I want you to remember that there's a couple of really amazing things that Vector offers. And in our office, we have found that the President's Club letter is an incredibly powerful, but also really exciting thing to talk about. So this last campaign where we're at right now, I believe there's only $4,000 left for you to reach that level. $6,000 if you started in February, $8,000 if you started before the beginning of the year. There's a lot of people in this room that are going to sell that amount of Cutco in this next month. Some of you guys sell it on a weekly basis. Regardless of the fact, I think that's a really great thing to talk about. And I'm going to explain to you why the President's Club letter is the key thing we talk about. With scholarships, it's only the top 25. You're competing against other people. What I love about the President's Club letter is that you're only competing against yourself and some of the limiting restrictions that you might have, some of the goals, some of the weaknesses, but it's you versus you. And every single person that's listening to this audio can win the President's Club letter. If I think about something that's going to sound really impressive in my resume, it's a letter of recommendation from the president of our company that you win during a challenging time in our country's future. To be able to say to your future employer, hopefully none of you will ever leave Cutco, but for those that may be, moving on to bigger and better things, I won this during a challenging time. And when a lot of my friends are on extra spring breaks, maybe a little lazier, maybe even mooching off their parents and becoming that financial burden, I chose to take this opportunity and really put myself ahead of my peers. I wanted to be financially independent. And while my parents didn't really ask it of me, I asked it of myself. And that's why, Mrs. Jones, if you at all are interested, even remotely considering Cutco today, because of everything going on, I actually have the authority from my manager to give you some crazy, ridiculous, super sweet deals. Now, just so you know, Cutco's a little too expensive to buy just to be nice, but don't be surprised if you love it. And with how much people are cooking nowadays at home, don't be surprised if you see it as a really useful tool. And if you love it, it's really just my job to help you see how much of it you can get today. And I'll make sure that you get it at the best possible deal. That sound good? Now, once all of that has been established, I feel like the virtual demo and the face-to-face appointment is going to be the same. Whether you're showing someone that's owned Cutco for 20 years and you just go to the accessories sections and you help people build a wish list, or you're with someone that's brand new and you're just introducing them for the first time, you're going to make that gross face, but you got to make it even more. When you get excited about Cutco, you better be standing up, you better be moving around, right? That energy, that emotion, that motion creates that emotion. You need to help them feel the energy over the phone. Now, I've heard some representatives all of a sudden will throw themselves on Zoom or on Skype or on FaceTime randomly and be like, Mrs. Jones, I just wanted to let you know, man, I actually have this cheese knife right here. This is my favorite piece of Cutco. I have this I got 4 of these spatula spreaders. I got it when it came out in the purple. I got it when it came out in the pink. I got it in the classic and the pearl. You got to collect the whole set. Let me just take myself back on Zoom. I just want to let you know this is my favorite piece, right? Some of those little tiny personal interactions, right? My wife, let me show you the set of Cutco that we have in our kitchen right here, right? So, we cut a pineapple earlier. Hey, we got this pineapple we're cutting for later. Here's the knife we're going to use. Sorry, I just got a little too excited about this thing. Let me put myself back off the video so we can focus back on the presentation, right? They need to feel like, my goodness, I guess everybody has this stuff. This kid even has this stuff. I wonder why they're so excited about it, because the sale is just the transfer of energy from you to them. And when there's no Cutco to transfer the energy, it's all you and them. So before you start your demos, you need a little energy. You better get that energy. You better call your manager. You better call me. You better call Luke Mills. You better call Josh Muller. You better call someone that's going to get you pumped up. This is a big part of the virtual demo. Now, if you're going to be opening an office this summer, this is a no-brainer. Some of you guys are branch managers. You got to talk about how excited you are to share your goals. I always told my customers, Mrs. Jones, especially during challenging times, I'm here to be a role model for the people around me. By selling Cutco and hitting my goals, what I'm really proud about is to be a leader in my community, to be a leader in my office, because a lot of people are taking this opportunity to kind of feel bad about themselves. You know what? I'm here to show other people that no matter what's going on, a young entrepreneur can really make it happen. So I really appreciate you getting a chance to see my demo today. Again, there's just a lot of gratitude in this experience. Now, when you get to the part of the presentation where we're about to sell, right, the Homemaker Plus 8, the Cutco Kitchen, whatever you talk about, you have to be prepared for the situation that you are not in front of your customer. So the dropping down process has got to be very, very pleasant. It's got to be really easy, it's got to be fun, and it's got to be quick. So when someone says no to a certain option, I don't really get into a whole, challenge the, well, we have this 5-pay option, or, hey, you know what, if you want to just try it out for 15 days, when they say no, I want to take them away from that rejection or the negative, the no. I want to get rid of that experience as fast as possible and say, Mrs. Jones, no problem. This is the objection cycle that you guys learned in training and advanced training. Mrs. Jones, hey, I totally understand how you feel. And with everything going on, if I was in your position, I'd feel the same way too. Now, I'm not going to talk about the specifics of what might be going right or wrong. I'm just going to be general about, because of what's going on, because of what you're talking about, I completely understand. But hey, you know what? Just for fun, just because it's my job, do you mind if I just go through a couple of the smaller options? You never know. And it's really going to make the rest of the demonstration a little fun and easy. Do you mind if I just go through the rest of it? I'm not asking for permission. It's more like a polite command. And they're like, sure, you know what, go ahead. You know what, next is our galley set. Because of what you said before, I think this might be a perfect option for you. Hey, because of what you just said, I don't really think a set is the right move for you right now. If it's a little bit more challenging for you, what a lot of our customers are doing, especially right now, a lot of the virtual demo sales that I've been making recently has actually been a completely customized experience. Can I show you what most customers end up doing? And you bring them to the page that has all of the Cutco knives, whether it's the ultimate set, whether it's the individual pieces from viewcutco.com, wherever you're looking at it, this is the part of the demo that most customers end up purchasing, I've found, through a virtual demo. Now, we sell homemakers and ultimates and Cutco kitchens too, but these specials really, really blossom into much larger sets and packages later. So Mrs. Jones, just for fun, I know with everything going on, I know with what you told me, a set's just not a right move, but Mrs. Jones, if Cutco were for free, would you want it? Like if it literally the knives that you saw materialized in front of your computer screen right now, and they all sort of morphed back onto your countertop, would you be excited about having them? Obviously the answer is always yes. Well, Mrs. Jones, let's just play a really fun Cutco game. If Cutco were for free, what do you think would be the pieces that you would really see yourself using the most? This is not rocket science. A lot of you guys have, know this from page 12 of your training manual. But it's really important in this part of the presentation that you and the customer are writing everything down. Humans are visual, not just auditory. That's why a television commercial costs a lot more than a radio commercial, right? That's why there is a virtual section of this, not just an auditory demo that we're talking about today. So Mrs. Jones, do you have some pen and paper handy? I want to show you some of these options, not necessarily so you have to get them today. There's no real pressure to get anything today, but that way you can consider them for any part in the future. And I'm going to be your Cutco person for life, right? So you're removing the pressure, but you're keeping them engaged. So Mrs. Jones, I know you have these knives in front of you. Which ones are the ones that looked like the ones, or from the videos that you remember, that you think you would use the most? Most customers will end up picking out a couple, but here's your opportunity to become a Cutco cutlery consultant. If you notice they only picked out 2 or 3, or how sometimes customers will say, like, I like that chef knife, and I like that Santoku knife, and then I like the steak knife. For experienced representatives, If somebody's picking like the same knife, like Santoku and Chef Knife, right, some of the similar tools like that, I think it's okay to give them some guidance. Mrs. Jones, hey, I know you're looking for some variety. That Santoku knife, that Chef Knife, I feel like they kind of do and end up doing sort of the same thing. Is it okay if I give you a professional recommendation? You know, a lot of customers will get that Chef Knife, you know, that high knuckle clearance for chopping. A lot of customers, you see that knife that's fourth from the left? That's the Petite Carver. That's the one that you remember from the video, cutting the pineapple, cutting the fajita meat, cutting the chicken. You know, I really feel like that's going to be a better tool for you. Do you mind if we change that one and put that one in your wish list? Okay, awesome. I know you mentioned table knives before, or steak knives. Remember the video where the guy was cutting the leather? Do you mean that steak knife, like the butter knife with the steak knife edge? Or are you looking for more like a restaurant style steak knife? You know, obviously, if you're going to buy something that's going to last you forever, you might as well buy what you love. But obviously, there's a different cost for each item. So I just want to know if you're just looking to cut a steak or if you're just looking to have a much bigger tool. And a lot of times they're like, oh no, the table knife, that one was fine. I like to try to lean them towards the table knife and then upgrade to the steak knife a little bit afterwards. The process when we're talking about table knives or steak knives, I always ask Mrs. Jones, as far as a set of table knives or a set of steak knives, how many do you think would be a good fit for you and your family? And, you know, just in case you had a couple people coming over for the holidays. Cool, and you put that as part of the wish list. All right, Mrs. Jones, I know these are just the knives. Let's actually move forward to some of our most popular customer requested pieces, right? And then that's when I bring them over to the next section. I bring them to cookware. I think with cookware, as far as virtual demos, you don't have the product there. I think it's just about asking Mrs. Jones, are you in the market for cookware? If they say yes, have them watch the Matt Foss video that's embedded into most virtual demos. If not, hey, no big deal. Let's just skip that one. I think you need to move forward. Same with flatware. Are you in the market for flatware? Yes, no. You know, you might be building package deals, but if you're just doing the traditional more demo, I just move forward. But then I start going into the gadgets. Hey, Mrs. Jones, I know in the virtual demo you've got this awesome video. Remember the 4 tools? These are 2 awesome ones. These are 2 additional ones, the wine opener, the can opener. Which of these could you see yourself adding to your wish list? Which do you think would be kind of fun to have? And maybe you never know, you might be able to get them for free. Do you have anybody that's having a birthday or maybe like an anniversary coming up in the next 1 to 3 months? Hey, do you have anybody that's getting married in the next 3 to 6 months? Let me show you some of the more popular gifts and some of the gift sets as well. In fact, this whole page, this is called the Entertainer Pack Plus. It's the 6 most popular accessories that nobody ever has a good quality version of, and that's just the Entertainer Pack Plus, the wine opener and can opener. I call it the Entertainer Pack Plus. Now, when you get to the hunting knife and sporting knife page, especially in the viewcutco.com option, it doesn't really have any information. So what I like to have the customers also do if they are interested is I'll actually bring them over to the specific page on cutco.com that has more information about it. So if they start asking some information about the lockback knife, I'm like, hey, Mrs. Jones, I have actually pulled up the link to the cutco.com page. Let me go ahead and send that to you. So I just text it to them, I email it to them, and they click on it, and they're with me on that. If you're connected to them via Zoom, or if you're doing a screen sharing, you could bring it to them as well, or whatever page of your website you're on. But I like to bring them to different things. I think it makes the demo fun to bring them from the website to cutco.com. It's not about over complication, but it's about a little bit of variety. They're looking at one thing for a while. It's kind of nice sometimes to bring them to a different thing. Same with gardening tools. Same with wellness mats. You've got a bunch of resources ahead of you. Now, don't be surprised if the amount of one knife orders that you have start to increase. This is about closing ratio, not average order size. I feel like your average order size will increase with your excitement, your goals, and oftentimes with just the quality of referrals that you get. But it's all about your closing ratio. You will have so many trimmers that blossom into homemakers if you play this right. Mrs. Jones, I know this is just a great time to buy Cutco, but not every time is the right time to do it today. But it sounds like you love it, right? What a lot of my customers are doing on these virtual demos, especially because of everything going on and what you just said, is just starting out with one piece. What it does is it puts you at one of my preferred customers. So in the future, when you end up upgrading to a bigger set later, you actually can get the same deals that you would have gotten today. Now, for those of you that are on virtual demos and maybe haven't done a lot of them, let's go back to calling our managers to help with your to help with your deals. As a manager, we're able to make it really sound special. And if you haven't called your manager in a while, go back to the practice. My representative at $180,000 in sales, he still calls me on every single demo. Not because he doesn't know how to do a deal, but because he understands the psychology of creating a special situation for your customer. It also brings more validity to the demo, right? The virtual demos, you're not in front of them. The product is not there to validate the entire experience. So sometimes having another person being brought in that sounds not like you, it's a different person but is talking about Cutco with confidence. Sometimes it'll get your customers enough confidence and excitement and urgency to do it today. Now, the next topic I want to talk about is referrals. With virtual demos, referrals is all about confidence and velocity. So, Mrs. Jones, did you want to get those 3 pieces today, and I'll buy you that fourth one, and I'll buy you that 4th knife as a thank you for getting it today? You do? Awesome. All right, Mrs. Jones, there's one more very important part, and here's where you can really help me out. As like I said, I get paid just to show Cutco on these virtual demos. And I can only show it to people like you that are really nice, that have been personally recommended to me. So what I'd like you to do while I'm cleaning up is just to go ahead and put me on speakerphone if I'm not already. I pause. And then let's go ahead and access your contacts. And I want you to go ahead and just flick through the first 5,000 names and just name them off to me. I'm just joking. Just 10 to 15 would be awesome. I'm not looking for anybody you think would buy, just anybody nice like you that you think would have fun with me and wouldn't mind taking a look at this presentation. It means the absolute world to me. So who's the first person on your list? And what you will find that with confidence, you'll start getting your first 1 to 2 referrals. And then it's time for you to work and be generous. When somebody gets me 2 or 3, I'm immediately being so generous with my gratitude. First of all, Mrs. Jones, you have no idea how much this means to me. This literally is how I do my business. I'm just so grateful that you're helping me pay for school. We have this program called a sponsorship that if you can get me to 5, just only 5, you're only 2 away, you're over halfway there. Just write down 2 people you think would never buy anything, but just would be nice enough to pick up the phone. I'll do the rest as far as doing the demo. What I'll do is I'm going to hook you up with our Forever cutting board. Oh my God, Mrs. Jones, you're going to love this thing. I'm going to go ahead and buy it for you because I think you really love it. I think it's like $30 and it's got a forever guarantee. You scratch this thing up, it literally you can just return it to the factory and they'll give you a brand new one for free just for a couple more referrals. Who is just one more super nice mom? If you just if you literally want to go to your Facebook page while we're on the phone, if you just want to flick through your phones, who's just like one mom, and I'll help you get the rest of them later. So you get to 5. Mrs. Jones, you are amazing. 5 referrals. I cannot believe how awesome. This is so helpful for me. Now, I know it's kind of crazy, but I'm going to try to get you to get to 10. Let me help you out. And what we're going to do is I'm going to upgrade you to the medium cutting board. This is twice the size, twice the awesomeness, twice the cutting board power. And I'm going to buy that for you just because I really appreciate it. So I want to think about, Mrs. Jones, I know you said that your son plays soccer. Who's the nice soccer moms? Mrs. Jones, I know I remember seeing on your Facebook page earlier today that you went on vacation. Who'd you go on vacation with? Who comes over for the holidays? Who's your favorite person that you just recently talked to? Who's in your top 5? All right, Mrs. Jones, we're at 10. Now, I know you really like that ice cream scoop. Here's what I'm going to do. This is only because I'm doing an online presentation, so I know I have to work harder just to earn your business. But if you can get me to 15, what I'm going to do, Mrs. Jones, is I'm going to buy you that ice cream scoop. It is going to be my gift from you. Every time you use it, you're going to think, oh my God, Damien was so awesome and I got this thing for free. I'm so glad that I gave him 5 more referrals. Plus, all of my friends were so excited. Every single time I come over to their house now, they're all bragging about Cutco. And we're all like, super Cutco queens. So Mrs. Jones, I know I'm going to ask you for 5 more. I know you've already gotten 2/3 of the way there and you're doing amazing. And if you literally say no, you're still the Cutco queen. But it would really mean the world to me if we can get 5 more. So let's do 1 at a time. Okay, who's one person that gave you a Christmas gift last year that you weren't expecting? Who's a Christmas card that you may still have up on the wall? Mrs. Jones, who's somebody that you carpool with? Mrs. Jones, and you just got to be resilient, and you got to have passion, and you got to ask for referrals like your life depends on it. One more breath of air. Every referral matters. With referrals and in-home appointments, you have the you, but with the virtual demo, you got to have the heart. Referrals are the challenge with virtual demos. But you know what? Who signed up for this job for it to be easy? If you want it easy, go work at McDonald's. But if you want half baby, you need to step up to the challenge, right? Great chefs don't have just one meal that they become great at. Great sailors don't sail smooth waters. While the virtual demo might have some chop to it, you guys are the greatest sailors. You guys are the greatest pilots, right? You guys are the greatest Cutco salespeople in the history of vector marketing. And I have no doubt in my mind that whatever method you use, you're using your own website, viewcutco.com, the Prezi by Will Haugen. You're bringing people just a random website. You're going on Zoom and just cutting tomatoes in front of the customer's home. The virtual demo is more about your confidence in the world's finest cutlery. I wish you guys the best of luck. I know you guys will traverse anything that gets put in front of you because you are vector trained. Last year there was a lot of challenges in my life. And I'm not gonna finish this talk with something depressing, but I do want to teach you a little bit of a lesson about life. My parents, unfortunately, who were my greatest supporters, each ended up passing away within 1 month of each other, pretty much a year ago to this day. I bring this up because I had an opportunity and I had a gift that was given to me with that experience. And that opportunity was how I was going to respond. Whatever the situation is that you're going through, you have one gift. Whether you believe that God gave it to you, your family, your soul, your faith, you have one gift. And that gift is you get to choose how you're going to respond. And if the virtual demo right now is the wings that you need to fly over the ground being on fire, and you've never used those wings before, they've always been there. You've always had the choice. And by choosing up, by choosing success, by choosing to be positive, the people in my office saw that last year I did not give up. And I'm sure every single person in this room has had a challenge that was so tough that it almost broke them. But you know what? If you survived that, then you're a survivor. And I guess at this point, nothing has taken you down. I think it only goes to show that just by the method of the habits you've built, that nothing will take you down. Only yourself. Virtual demos are the future. They are today, and you're ready for them. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you guys go out there and crush it, seize the day, and I'll see you guys in the sales report.
Thank you so much, Damien. I hope those of you that are watching really enjoyed that message and got some inspirational information from Damien about how you can use virtual demos to help you out. My biggest takeaway from Damien's message is really just, how to powerfully enroll clients into my goals over the virtual, through the virtual demo space. And I can definitely tell you from personal experience that when I do virtuals, I think one of the things that really helps me out the most is making the time to build rapport and create connection with the client right from the get-go. And then to just talk about my business and kind of frame out for them what to expect from me moving forward and what my goals are and why I'm working so hard. And not just what my goals are, but what those goals really mean to me or mean for me and mean for them in terms of, setting us up for long-term success and world-class and being able to provide world-class service and creating a really cool, fun, lifelong experience for people that own our product and take advantage of our service. And so all that to say, thank you, Damien, very much. And I encourage everybody as you're watching, as you're listening to these speakers and watching them deliver their messages today, always be sure you're asking yourself, what are the 1, 2, or 3 biggest nuggets I'm taking away from this message right now? And how can I take action on that and get to work on that getting that working for me right away. So we're going to transition right over to our next speaker, which is Francisco Herrera. And Francisco is going to be talking to us today about maximizing your average order. And the reason we've asked Francisco to give this message today is because Francisco is actually one of the top people in the entire country in terms of his average order. And that's looking at average order on appointments. So when working with customers outside of events, outside of business gifts, when we remove those two things from the equation and we look just at, appointments, demos, service calls, phone orders, stuff like that, Francisco is one of the best. And so his average order is well over $600. And that means that whether he's working with Cutco owners or new customers, the guy is crushing it when it comes to, getting great results with people on average. So we've asked Francisco to come in and share with us just what he's learned about what it takes to really maximize your average order so that you can get the best results with customers. So Francisco, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you, buddy. Hope you have a great time, and definitely looking forward to hearing what you have to share today.
Hi everybody, this is Francisco Herrera reporting. Thank you, Josh, for the introduction. So, hey guys, my talk is talking about maintaining a higher average order, and I'm really excited to share the goods with you in the next 25 minutes. To maintain a higher average order, first things first, let's get to one. So, quick backstory on me. I've sold $850,000 in Cutco personally. All of it has been residential, all demos, service calls, past customers, and then some company leads. And that's been my entire career. Now, when I first started selling Cutco, obviously I didn't just sell $850,000. I sold $20,000, $25,000 in the first 2 years of my job. I had a $244 average order. And 2 years into the job, I got an amazing opportunity, fortunate enough to mentor with Andy Janti, who's now, I believe, over $4 million in sales, with well over a decade in experience. I'll never forget, in the first 6 months after mentoring with him, my average order went from $266 to $744, almost tripling it. I went from $25,000 to almost $100,000 in career sales, quadrupling my career sales, which was insane. And there's 3 basic things he taught me, which stem to everything that I do now. Fundamentally, it started from this: get all the ultimate pieces. Went into Vector Connect, I bought the gourmet set, which I believe is $200 now to reps when they buy it the first time through non-customer orders. So in Vector Connect, check it out. We got all the ultimate pieces through that. Then he told me to be myself, which means be excited. And then he told me to close on the ultimate, which means close on the ultimate. Those are really the 3 things, the first major 3 things he taught me, and that's how my average order tripled to over $700. 4 years later, 4 or 5 years later, my average order is still around there. It always fluctuates between the mid 700s and the mid 600s because every year I'm implementing something new, and then when I figure it out, it goes back up, and then, or I just mess up and doing something wrong that year, and then I fix it, and my average order goes back up, right? So the grown-up version of those 3 things would simply be, rather than just getting the ultimate, is get the entire Cutco kitchen catalog. I have a suitcase filled with all my Cutco. I don't take all the cookware with me because that's impossible, but I do have it all. I have all the Cutco ready to present to all my customers. Flatware chest included, an ultimate set included with a block in the back of my car, all the gadgets, everything. And when he says be yourself, I've learned to break it down into 3 things while being yourself. Be excited, be urgent, and be persistent. Those are really the 3 main pillars that maintain a higher average order and allow you to push customers to buy not just more, but way more. So, and then the last thing would be not just close on the ultimate, but close on everything, whether it be through upselling or just offering the kitchen straight up in the front. Now, I'll be telling you how to go about doing that today. So, first things first, set proper expectations with your customers. With every interaction with my customer, on an appointment in particular, whether it be a service call or a demo, I always have pictures in my binder of customers, and I share stories. This customer, like for example, my Dennis and Shanna story, some of my favorite customers. When I first saw them, they bought an ultimate set with steak knives and cookware. I sharpened their knives 2 or 3 years later, and they added the flatware. James and Maria were referrals of them. And I remember Shanna did not want to give me the referral. She told me, she's like, they're not gonna buy anything. I was like, Shanna, just do it. And I went to go see him, and I sold him a signature set with steak knives. 2 or 3 years later, I'm gonna go sharpen their knives, and they upgraded to the complete set of knives, the biggest set of knives we sell, and added cookware. I share stories like that to all my customers, because not only is it preparing them to give me referrals, it's preparing them to buy big and to be okay with it, because everybody does it, right? So I also have a picture of customers that bought Cutco kitchens for me, everything. I have pictures of customers that bought a small knife set and then upgraded, and then there were a few of the referrals that I saw and sold Cutco to. It's very important. So that's number one. Sharing customer stories. You can do it through testimonials as well. Number two is I share goals with my customers. In 2016, my average order was over $700. By the end of 2017, the year that I did not share goals because I listened to a Grant Cardone talk and he was like, screw sharing goals, my average order went down to the low 600s. The year before I had sold 160K. That year in 2017, when I stopped sharing goals, I sold 140K. My average order had dropped over $100 as well. The following year in 2018, Andy told me one thing. Why the heck are you not sharing goals? You should be sharing goals. When I finally told him what was going on, I started sharing goals. By the end of 2018, I sold $150,000. My average order jumped back up into the high 700s. And then here we are today. Sharing goals is very important. It's also how I sold $275,000 for the Rolex. At the end of last year, in the last 3 weeks, I had $62,000 to sell. And on every phone call with every customer I called, all my past customers, I called so many, from top that have most bought in my career to just going down the list. And on service calls and demos, everything that I could do, I was sharing my goals. In the last 5 hours of the day, of the year, I remember December 30th, it was 7 p.m. after my last demo, I was $14,000 away. I sent out a final text message to all my customers saying, hey, I know I've already reached out. This is my final reach for the year. I've never been so close to winning anything this big in my life. Is there, as a last shot, is there anything you'd like to get? Is there anything you'd want to get? And I texted them one text message saying, have 5 hours left. To all my customers. I only have about 1,000 customers. And I had more responses on my texting base than I've ever had in my life. And texting base is, you can go on textingbase.com, and for $40 a month, they can let you send text messages to all your customers at one time. So I closed $14,000 of phone orders that night, all because I was sharing goals. Super important. So share in all your appointments. And then number 3 is tell your customers. Tell them what you're going to do. At the beginning of every service call, in the first 20 seconds, I always do my best to mention the word upgrade. Whether it be as flamboyant as upgrade. What are you doing? Well, you're finally going to upgrade to everything, Shanna. It's been years. Right? Or it's been 1 or 2 or 3 years, whatever you'd like to say. On demos, I'd be like, hey, your friend got some Cutco too. She's like, yeah, she was telling me about it. Yeah. She said that you're also going to get everything. I'm excited. You know, I'm planting those seeds as soon as possible to get people open to buying in a fun way. You know? So a key phrase that I do when sharing goals that I always say is 2018 when we were going for the Bahamas rep trip. It was $150,000 to win the rep trip, and I remember telling all my customers something along the lines of this. Hey, Johnny, can I tell you something real quickly? Hey, the Bahamas trip is crazy. I've sold $75,000. I've got $75,000 to go. I'll tell you something. If you buy those last $75,000 I need right now, I will take you to the Bahamas with me tomorrow. And they just start laughing their butts off, right? And people usually say I'm crazy, but that laughter, that enjoyment, that entertainment, that's really my biggest objective with my customers, is to entertain them. They want to buy more. They are open to buying more to help you the moment I say that. So that's how you set expectations, through sharing stories through pictures, sharing your goals, and of course telling them what you're going to do. So now we got to build up to a closing finale. Throughout my demo, once I get to the past the forever guarantee, I always show them the Cutco kitchen. And guys, this is the Cutco kitchen. The cookware is the cookware that everybody's been talking about. The flatware is straight beautiful, and the knives are just insane. All high quality, high end gadgets, all in your Cutco kitchen with floor mats and with mats for the floor included. It's beautiful. And a lot of my customers consider getting the complete Cutco kitchen collection. Some just start with the knives and the flatware. Some start with the knives and the cookware, and then some just start with the knives. And that's what I'm going to do today. I'm just going to start with the knives, and then the way I introduce the 3 sets is like this. So we have 3 sets. We have basic set, it's basic, And then we have the Cutco complete set. My number 1 guys, so a set most of my customers get. And you get the biggest bang for your buck with it. It's pretty amazing. And then we have an in-between set called the family set. And that's how I present the sets. From there on out, I just go about telling them, so the basic set is in the family, and the family is in the complete set. They build on each other. So I asked them, what do you guys cook a lot of? Do you guys cook a lot of meats and a lot of veggies? And I say a lot for a reason. Do you guys cook a lot of meats and a lot of veggies? They're like, we don't cook that many veggies, but we do meats. And they're like, well, how do you get your meats? Do you buy them pre-cut? Do you buy them like the whole chicken, the whole meat, like a whole loin, and then cut it up yourself? Or it just depends on the occasion? If they say it just depends on the occasion, or if they do any kind of whole meat, you bet yourself that I am going to go ahead and show them the cleaver, right? If I ask them, do you guys do a lot of poultry, a lot of red meats, a lot of fish? We don't do a lot of poultry. We do some fish, and we do a lot of red meats. Just because they said fish, I'm pulling out the salmon knife. After that, I always pull out the rest of the ultimate set pieces. Those 2 knives are really the only ones, depending on what they answer. If they say they do fish, I put the salmon knife. If they say they do whole meats, I put the cleaver. Otherwise, I don't. I make sure I always pull out the ultimate sit pieces first before anything else. When I'm showing the sets. Obviously, when you cut the leather earlier, use whatever knife you want and rope. But these are the pieces I'm getting them excited about. And I'm solving as many problems as I can with the ultimate set pieces before I start pulling out the rest. Then I pull out the signature set pieces. And then by this point, I've already had my customer come, does this come in the basic set? And they're like, no, this comes in the complete set. They're like, ugh. And I'm like, I know. It's the basic set's still amazing, just the complete set's the best. And everybody deserves the best. So, I say quirky things like that. So, all in all, that's how I do it. Now, I make sure I lay out the basic set pieces in front of them right here, like clearly, from paring knife to the carving fork. Then on the side, I lay the signature pieces from the cheese knife, petit tentoku, hearty slicer, and the shears. And then above that on the table, I just lay out the complete set pieces. So 4-inch paring knife, a boning knife, a vegetable knife, so on. And then I move on to the flatware. I sell them on the flatware. 1810 stainless steel flatware, forever guaranteed for your replacements. I am talking about, guys, the spoons in here make your cereal taste better. How? I don't know. Cutco has some insane technology, right? Obviously, I'm making a joke. They're laughing. I just think I'm silly. But it's beautiful. And this is what I do with the flatware. I grab I ask for their nicest plate. I set it on the table. And on the left side, I put the napkin and the forks. And on the right side, I put the knife and the spoons. Then they have a perfectly set flatware plate setting in front of them. And then I ask them, so do you like it? And if they say anything other than no, I'm selling them the flatware, okay? And even if they say no, I'm probably still going to try to sell them the flatware. But it's just very important because people can be very picky with flatware. Then after that, obviously, I go over the gadgets. I make sure you have them use as many of the gadgets as possible. I pull out some of the hunting knives if they hunt. And make sure that I have them at least cut with the gut hook, some leather. And then I pull out the cookware. And here's how I finish my demo. The wellness mat is on the floor in their kitchen in front of their oven. I put the saucepan on the table so they can see how the handle is and everything. And then I pull out the fry pan and I fry an egg. I show them how to fry an egg. If you need help on how to fry an egg, you can look up Josh Muller's videos on his YouTube account to see how you can go ahead and fry eggs. Jason Jeffrey has videos on how to use the cookware. Just YouTube them. Perfect videos on how to do it. I highly suggest it. Once they fry the egg and clean it and see how amazing it is, I finish with saying, yeah, and all of this comes in your Cutco kitchen. And a lot of my customers just add on a hunter's package as well. You know, if they hunt. So that's the Cutco Kitchen build-up. Then I close. So, the closing. So when I first started, I did just close straight up on the Ultimate. I asked them, do you guys prefer table knives or steak knives? And I just closed. When I first started, I also closed on the Ultimate and offered like $400 of free stuff every time. Now I don't do that because I realized I really didn't need to. But I just needed that extra confidence to be excited to close on the Ultimate. And that's why my mentor let me do it, because he just wanted me to get confident with closing on the Ultimate. I got to the point where I just don't even offer free stuff. I just close all the time without offering free stuff. So then my triple close, building off from the price comparison. So as a lot of my customers agree, Cutco's at least twice as good as Wusthof. When something offers twice the quality, lasts forever, they expect to be at least twice the price. At twice the price, you'd be talking at least $8,000 for the, you'd be talking at least $4,000 for the basic set. The complete set being twice the size would be $8,000. The beautiful thing about the complete set is that it comes with a wooden oak block to hold all your steak knives, your shears, go open up packaging, cut up any herbs, your chopping knives for all your friends and family, and it comes with an engravable plate, so you can go ahead and engrave my #1 engraving. If you value your life, stay away from my knives. Or the family and last name and the year y'all got married. Because it's inheritance for the kids, you know? It's going to be there forever. And then I close. So the complete set is not $8,000. It's not even $4,000. And I say this slowly. The complete set, piece by piece, is valued at $3,679. It comes with a $630 discount, saving you over $1,000, bringing it down to $30.49, like how most of my customers do it, over 5 monthly payments, interest-free, of $609 plus tax. And that's the complete set. And to top it all off, I'm doing a special with the complete set today, where with the complete set, you can get a buy 3 get 1 free on anything else you want. And that's the complete set special. Now, I know you really want that set, but just check out the other 2 set options because they're amazing too. It's all Cutco. So the complete set was all here, all these pieces here, and I removed these pieces up here, and now you're left with the family set. I pointed out at the table. It's $2,667. It saves you over $408, bringing it down to $2,259, or you can do it in 5 payments of $449 plus tax. Right? And the same thing, and the basic set is $299. It's obviously a little bit more than a Homemaker Plus 8 because I include the small, the large, and the large cutting board and super shears in the pricing. Okay? That's the close. Now, I finish, and I hand it to them, and I ask them, so I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask y'all. Would y'all like to go ahead and get the basic, the family, or the complete set? And I give it to them. And then I stay quiet, and if they're still thinking or talking, I'll start chanting. I'll say, like, the complete set, the complete set. You know, just to make them laugh, entertain them a little while they're thinking. And it's also, like, if they don't, or something silly I'll do is, like, while they're talking, I'll just put this up. And then I put up my goal. And then they read it, and then they start laughing. And then I just repeat the complete set. You know? Just little things to go ahead and keep them excited, to keep it all real. And just... Now, by the way, if you have a serious personality, don't do that. That's really weird. But if you're on the, you know, just more talkative side, I suppose, you can get away with it. Otherwise, do things that fit your personality. Take what works from my talk for you. It's very important. So that's my close. Now, let's say they choose, they don't choose the Ultimate. They choose the basic or the Homemaker or the basic set or the signature set. I always upsell every time, no matter what. This is how I upsell to the complete set. So once I get their credit card for their set that they chose, I always do this. Oh, I almost forgot. Hey, just for fun, can I show you the super special for the complete set? I'm wrapping up anyways. I just really want you to see it before I leave. Otherwise, I'd feel really bad for not showing it to you. And they'd be like, sure, okay. So here, you remember how the complete set saves you $630? It's 5 payments of $609 plus tax. Well, check this out. Here's the super specials. Option A is $609 plus tax. Plus, I'll go ahead and get you a free $210 worth of gadgets, 4 of them, saving you a total of over $840. This one's amazing. And then also, look, This one's a more economical one. It comes with over $100 discount, bringing down the payments from $609 to $589, saving you a total for $730. Option B is the most economical, but it gets you the most important part, the set of knives. Option A gives you the biggest bang for your buck, and you get some amazing gadgets. And look, Josh and Henry, you're gonna love the set you chose. I just wouldn't be able to go to sleep tonight if I didn't give you the opportunity to enjoy the set you really would love the most. And I hand it to them. And then, at some point I asked them, I wouldn't do my job if I didn't ask you. Do you want to get option A or option B? And then they choose their set. Now, let's say they choose a set. Let's say they bought the Ultimate or they upgraded the Ultimate. I still upsell more. With the flatware set, for example, I always ask them this question. Hey guys, by the way, which one did you guys enjoy more? Did you guys enjoy the flatware more or the cookware? Let's say they choose the flatware. I do the same thing. Be like, okay, well, just for fun, let me go ahead and show you this really awesome special. I'm almost done anyway. And then I write out the price. I go ahead and show them the full normal price of the flatware set with accessories, by the way, $24.66, $728 discount, $17.38, or 5 payments of $349. Then I show them option A, like a 5-piece kitchen tool set, and option B with a discount of $138, which is just me giving them the hostess set for free, half the 6-piece stainless steel serving accessory set. And then if they say no to those, I drop down to like option C. What about just the flatware chest? We have a special with just the flatware, the place settings you want, none of the serving accessories, just the place settings of the chest. That can be done in 5 payments of $294. It's the same thing I do with the cookware. I just show them the set. I just show them the 3 options and just close and ask them, do you want the basic, the family, the complete? And I upsell every time. Well, most of the time. And then once I'm done with that, I offer them gadgets. Hey, by the way, was there any gadgets or the hunting knives? Depending on what they hunt. You really want it? I just straight up ask them. And they'll add whatever they want. And then once I'm done with that, let's say they said no to the basic family complete. I drop down and I show them the galley plus 6, the basic galley. And if I notice that they really like the gourmet set pieces, I'll show them the gourmet set. I'll point out, I'll be like, hey, by the way, not everybody has more than $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 to blow on the knife guy the first time he shows up. So here's my 3 main starter sets where people can upgrade from them in the future when I come back and sharpen them. And they still save a bunch of money. I show them the galley, the basic galley, and the gourmet, present them the prices. It's like, hey, I wouldn't be doing my job if I ask you this time. Do you want to get the basic galley plus 6, or the gourmet? They choose. Let's say they say no, then I drop down to the 5-piece special, where the 5-piece special is just the 5 major knives in the homemaker set. Paring knife, trimmer, petite carver, petite chef, as well as a spatula spreader. They can do it in 5 payments of $96, and you can throw in a tray for free, the 5-piece tray, knife and fork tray. That's worth $28, but it'll hit none of your CPO. Take none of your CPO away, which is amazing. So that's a 5-piece. Then I drop down to a 4-piece if they say no to that. And I ask them, so wait, let me do something really crazy for you. Out of these 5, which one is your least favorite one? If they choose a knife under $100, I separate the other 4, and I give them for free that knife that they chose under $100. If they choose a knife that's over $100, like the Petite Chef out of those 5 knives, then I'll go ahead and give it to them half off. Obviously, when I rolo it, I'm just going to end up bonusing the paring knife and then rep charging myself if there's anything else I need to take care of. And I close on the 4-piece special, which is just 4 knives and 1 knife free. Right? Then I drop them to the 3 and a 2-piece special, and I show those to them at the same time. And then I finally drop them to 1 piece, and it's the reserve first call special from the manual from years ago that we all learned. So like, hey, by the way, so thank you so much for letting me do this. This is just my reserve first call special. Which one is your favorite knife out of all these? Okay, awesome. Can you go ahead and get that one so it can help me towards my goal? And so you can have a piece of Cutco that you can go ahead and enjoy for the rest of your life? It's your favorite one because we know that you're going to use it forever. Plus, let's say they choose a trimmer. It's $76, and 2 payments is just $40 plus tax. And then I close. Right? So that's how you upsell. That's how you drop down. And here's what I want you guys to know. Every push, these are simple things no matter where you're at in career sales that you can do. Every push for me to get a big finale is 1 or 2 weeks before every push, I send out a sharpening text to all my customers. Hey, Cutco Pancho here. I'm on my sharpening tour. If you need your knife sharpened, reply yes. If so, reply yes is so key. You will have so many people respond yes, so many no, but the point is they've responded and now you have service calls to set up. I send out that twice a year, 2 weeks before SE2 and 2 weeks before December, every year. Then leading up into SE2 push or the last few weeks of the year, I send out report texts. And a report text is very simple, guys. It's just a recipe that you can go from cutco.com, look up a recipe, put in your text message. Hey, just thinking of you, sending out this delicious recipe. I hope you guys are having a great day. Send out a report text. If there's a holiday, do it every holiday. It's just a report text. They appreciate that. And then once I send out a service text and a report text at the end of every push, at the end of every year, I send out my sales text. Hey, I've got 24 hours left for the last day, or for the last day of the Christmas and July sale. It ends tomorrow, or the last day for SE2, whatever you'd like to say. And have them respond to all your text messages. And the finale is send a sharpening text message, send a report text, and send a sales text. Those 3 things spaced out for every push period you have in your career, except the sharpening text. You should really only do that twice a year if you have enough customers. More, if you have way more customers, you can separate out better. That will help you sell a lot. And the finale is call your top customers first. Margaret Klee bought a Cutco kitchen for me, everything in the catalog for me 3 years ago. I called her 2 weeks before the end of 2019. She answered. She said, no, I can't. I'm broke right now. I was like, no, she was my #1 customer that's bought the most from me. And I sent out a report text. I sent out a sales text at the end of the year, 2 days before the end. And then I sent out that one more final sales text on the last few hours of the year. And she bought $6,000 over the phone for me just to help me with my Rolex. The point of the story is service text, report text, sales text for your major pushes of your year. And then just make sure you're calling your top customers throughout your entire push. Hey, how you been? Sweet. Well, hey, I could really use your help. I'm competing for X. Is there anything you'd like to get? No pressure. If there's, you just know how to make it worth your while. And then hear them out. And even if they say no, when they see your persistence, when they see your urgency, when they see your excitement, almost always they'll turn around and support you and buy more. Just remember to thank them once you hit your goal. Peace. I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Awesome job, Francisco. Thank you so much. Really great tips there. I've got like multiple things written down here on my actions list on what I'm going to do moving forward from that. So thank you for sharing so much, Francisco. And wow, you can really tell that he put a lot of time and a lot of preparation into making sure that message is the best that it could be for everybody that's watching right now. So all right, cool. We're going to move into our next speaker now, which is Kyle Lopes. So if you don't know who Kyle is, Kyle actually started on the East Coast, then moved to the West Coast, and then is now back on the East Coast. Kyle actually goes to Columbia University in New York, Ivy League school, which he earned his way into through great grades and just really great studentship. And I don't even know if that's a word, but if you don't know anything about Kyle, he's actually, I believe, the youngest person to get to $1 million in career sales with Cutco, and he's done it all while being a full-time student. And so he's going to be talking with us today about selling around school. So selling at a championship level while being in school full-time. And if you don't know Kyle, he's actually not just in school full-time. He doesn't just run a successful Cutco business where he's selling hundreds of thousands of dollars a year doing that, but he's also travels back and forth from the West Coast to the East Coast, and he's a collegiate athlete. This guy knows how to really kick butt when it comes to playing hockey at the college level, and is somebody that actually people desire and really go after when it comes to wanting them to be involved in their hockey organization. So, Kyle, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you. Kyle's going to be talking to us today, sharing his success formula for what it takes to be successful selling around a full-time student schedule. So, Kyle, the floor is yours, my friend.
Hey Josh, thanks for the introduction, and thank you everyone for letting me share my experiences and tips with you today. I'm really grateful that I was selected to give a talk specifically geared towards students, and I think that even if you're not a student but have a lot going on in your life right now, you'll also be able to take advantage of my message as well. For those of you who don't know me, you might wonder why out of the thousands of student reps and hundreds of CSPs we have in the company, I was the one that was chosen to give this talk. So to give you a little background on my experiences with Cutco, I figured it might be helpful to take a minute and go over what I've been able to achieve within Cutco while in school. I started with Cutco when I was 18, just after high school, and worked super part-time, only doing 5 to 7 appointments a week. That first summer, I sold 16K, nothing crazy, and then moved to Wisconsin to play semi-pro hockey. Over the next 3 years, I played for 5 different teams in Wisconsin, Montana, Oregon, Colorado, and New Hampshire. And the entire time, I was selling Cutco on the side and had to start from scratch in each state. I also sold during the summertime. I became an AM my second summer and increased my sales every summer from 16K my first summer to 32K my second summer to 50K my third summer, etc., etc. After 3 years of hockey, I transitioned to going to school full-time in California, and I was taking anywhere from 16 to 22 units a semester the entire time I was in school, and had to figure out how to fit in Cutco around classes, friends, a girlfriend at the time, playing on 3 different hockey teams, and also coaching my little brother's high school hockey team. So needless to say, I was spinning a lot of different plates at the same time. And despite all these other commitments, I decided I really wanted to give Cutco a real shot instead of just doing it part-time. I had sold 110K in 2015, and my goal in 2016 was to more than double my previous year and sell 225K and win the Rolex, despite taking 22 units. And in 2016, I did not get off to a good start. Despite hiring a mentor, on July 1st, the 6-month point of the year, I was at 55K and was on track to see literally 0% growth and duplicate the 110K that I sold in 2015, the year prior. And so I was convinced that this wasn't working and I was ready to give up. I kept telling myself that I was working really hard and doing everything I needed to hit my goal, but the Cutco gods were just not on my side. My mentor, Danny Perez, had a really hard heart-to-heart with me that week and told me that, honestly, I was lying to myself and I had a lot more to give. It was the definition of tough love, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. The next 6 months of the year, I broke divisional, regional, and national records. It was like out of a dream. I went from selling 55K in the first 6 months of the year to selling 212K the last 6 months of the year. Not only did I get to win the Rolex, but I surpassed my 225K goal and finished the year at 267K, breaking the record for annual sales by a student and becoming the first full-time student to win a CSP Silver Cup. The next year, I worked 40% less, really focusing on nurturing my relationships, traveling, and my grades. I became much more efficient with my time, with my customers, with my marketing, and with my order sizes. And I broke the student sales record again that year, selling 272K, despite working only 60% as much as I did the year before. I was able to graduate with honors from my college with 3 associate's degrees in economics, political science, and business management, and a 4.0 GPA. And I used my experiences with Cutco to transfer into Columbia University in New York City to finish my undergrad. This past year, I worked a total of 11 weeks and sold 150K for the year, also becoming the first full-time student to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Now at almost 1.1 million in career sales and about to graduate in May from one of the best and most rigorous schools in the world, I've really taken advantage of the opportunity to sell Cutco as a college student and feel that I'm uniquely positioned to share the tips and tricks that you need to do exactly what I did. So what does it take as a college student to duplicate the successes that I've been able to realize? There are a lot of different factors that go into it, but I have distilled my experiences into the 5 points that I believe are the most crucial to success, not just as a student, but as a busy person in any type of career. Number one, decide if what you're doing right now is a hobby or a job. I remember going into the office for phone time at 3 p.m. on a Sunday, my first summer, and planning on setting up 10 appointments and filling up my whole week. But then my buddy would come in, and of course, I'd have to talk with him because I hadn't seen him since the team meeting like 3 days earlier. And then I had to go get a Starbucks coffee because I couldn't make calls since I was so parched. And then I had to make sure all my leads were organized and neatly laid out. Then I had to use the restroom. And then all of a sudden it was 10 p.m. and I'd set 2 appointments and went home going, wow, I worked 7 hours and only set 2 appointments. Now, I know you're probably laughing at home, but a lot of us are really guilty of this. And so I want to say that when you show up to work, work. One thing that I like to ask reps is, are you an office groupie or are you trying to actually make money at this job? Be real with yourself. Too often, I realized that I was there for the social scene. And once I made the conscious decision to treat this job like a real job, to work 30 to 40 hours a week and really work those 30 to 40 hours a week, rather than just showing up and going through autopilot, everything changed for me. Can you imagine the potential in this opportunity, really working hard for 40 hours a week, treating this like a real full-time job? It's insane. The second tip is treating your calendar like it's sacred. Treat your weekly schedule like gold. Did you know that Elon Musk has his days broken up into 10-minute increments so he knows that he is maximizing and being intentional with every single moment of his day? What are you doing at 3 p.m. this upcoming Wednesday? What about 9:15 a.m. on Friday? If you can't take a quick look at your calendar and answer those questions in 2 seconds, you're not serious right now. So I would suggest, as soon as this call is over, creating a Google Calendar if you haven't yet. It's free. You can sync it to your Android phone, your iPhone, your MacBook, your Dell computer, whatever you use. It syncs through all different platforms and you can access it anytime very easily. And then when things come up, make sure that you update it right away. Don't make the mistake of double booking and having to cancel on someone. One of my mentors, when I first started at Cutco, said that people will forget what you say, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. And so when I think about double booking and I think about people being late to things or canceling last minute on things, I remember how that makes me feel. If you bail on someone because you weren't mature enough to manage your schedule effectively, that really pisses them off. And it lets them know that not only are you not reliable, but you don't value their time. One of the biggest struggles I had was that grown-ups didn't appreciate or respect my time when I first started with Cutco. And the biggest culprits of this were my friends and my family. This job allows you to determine how much your time is worth. When you work here, you are saying that even though you might be 18 or 19 or 20 and you have no degree and you have no previous experience, you think your time is worth more than a minimum wage. Whether that's $8 an hour, $10 an hour, or $15 an hour, wherever you live. Well, if you truly believe that, then in order to be worth $25 an hour, or $50 an hour, or $100 an hour, or $200 an hour, you need to carry yourself like a professional. And a professional knows their schedule and doesn't make mistakes. My time currently is worth $250 plus an hour when I'm working a normal day. And I embody that professional persona every single day I show up to work. Another thing that really helps me out with Cutco, but also with other things in my life, is something called window scheduling. The best way to explain window scheduling is when something happens with your bathroom and you have to call a plumber, or something happens with your TV and you have to call the cable company, they have to come out to your house and check it out and fix things for you. They normally will give you a window in which they'll show up to fix things for you. And they are notorious for saying, we'll be there between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. And you have to sit at home all day long waiting for these people. And sometimes they'll show up at like 9:30 p.m. And you might be really frustrated inside and be like, oh man, I killed my whole day. But they were on time because they said they'd be there between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. They are not late. And so window scheduling has been awesome for me because, being from California, we have terrible traffic. And sometimes, even if we didn't have bad traffic, my appointments run long. I'm with a great customer and we're building up a huge wish list, or maybe they're writing down a ton of referrals, or maybe the appointment ran perfectly on time, but I was really hungry because it was my third appointment of the day and I hadn't eaten yet and I wanted to get lunch, but I had another appointment right on the backside. And so I found that sometimes I was running late for appointments, or I was going the full day without eating and it wasn't very healthy, and my energy was really dipping at the end of the day. And so window scheduling has been critical for me to really realize a lot of my success. And I don't do it to the same degree that the plumber or the cable guy does, but I do give myself a 30-minute window with customers. I do tell my customers, hey, Mr. Jones, I'll be there between 1 and 1:30, just depending on traffic and my previous appointment. And that 30-minute window is great because it's not unreasonable to a customer. And at the same time, it allows me to really be present on all of my appointments, to really not rush anything, really extract the most value and have the best experience possible. And then if I've been having a long day, or I need to use the restroom, or I need to get food, or whatever the case may be, I've also built in a little window for me to go and take care of myself. So that way I can show up to my next appointment totally focused and energized and ready to be totally serious and present for that. So window scheduling has been huge for me. The third point that I think is really critical is for you to evaluate who is worth your time. And right now, the way that you carry yourself, are you worth theirs? I'm sure most of you have heard the adage that you are the average of the 5 people that you hang out with the most, that you spend the most time with. And think about who you really spend time associating with. Do they have aspirations? Do they inspire you? When you walk into a room with these people, do you automatically become the smartest person in the room? If so, that's probably not the best group for you. Do the people that you surround yourself with serve your goals by helping you stay focused and on track? And do they also help you de-stress and unwind when you need it in healthy and positive ways? If you had to imagine yourself on a ladder and you were right in the middle of the ladder, would they be somebody who's below you, pulling you down? Or would they be somebody above you, up here, reaching out a hand to help and pull you up? I love to have tons of friends and network and go to parties and go to concerts and sporting events and do all kinds of things outside of work. But I also know that when it comes down to the time to buckle down and grind, a lot of people that I socialize with will try to tempt me and distract me. And my true friends, my true circle of influence, knows how important my goals are to me and check in periodically to make sure I'm not allowing myself to be distracted. And this circle of influence has been cultivated because, going back to the previous point with my calendar, people know that I really value my time. And I've conditioned the people that I spend time with to understand that when I'm working, when I'm studying, when I'm doing something else, that is what I'm doing. And so they've given me that respect. It took some time, but I've been able to really develop a great network and group and social circle of people who understand that my aspirations mean a lot to me. That this isn't just a knife job or a part-time job. This is my business. And so I don't consider the people in my inner circle to be just my buddies. I jokingly call them my accountability buddies because they keep me accountable and they keep me on the straight path. And so this isn't to say that you have to cut out your old friends or your fraternity or sorority brothers and sisters. I have a great time with my fraternity brothers and with my hockey teammates. I spend a lot of time with them. But just make sure that starting today, you're very conscientious about who you surround yourself with and begin to really focus a majority of your time with the people in life who serve you. Make sure that you are spending your time thinking about delayed gratification and not instant gratification. And what I mean by that is, as college students, it's really easy to get sucked into that instant gratification, to go to that college party, to go to that sporting event, and then end up having to reschedule your appointments the next day because you stayed out too late and you got too drunk and you were hungover the next day. And so surround yourself with people that are going to help you enable and stay focused and give you permission to not go to those events and not suffer from FOMO and focus on your long-term delayed gratification. And if there's no one in your life right now, as I'm talking about these various aspects of a good friend that pops into your mind, that's okay. If there's no one in your life right now that serves you, that's fine. But that should be a pretty big wake-up call that it's time to start seeking out and making new friends. A lot of those people that I'm talking about right now, the people that you need to surround yourself with, are here in Cutco, and they're accessible if you look out for them. The fourth thing is systems. Earlier, I asked you, do you treat this opportunity like a hobby or like a job? If you said a real job, then it's time to really own your business. It's time to invest in yourself. The first thing is finishing your kit and getting business cards. Make yourself seem like a pro. Once you've knocked out those two little things, then I would suggest it's time to get a CRM. Stands for Customer Resource Manager. There are a couple of other ways to describe that acronym as well. But what it helps you do is it helps you keep track of your customers. It helps you keep track of your leads, helps you keep track of your wish list, everything. And most of the company uses a CRM through a company called Vast Action, and they're awesome. They're incredible. But there are other options out there as well. Too often, when I tell reps about this, I hear them reply with, oh, I don't have enough customers for that, or oh, I'm not in that stage of my Cutco business yet. And I think that's a huge mistake. I can't tell you how much potential CPO I've left on the table by waiting until my third summer to really build up my CRM, to take notes on my customers, to input data from wish lists, and to send out monthly emails. I wish I'd been emailing my best friend's parents from that first summer, from my first initial demos, my training demos, every single month, and staying top of mind with them. Because if I was, they would have been really sold on my goals, and they would have recommended me to more of their friends, and they would have bought more. On that same vein of investing in your business, I think getting a mentor and focusing on your personal development are game changers. Listening to audios and going to conferences really opened me to the world of personal development when I was brand new to Cutco, and I loved it. However, everything changed for me when I got a mentor who coached me. It sped up my learning curve, and I was exposed to things and programs I didn't even know existed. Everything I've mentioned here has a monetary cost, but if you aren't willing to invest in yourself, why should a customer invest in you or what you're selling? You've got to really dig in and trust that if you put the money in, you're going to reap the benefits later. And the fifth point is to enroll the world in your goals. Selling Cutco as a student is the easiest time you will ever have selling Cutco. So milk the student angle. Whether you're telling your customers that you're working your way to pay through school and graduate debt-free like I've been doing, for resume experience, or to save so that you can begin investing in a Roth IRA at a young age. Parents and adults want to help you. They want to help you. They want to see you succeed. They're more inclined to buy, and they're more inclined to give you referrals, even if you make a mistake. They're more inclined to be patient and kind and listen. And so you have to realize that right now, young people have a lot of negative stereotypes among adults. They consider us to be lazy, that we party and we complain too much, that we don't have aspirations, that we're spoiled. The list goes on and on and on. And so when you show up and you buck that trend and that negative stigma, adults go, holy shit, this kid has their act together. And it's immediately endearing. My goal every time I meet Mr. and Mrs. Jones is to do such a great job that three things happen. One, they buy a bunch of Cutco and refer me to 25 of their closest friends. Two, they leave that appointment feeling not like I was some random college kid selling knives they'd never see again, but that I was someone with aspirations who was going to be their friend and was going to stay in contact with them well beyond that initial interaction. And three, if they had a son or a daughter or a niece or a nephew, they normally will make a remark about how they wish their son or daughter or niece or nephew was as motivated as me. And funny enough, if they have a daughter who is around my age, occasionally they'll ask if I'm single and if I wouldn't mind meeting with her. And you might laugh at that. I think it's pretty funny, but that's exactly what happens when you enroll people in your goals and help them fall in love with you. They will go the extra mile for you. As a college student, it's so easy to get customers to buy into you. I cannot tell you how many push periods I've been in, or during my Silver Cup race, where I just poured into people and asked for their help, and they bought just to help me. And so lastly, I want to leave everyone with a call to action. Right now, we live in very uncertain times. And the people listening to this call have the opportunity to really go out and crush appointments, especially if you're a student right now, since most colleges in the US are going online for the remainder of the school year. This window of opportunity, might not be open for long, depending on the spread of the virus and the potential for exponential increase in positive cases. And so really take advantage of this chance to fill up your schedule and see as many customers as possible, because no one knows if or when city lockdowns will be implemented. And if city lockdowns are implemented and they're like the lockdowns that we've seen in Italy, then no cars except emergency personnel will be allowed on the roads for a while. And it might be really hard to go to appointments for a little while. And so that information isn't to scare you, but rather to let you know that during this unprecedented time, this is not the moment for you to slack off or procrastinate on hitting your goals. This is not the time for you to spend the extra time that you weren't going to be sitting in a classroom to hang out and drink with your friends. If you're a student, you have free time now. You have an abundance of free time now. And we have not had this chance before to do so many in-person appointments during the spring semester because we've had to physically be in class and on campus. A lot of schools are also transitioning this semester to a pass-fail option because of the extenuating circumstances. So take the time today and tomorrow to digest and implement the tips that were enumerated in this call, as well as all of the nuggets from the other speakers today, and go out and set some records. One of the coolest things I was able to say is that I broke the all-time record, the all-time student sales record in 2016, and then I broke my own record in 2017. But what was even cooler was when Tyler Langemeyer reached out to me a year later and asked for a few tips, and then he broke my record. And so, who listening on this call right now is going to be the one that breaks Tyler's record? Because I know somebody on here will do it. Who will be the second student to win a CSP Silver Cup? Who will be the first student in the history of the company to sell $300K in a year and make $150,000 while being a full-time student? I graduate in May, and when I graduate, I'm going to look back on the Cutco experience and be very grateful at the fact that I was able to make over $550,000 before graduating college selling knives. And every person on this call can do the same. So you now all have the secret sauce. Let's go make it happen. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, Kyle. It's no wonder that you've been successful with your business, and best of luck to you in your upcoming time as a student. So those of you that are watching, if you are a student now, I hope that was something that was helpful for you, and you got some really good advice on how to build a successful business while also working in your school around your school schedule full-time, like being a full-time student. So all that to say, now what we're going to do is we're going to pivot really quickly. I want to give you a few minutes here just to look through your notes, maybe get started on your actions list. If you want to know how to really maximize the value from this event today, you want to take notes on everybody's talks. And it's really good when you hear someone share something. There's two ways I manage my notes. One is I take notes on just the message in general, and then I also have a separate page that I label at the very top as my actions list. And while I'm listening to people and what they have to say, and I get a nugget, and I'm like, ooh, that's something I need to implement, or ooh, that's something I need to follow up on, or oh, that's something I need to reach out to them about, or ooh, that's a book I need to go read. Whatever, anything that comes to mind for me, it could be anything else around all of that. Whatever pops in your mind, those are the things I write on my actions list. At the end of the event, I go through my entire actions list and I look at what are the things that are going to make the biggest difference for me moving forward starting now. The things that'll move the needle the most, that'll help me grow the fastest. And I star those, or I'll number those in terms of priority. So what are the things that are going to help me move the fastest all the way to things that are going to help me move the slowest, right? Or the things that are going to make the biggest difference all the way down to things that are going to make the littlest difference, the smallest difference, or least difference. And then I take that actions list and I rewrite that actions list in order of those things from highest or biggest difference maker to lowest difference maker, and then immediately start blocking time into my calendar to get to work on those actions, right? Because if we don't put it in our calendar as busy entrepreneurs, we all know it just never gets done, right? So I encourage you to do the same thing. That's why we're going to take a 5-minute break. So we're going to take 5 minutes, go back through your notes, write down your actions on your actions list, and then start to prioritize those actions as the things that you believe, from at least with what you've gotten so far from Jeff, from Damien, from Kyle, from Francisco. What do you believe are going to be the biggest difference makers for you moving forward? Even if you're not a student, I have to imagine that even our CSPs and our full-time, Cutco reps that are watching, people who have families and who are running, other businesses and stuff like that around their Cutco business, people on the realtor program, coordinators, even some of you that are district managers and division managers, I hope that you got something from Kyle's message, even though it was directed towards students, that you can use in your own business to help you be successful. So go write those actions lists down and be back here in 5 minutes, because we're going to get started in 5 minutes right on the dot. And we'll talk to you soon. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that break there. And just as a quick reminder, if you need any time throughout this event to go grab a snack, go to the bathroom, just any sort of a break, you're always welcome to do that. You don't have to wait for the break in the agenda to be able to do that. We will have another break here in a little bit, but not until we've heard from a few more of our speakers. But just want to remind you that you can use the video technology here. Even though this is a live video, you can actually push pause on YouTube Live, and it will pause the live video for you, so you can go do what you need to do and then come back, hit play. Boom, you're off to the races, and it picks up right where you left off. Even though we continue moving forward, the live video will pick up right where you left off and pause it. And then, of course, you can always skip forward to where we're actually at in the event. That all to say, I want to introduce you to our next speaker, and our next speaker is actually Mr. Ray Reed. Ray is a Hall of Fame CSP, consistently selling $300,000 to $400,000 a year. Works with the Florida Coast Division, and Nicole Reed, his wife, is also a top performing CSP. These two combined last year for almost $1 million in sales just for the year, and they both have sold millions of dollars in their career sales combined together. So they're a championship powerhouse couple in this business. They definitely know what it takes to sell Cutco at a really high level. And what I love about Ray is Ray has this master skill set. Anytime I've watched him work, anytime I've heard him teach and train, one of the things that it's very clear he's great at is handling objections with customers. So that is why we've asked Ray to come talk to us today about how he maintains a super high average order, a super high closing ratio, and even at events, a super high sales per day number with his customers. And so Ray does a little bit of everything. He does service events, he does service calls, he does regular events. He works the Epcot event every year in the fall. Like, he kicks butt. And these guys, they know how to work hard and also play hard. They live an amazing lifestyle. And part of the reason is because Ray's really great at understanding how to handle objections, both pre-handling objections early on so that you get less objections in closing, and then also once objections do come up in closing, how to handle those in a productive and strategic way that still results in customers buying today. And many times in customers buying much bigger than they originally planned on or ever planned on at all. So Ray, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you. Get ready to take some great notes because I'm sure you're going to get some amazing nuggets from Ray Reed right now.
Thank you, Josh, for the intro there, sir. Appreciate it. I'm pumped to give you guys this message. This is one of my biggest strengths in my business. I feel like over the years, I've been with Cutco for now 16 plus years, and what's cool is I've been in all different levels or different layers of the business as far as that goes. I was a brand new rep at once, here in Tampa, working off of recommendations and doing some different things there. But I've also transferred multiple different territories. I've been on pink slips, to build businesses in different territories just off of pink slips and zip codes. I won a silver cup in 2008 on recommendations and doing a lot of demos and service calls, but that were recommendation service calls. And, now the last, 3 years or so, 2017, 18, and 19, I've been a top 10 rep in the entire company as far as traditional event sales go. And you know what? The common thread has been for me ever since the very beginning was to master objections. I realized that this is something that you really can't avoid, so you have to get really good at it. And I was always prided myself on being able to handle objections from all different types of customers in all different types of or areas of the business or different times throughout the process, whether that be on the phone, whether that be on the demos, whether that be getting recs or at the booth. Those are things that I've been, have prided myself on and have continued to work on mastering my craft as far as that goes. So, guys, the purpose of my message is really kind of threefold. I want you guys to understand that objections they're coming. Okay, if you do an appointment or if you do a presentation without any objections, you're either getting really lucky and the customer is just going to buy, which very rarely happens, or if the customer is not objecting, they're not very interested. So understand that objections happen. Most people don't make purchases without some type of an objection, whether that's a question or a no or some type of avoidal or stall to giving you an answer. So I want you guys to understand that they're coming. I want you to know how to handle them. And then I want you guys to think about what it would be like had you mastered the main objections that you're going to face on a consistent basis. I'm all about 80-20, and 80% of your results, 80% of your closing efforts that are your increases, at least from what you're doing now on closing and average order, are going to come from 20% of the activities. And I'm going to give you guys a couple things that I think are the main objections that you're going to hear, and a couple things that you guys can do to master that. So if you're watching this, if you're doing this summit, you guys are probably successful, right? You might have a 60% closing ratio, 70% closing ratio, and 80, maybe even a 90% ratio. If you have a 60, 70, 80, or maybe possibly you're on this call and you have lower, maybe you've gone through some tough stretches, I can see that if you master the stuff that I'm going to go over, that you're going to get a 10, 20% bump in your closing percentage. And it's not just about closing percentage. Handling objections is about a higher average order as well. You might be able to take this same system that I'm going to talk about in a little bit and use that to get more recommendations or more appointments, or really to get whatever it is that you want. Maybe that's going out with friends. Maybe that's going on a date with a guy or a gal. That might be just getting more of what you want, whether that's negotiating certain things or negotiating your Cutco sales. So we're going to talk about 3 keys to crushing your objections. I kind of went with a S sounding thing. We're going to talk about the psyche, right? Your mindset. We're going to talk about what I call the screening. And then we're going to talk about the system. So I'm going to dive right in, guys. I don't have a ton of time here, but we're going to talk about the psyche, your mindset, right? The 3 points that I want to talk to you about as far as your mindset and your psyche goes is to commit, to expect, and to understand. So the first point and part of mindset or psyche is to commit. Okay, the first thing that I want you guys to understand is you have to be committed to helping people get Cutco. This might be a conviction thing, it might be a confidence thing, but how committed are you to helping your customers get Cutco, or your potential customers, your prospects get Cutco? Anybody in general get Cutco. You have to be committed to helping them. You have to understand and be convicted enough to have the energy to go through the process of handling objections correctly and helping people make that decision, right? That's what it's about. And then you also not just have to be committed to helping people Cutco, but helping people get Cutco, but you have to be committed to becoming a master at your craft and a master at handling objections. Handling objections is one of those things where, it's something that you could probably, Cutco's so good that you could get by without being great at handling objections and still do above average or average and make good money and have some success. But to be at the top, to be a master, to be at the high flyer, the best person in your division, the best person in your region, so on and so forth, to exceed those levels, you have to become a master at handling objections. So you have to commit to doing the work that it takes to become a master. You have to practice this like you did 9 and 10 at some point in your career to be at the level that you're at right now. You have to master this to make it truly a great return on your investment. And then, guys, you have to commit to having responsibility. Take responsibility not only for your overall results, of course, but take responsibility for the objections that you're getting and how you can or cannot handle them. You'll find one thing that you can do is track the type of objections that you're getting and see which ones you get often. And then I would question yourself, where do those objections come up in your own life? Are you somebody that if you have a spouse or you're in that situation that always has to talk to your spouse before you make a decision? Are you somebody that always has to think about it? Are you somebody that whatever objections you're getting might very well be a reflection of your own objections? So the first step to psyche and mindset is you have to commit. The second step is to expect. True sales professionals look forward to questions and objections because they realize few sales are made without them. So if they don't have questions, like I mentioned before, it's either a really easy sale or they're not interested at all. In fact, your goal should be to draw them out as early as possible. So part of this whole message, we're going to talk about drawing the objections out and eliminating them before you even get to the close. Okay? So before you get to the close, we want to expect them. We want to be completely prepared for them. We want to be, the more that we expect them, the more confident we'll be, the more it will become natural to handle those and to hear those and to understand if somebody doesn't have an objection, they're probably not interested. So an objection is a good sign. In a lot of cases, I like to think of it as a request for more information, or it's a notification to me that I need to explain something a little bit better. And this helps me do that, right? So the first step, commit, second step, expect, and the third step is to understand. Okay, there's a couple things that I want you guys to understand. A lot of times, an objection is not actually an objection, it's just a complaint. So the first rule that I would give you is to never treat a complaint as an objection. What I mean by that is, how many of you guys have a cell phone bill and every time that it increases, you might complain? Or maybe you have a cable bill. Cable bills are the worst right now, right? Where they're outrageously expensive, but you still pay it, right? Or how many of you guys that are in college or still students think that your book prices or your class prices or your tuition is outrageous and you complain about it, but you still pay it? So sometimes when a customer says, "Hey, Ray," get to the end, it's, "Man, that's really expensive," I might just say, "Yeah, you're right, Mr. Jones. I totally agree with you. It is super expensive. But you know what? Cheap things aren't good and good things aren't cheap. So did you like the cherry block or did you like the honey block?" And then move on and close. That's just a complaint until further validated. And we could talk about that in a little bit when we talk about the actual system. So also, would you understand that an objection is a request for more information, like I talked about? So what you want to do here is you want to turn a no, quote unquote, N-O, a no, into quote unquote no, K-N-O-W. Really, it's just them, it's their way of saying, or you're taking them saying no, and you're turning it into knowledge and more information so that they can now make a new decision based on new information or additional information. So understand that objections aren't bad. You should expect them. In fact, they help you close the sale as long as you handle them the right way. So that's the psyche, guys. Commit, expect, and understand. The second part of this is the screening, or the second big key that I have for crushing objections is what I call the screening. And screenings, guys, I took this just dictionary.com. Screenings, as defined on dictionary.com, is undesirable material that has been separated from usable material by means of a screen. So what you want to do here is you want to use the presentation, you want to use rapport, you want to use the phone, you want to use everything before the close as a screen to eliminate any information or eliminate any objections that are not valid by the time you get to the close, right? So this is kind of a little section on how to eliminate objections before the close, and I have about 6 different common objections that you guys are probably hearing. Whether that's at the booth, on appointments, service calls, different things like that. Number one, I don't want to spend too much time on this because really there's probably other messages that are being given that will help you guys with this. There's tons of information on it. But the first objection that you should never hear, if done properly after you close, is that it's too much for the knives. That's a value objection. That either means one of two things in my opinion. Number one, you're seeing an unqualified prospect. So if you're not seeing a HM30 or a Mac, whatever they call them, married, over 30, owns a home, that's, and then obviously that has extra money or whatever. Those are people that you want to be seeing. You want to make sure that you're seeing qualified people that if you did a good job and they liked what you did and you presented, they liked the knives, that they could afford it if they wanted to. So you have to be seeing qualified prospects, right? So the first step to closing is to seeing prospects, not suspects, as Zig Ziglar, I think, or Brian Tracy, noted many years ago. So that's the first step. The second part of the value objection is maybe they are qualified, but you didn't help the customer see the pain in their current situation or the need in their current situation. And of course, the demo is set up that way, whether it's the demo and you're talking about the junk drawer, or it's service calls, and what you guys should be trained on in service calls is to identify opportunities, right? Identify how they use their knives incorrectly, or identify holes in their collection. They have the galley set, but they don't have a knife that's specific for raw meat, or they don't have a Hardy slicer that's specific for heavier duty items, right? So you want to make sure that you're finding a pain or a need, and you won't get the value objection as much, right? There's tons of other information that you can get on this. So that's the first type of objection that you want to eliminate before the close. Other things that you could do there, obviously, is price expectation, stuff like that, but I don't want to get too much into that. So another objection that's common is the spouse objection, right? I need to talk to my husband, or I need to talk to my wife. My favorite way of handling this is to handling it before you ever get to that point. And what I mean by that is on the phone, when you're setting up demos or service calls, I would be asking, just when you ask for the time, hey, when is a good time or not when is a good time? Obviously, you're offering two time. So would 10 a.m. on Wednesday or 2 p.m. on Thursday be better for you and Mr. Jones? Even if you don't have Mr. Jones on your rec list, ask for the appointment for both people, right? That's the first and most simple way. If you go to the appointment and you say, if you get through that point, you write it down and you're talking to either the wife or the husband, you might say, hey, Mrs. Jones, so just real quick before we wrap this up, if you were to see something that you liked, would there be anybody that you would want to be present for the presentation as well? Or you can be more direct if you have some rapport. You can say, hey, Mr. Jones, if you're to see something you like and you wanted to get it, would you want your husband there? Ask that question before, and then you have a chance to redirect and reschedule that appointment to a time that would be better suited for both people there to make a decision, so that you don't waste your time, your customer doesn't waste her time or his time, and you guys can make a decision together. That's going to be the most effective way to do it. On a service call, to set up a service call, you might ask, hey, Mr. Jones, who does most of the cooking? Is it you or your husband? Oh, we both do. Oh, awesome. Well, is Mr. Jones available for that appointment time, or should we look at another one? So this is something that you should be handling up front. Okay? If you don't handle it up front and this objection comes up later on, I don't want to jump too far ahead, but it's all going to come down to two main reasons why customers are not ready to get Cutco regardless. So we'll talk about that in a second. The third objection that I want you to focus on eliminating before the close, and that you might hear a lot, is, oh yeah, that's cool, do your thing, but we're just helping you out, right? That might happen in a demo a lot, or a recommendation. Oh yeah, we're just helping you out. Or if it's a service call, oh, we just thought that you were sharpening our knives. You want to pull that out beforehand. And the way that you do that is by something called pre-framing. Josh is a master at this. We do this at the booth. At the booth, we might say something to a non-Cutco owner that goes like something like this, where it's like, hey, awesome. So Mrs. Jones, what I'll do is I'll give you a quick, 30-second summary on who we are, what we're doing, just to kind of give you an idea. And if you like what you hear, then I'll show you a couple quick cutting demonstrations to kind of show you the way that our different edges work. If you like that, then what I normally do is kind of give you some options, show you some of our different packages that we have here at the booth. And we can kind of, try to see if there's something that fits in your budget that you guys could get today. Does that sound good? Yes. You tell them what's happening, you're asking permission, you're getting checkpoints, right? On a demo, I used to say something like this. It's been a while since I've done a demo, but on the demo, I used to say something like, hey, so Mr. Jones, before I'd share my goals, and then I would say, with all that being said, Mrs. Jones, I definitely don't want you to buy for me just to help me out. Really, all I'm asking for is you to be open-minded to just, to looking at Cutco, to hearing me out. And if you do look at it, open-minded to liking it. And if you like it, open-minded to considering some options to get something today. Is that cool? Some type of pre-framing. We're telling them that what's going to happen. You're setting a buddy of mine in the financial services calls it setting an upfront contract. The contract is saying, hey, you don't have to get anything, but I'm going to show you this. I'm going to show you all the reasons why people love Cutco. And then I'm just asking that you're open-minded to looking at it. And if you look at it and you like it, to considering purchasing this, but not just considering purchasing this, but considering purchasing this today. Is that cool with you? That's the upfront contract that's going to allow you to pre-frame the just helping you out objection, right? So the fourth common objection that you hear that I want you guys to focus on taking care of before you get to the close is, I don't cook a lot. So they don't say I don't cook a lot. First off, you want to ask this as upfront. In rapport, I used to ask, do you guys like to cook? Cook because you have to? How often do you cook? I'm asking those questions. So you if they say they don't cook a lot, they're telling you this up front somewhere, I would first clarify, hey, Mr. Cool, I get it. You don't cook a lot. Is it more because you don't like to cook or just because you don't have time? And then you're going to use this information throughout your presentation. You might not even handle it right there, but you're going to use it when you go into show sets, when you go to show the pieces. You're going to say, hey, I get it. Cutco's, that's totally fine, Mrs. Jones. Cutco's great for everyone. We have small sets for people who don't cook a lot and larger sets for people that do. But the great thing about owning Cutco is when you don't cook a lot, it's actually going to last you way longer. And having a quality set of knives will save you time, money, and energy in the kitchen. You might end up even cooking more. Who knows? So that's another way that you can kind of handle that one at the beginning. If they don't cook a lot, we both know that it doesn't really matter. What they think is not cooking a lot might mean something totally different. When you get to the end, they still might end up with a homemaker, right? And you can pre-frame and preset their perspectives on what is a lot and what is not if you do a good job on your presentation. Another one that you're going to hear, common objection, is I only need a few knives, or I only use a few knives. So how I usually handle this is I used to say, hey, I totally get it. Now, Ms. Jones, correct me if I'm wrong, but usually when a customer tells me that, it's because maybe they only have like a couple of their favorites they use all the time in the kitchen, or the ones that they're used to, that kind of maybe the only two that they keep good care of, they kind of keep sharp. Or maybe they just never been taught how to use the right tool for the right job. So good news is that's what I'm here for. So if you decide that you only need a few knives, that's totally cool with me. But I'd like to show you a couple options really quick that a lot of my clients that also only used a few knives before they had Cutco kind of, really liked. So let me go through this and we'll just see if you can get some value out of these. Is that cool? Boom. Handled most of the time. Now, is it okay to sell somebody a 5-piece set or a 6-piece set that really doesn't use a few knives? Sure. Should you be going for the bigger knives? Absolutely. But one thing that you guys should know is once a person owns Cutco, they're going to love it, and they're going to more than likely add more stuff in the future as long as you did a good job following up and setting that precedent. Another common objection that you're going to get that I want you to handle before the close is I have what I need. This might be a service call, right? Cutco owner or out at the booth. I have what I need. I always say, hey, awesome, Mrs. Jones, your collection is actually great. You're probably right. You probably don't need anything. The cool thing about all of our new products, though, is they're actually designed by customers who also have most of the knives you have, and they actually complement what you own without duplicating any of them. So I'll show them to you real quick, and you never know. You might see some things that you get some good value out of. And then I show them the new knives, and of course, I'm confident enough in my names and uses of new knives that they're going to be convinced that some of those will make sense, right? And then the last objection that I want to talk about before you get to the close, or how to handle, is really not an objection, but it is pulling out the only two objections that we truly get in the Cutco business. So this I want you to write down as the two most important questions to ask before you close or before you ask for the order. When I get done presenting anything to a customer, whether it's a Cutco owner, a set for a customer, I'm going to ask them these two questions. The first question I'm going to ask them is, would you use all these pieces if you had them? maybe not every day, but over the next 20 years, would you use all these pieces if you had them? I want to get a yes there. If I get a no, then you have to go back and clarify which ones, and then re-explain what they're used for. And if you can't, you need to probably try to customize that order, or you'll eventually have to drop down to something smaller that they would use. Okay. Then the second question is, hey, if you guys really wanted to, could you fit this in your budget right now, today? And that would be the monthly payment, right, to whatever set or package that they're looking at. You want to ask those questions before you close, because those are the two main objections. The only two objections that really come down to Cutco is pieces or prices, or packages or prices. So we're in the wrong package, or we're at the wrong price. Okay? So you want to pull those out beforehand. Now, the last part of this message, guys, is what I call the system. And this is the system. You can follow this system. It's basically about a 6-step system that you can follow every single time once you get to this point. Now you're closed, and they've answered both of those questions affirmatively. Yes, they would use your closing on something that they said, yes, I would use all those pieces, and yes, I could fit this in my budget. So the first step is to listen. So an easy way to listen and to prove that you're listening is just to repeat whatever they said as a question. So they said, well, yeah, Ray, you know what? This is awesome. I love them, but I need to think about it. You say, okay, cool. You need to think about it. You say it in a question, and usually that will bring out more clarity on why they need to think about it, right? So that proves that you're listening. The second step is to acknowledge, right? You say, okay, cool. Whatever they say, I understand. I totally understand. I agree. I get it. I can see that. You can use those types of terms. I can see that. Cool. And then the third step, so listen, acknowledge, and then isolate. Isolate. This is where, guys, there's only one true objection. If you don't get that, you'll let customers run you around, the table, basically. But there's only one true objection. So I might ask, okay, cool. So I get that. You don't cook a lot. Totally understand. Is there anything else, by the way, Mrs. Jones? Are there any other concerns that you guys have? And if they say, no, that's pretty much it. We just don't know if we want to make that investment because we don't cook a lot. Okay, then validate it. Okay, cool. So what you're telling me is if you did cook a lot, or if your amount of cooking wasn't the issue, if you did cook a lot, you guys would go ahead and buy this today then, right? And I said, yeah, well, and they might laugh. They're like, yeah, of course I would, but I don't. Okay, cool. So boom, cook a lot maybe is not the best example, but like maybe it's budget, right? I really want this set, but it's out of my budget. Like this is just not something which you should have asked already, right? But it's out of my budget. Okay, cool. Well, do you have any other concerns, or is it just this? Okay, cool. So just so that I'm on the same page with you, Mrs. Jones, if the budget wasn't an issue, you guys would go ahead and buy this today? Okay, awesome. All right. And then you've now validated it once you've asked that, which is the next. So it's listen, acknowledge, isolate, make sure there's no other concerns. If they do say they have the concerns, by the way to handle that is you would ask, okay, so what is the main thing that's holding you back? Is it the budget, or is it the fact that you guys are moving in a couple months? Oh, no, Ray, it's the budget. Okay, perfect. So just so that I'm on the same page with you, if budget wasn't an issue, you would buy this today. Yes. Okay, great. So then you're going to internally, the fifth step is to determine what type of objection it is. Is it a prices or a pieces? By this time, you've asked enough questions. You got it down. It's either the price is too high for now, as the price is a budget, or it's a value issue, right, as far as price goes, or it's too many pieces or not the right pieces, right? So you're internally picking that. And now the sixth step in the system is to adjust and close. So sometimes all you need to do is reassure them and close without dropping down. But sometimes you're going to need to adjust. On pieces, it might be customizing. It might be going back and explaining how they should use those knives or why they would use those knives if they had them. Or it might be dropping down to a smaller set that makes more sense for them. And then I'm going to give you guys a little extra nugget on closing here. what I would ask here, if they've answered all of those questions affirmatively and they've gone through the thing, what's the main thing? It's blank. It's budget, and it's just a little bit, timing's not right. That's what you should be hearing right here, is just timing, or I'm not sure, or whatever. Because if you asked the question about their budget earlier, hey, if you were to do this, if you really wanted to, could you swing it in your budget today? And would you use all these pieces? If they ask that, there should only be a couple things left, right? And the only objections you're going to get is, I need to think about it, or timing, that kind of thing. Or maybe they did if they really wanted to, but maybe they don't want to. Maybe they don't value it that much. They would use all the pieces if they had them. They could afford it, but maybe they just don't value the things that much. That's fine, but that's what you're trying to figure out here. And one easy way to do that is say, so once you're on that package that you're trying to close them on, you say, hey, if they're not buying, right? If they're saying, oh, we'll need to think about it, or can we call you back, or do you have a card, or whatever? Yeah, hey, totally cool. I could totally do that for you. But real quick, just Ms. Jones, on a scale of 1 to 10, just so we're on the same page, 1 being you're definitely not going to do this today, like no matter what, 10 being like you're ready to hand me your credit card, where would you guys say you are? This is going to give you a really good gauge of exactly where they are. If they're at a 9, maybe they do just need a little bit, of time to digest their decision, or the presentation and the products, and maybe you just reassure them by reminding them American made, that you're going to take care of them, that it's awesome, they're going to have it forever, the forever guarantee, the 15-day money back guarantee. But if they're an 8, maybe that just means they just need a little nudge. So you might sweeten the deal just a little bit. Maybe you add a gadget for free, and you got to build that up. If it's a 7, maybe you're sweetening the deal still, but maybe a little bit better than, it might take a pair of shears instead of a peeler. And I'm talking about like on a homemaker, guys. If they're a 6 or below, you should probably just drop down. And I might re-clarify there if you haven't. He's like, hey, so Mr. Jones, if I'm hearing you correct, in fact, Josh has a really good, I'm not even going to go into it because I'm running out of time, but Josh has a really good drop-down formula in his Sales Mastery Formula binder. It's some of the talks that he gives, so you guys should check that out. But it's a really easy and smooth transition to dropping down to something that would fit your customers better. So guys, to recap, you need to first have the right mindset. Expect that customers are going to have objections. Be committed to helping your customers get Cutco, and understand that objections are just giving you more information to help you close the deal. Okay? Understand that you want to get as many objections handled before they come up. Ask as many. Don't close until you're ready to hear a yes, right? Like, don't close until you've had most of those common objections handled during your presentation or your demo. And then the third part of it is the system. Number 1, listen. Number 2, acknowledge. Number 3, isolate. Number 4, validate. Make sure that it's a real concern. Determine if it's prices or pieces is number 5, and then adjust and close. So guys, I hope that helps. I know it's going to help if you guys implement it. One of the biggest differences, though, that I know between good people, or the good and the great, the people that are going to get the best results and the people that are going to get just above average results, is the speed of implementation. So you guys have all heard this same information during my message, during the summit. Go out and get it done and help people make one of the best investments that they'll ever make, obviously, being Cutco. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Ray. Gosh, my biggest takeaways from Ray on that one, I really loved how he kind of broke it down from like beginning to middle to end. And also just the idea of the system. So not only like the objections that we need to anticipate and how to pre-handle those objections so they don't even come up, but also like once we are in closing with a customer, just the idea of expecting that we're going to hear objections and then being prepared with that step-by-step system to handling that once it comes up. Just the whole idea of like clarification and isolation. Money stuff. So hope you use that to your advantage in your upcoming virtual appointments that you're doing in the coming weeks. But then also, once we get back to business as usual and we're out doing demos and service calls and we're out, working events again and all that, I hope that you're using this information to help you sell even more than you normally would to all of your customers moving forward. So let's go ahead and talk about and introduce you to our next speaker. So I'm very excited about our next speaker because this guy is up and comer in the business. I think he's part of the next generation of top performing high level CSPs, selling $300,000-$400,000 a year consistently now. Mr. Brett Kramer from the Northeast region. If you don't know Brett, he's part of the New Jersey Showstoppers team. He does demos, service calls, he works events. I do believe close to, if not more than half of his sales last year came from doing appointments with customers, especially service calls and demos. And we've asked Brett to come in and talk about phone mastery, how to be a master on the phone when it comes to setting appointments and setting your schedule up in a way that aligns with you being able to do the work that you need to do to hit your goals and stay on track for your goals all year long, outside of just working events. And so, especially with the things that we're faced with now, with the challenges of just the virus and the way the business is adapting right now, it's just so important that that we're on the phones with our customers consistently, setting appointments, setting virtual appointments, setting virtual service appointments, getting referrals, just all of that stuff to help us be successful. So I'm very excited to hear from Brett about what he's doing to maintain high-level phone results, even at the level that he's at as a CSP in this business who's consistently working events. So get ready to take some great notes. Remember to write down your nuggets, keep track of your actions list, and we'll go back and prioritize that actions list later today before the event is over. Brett, the floor is yours, my friend.
Thanks, Josh. I really appreciate it. The position that I'm in right now has a lot to do with your training and commitment to service throughout the years with the CSP community. I'm honored to be giving a talk on a national conference about one of the most important topics in our business, actually. Here's about phoning and scheduling mastery. There's so many different ways and approaches to book appointments, but there's no perfect approach. You have to make it authentic. You have to make it your own, whether you're booking a demo, a service call, a customer referral, or any other type of appointment that you're trying to set up. So even though I'm a top CSP as of the last couple of years with what I've been doing with my own business, about half my CPO last year, about 200K out of the 425, still came from in-home service calls, demos, and past customer marketing. So a few things that you have to keep note of. You have to never let events replace the service calls and demos, unless you're at a place in your business where it makes sense for you or allows you to do so. There's people that will just stop doing in-home stuff altogether, that maybe they're not at a point in their business that they can be doing that. Or even if they are, they could have been selling a lot more just by putting a little bit extra work. Just depends where you are personally at your business. But I know with my talk and the audience that I'm talking to right now is more of the reps that, again, have to be doing appointments, service calls, demos, because events are great, but never forget what got you there. Now, phoning is everyone's least favorite part of selling Cutco. At least mine. It's most people's part, because it's hard for people to answer the phone, sometimes hard for people to book. People don't answer phone numbers they don't recognize anymore because it's mostly spam, so you'll run into a lot of these different challenges. So, but it is one of the things that makes you the most money. So it is one of the things that is important for you to always keep doing, whether you're making past customer phone calls, demos, service calls, event leads, company leads, all these different types of appointments. Now, one of the things you have to stay committed to is the commitment to consistency in order to be successful with any type of commission-based sales jobs. So one of the things that I've actually prided myself on, which I actually posted a couple weeks ago, is that I actually just hit over 3 straight years of selling 2K every single week. Now, we think about it, 2K is not that much, obviously in the grand scheme of things, but for every single week, multiple times in a row, with conferences, vacations, personal life, that's just been my commitment to consistency. And the way I do that is by making sure I am phoning or have things in place for when I'm away, so that I can still have some CPO. So when you're on the appointments, another thing is always to make sure to ask for referrals at the end of an appointment, even if it may not be in the area you want to network in. So there can be those diamonds in the rough, but sometimes even as top CSPs, they just might not have time to do the appointments or do the phoning, but it never hurts to have extra leads, because you never know, something like this, just to bring it up, because we're actually in the thick of it, the coronavirus, a lot of events are getting canceled. So what could you do to get your CPO level up? What can you do to make sure that you're still putting in work and not losing money because all of your events have been canceled or postponed? Still have to be able to bring out and dust out the old blue book and get to work. So the more leads that you have, the more phone time and less people you'd have to call multiple times. I know there's been times where I've felt like this, and probably a lot of people also, times where you feel like you're trapped because you're either calling the same leads or calling just a lot of the same people who either haven't gotten a hold of, or people just keep kicking the can down the road. So the more leads you have, the less people you have to call multiple times, and the better you'll feel about your business. And the more people you get to see from the different people that you are calling, the more leads and referrals you get from them. So it's just a snowball effect. So one of the really important things with Cutco and our business in general is that you have to have an activity versus results focus, because the results aren't always going to be there. The activity, if you put the activity in, the law of averages will eventually catch up. So you just have to put the work in no matter what. So when you're making your calls, if you're doing 100 calls and you book 2 in one day, it doesn't mean the next day you won't make 20 calls and book 5 the next. Same thing with your law of averages when selling. If you are selling like a crazy amount, just set after set after set, after all these in-home appointments are at an event, and then all of a sudden just like a ton of no sales or a ton of I'll call you back, or I have to ask my husband, my wife, whatever it might be, just know that you can't get too high on the highs or too low on the lows, just because that's the nature of our job. So when phoning, it's important to have a set schedule of when you're going to phone and for how long. If it's in the calendar, that means it has to get done. If you say you're going to phone, but it's not in the calendar, it's easily dismissible. And I've obviously been a culprit of that as well. We all have. Because phoning is also, again, not the most fun thing to do with our job. We could easily brush it off, go out, watch some TV, and be like, oh, I'll make calls the next day or the next morning. But all of a sudden, you create that habit, and then you don't have those appointments booked that you wanted to, or the number of appointments booked at least. So we learned from day one, even in any sales job, you have to be comfortable with rejection. Day one training teaches you that there will be rejection. You'll be hung up on. You'll be yelled at, take me off your list, not interested. But the more no's you get, the closer you are to the yeses coming down the road. There's been so many times where we feel beat up, broken down, made 100 calls, booked 1 demo. But again, when you have the time that a lot of us do have, because if you're in college and you're on your summer or winter break, what else are you really doing? You're able to make so much more money with Cutco in a few hours of work as opposed to 40 hours on a part-time job. So one of the things that I learned from my manager in 2013, literally one of the first things he ever taught, I was on day 2 training, because that's when we're starting to call our initial names and numbers, is MMC DMD. Some of you probably know this, some of you may have never heard this, but it stands for make more calls, do more demos. That's the only way you would get out of a rut, not just by waiting for it to blow over, it's by actually doing the work. So if you make more calls, you get more appointments, which means you get more leads. This means more sales, more CPO, more revenue, and then you have a better lifestyle. For some of you who've been around long enough, you'll see the top CSPs live great lifestyles because of their continued commitment to the activity from an early stage. There's people that literally work only a few months a year and can still sell 500,000. Or there's people that sell a ton and do it all the time. It just depends on the way you want to live your life, whether it's a family lifestyle, a travel lifestyle, whatever you want to do, but you're not going to get to that point if you don't put in that phoning and have that scheduling consistency. So here's where we get to a little bit more of the fun part, I guess, of the talk, kind of get into a little bit of the meat and potatoes of what it actually means to be booking these appointments. So one of the things with booking appointments that's super important is creating urgency and then also pre-handling objections. Obviously, objections are always going to come up, but the best way to handle them is to handle them even before they're mentioned by the customer or potential customer. So in reality, knives are not top priority in most people's lives. It's your job to make it super important to them and for you at the same time. So the less time that there is, the more urgency. Let's say you're on the phone and it's March, like we are in now, and you're mentioning a yearly goal. Not only does that only come from a point of like sales, like, hey, I'm trying to sell this much, it's just 9 months to get to where you're going. Like, that's not going to get the customer excited about saying yes to you right now. It also makes it seem like you just want their money, you want to use them. Obviously, Cutco is great and everybody should have it, but the way you want to get in to any appointment, whether it's a demo or service call, is just service first. That's always been my motto. I know it's Josh's motto. Service first, sales second, because you'd rather have a friend for life than just a one-time buyer. So like I was saying before, the less time, the more urgency. So an example, trying to hit an appointment goal for the week. Still simple day 1, day 2 training, like you're trying to hit your appointment goal for the week. Not necessarily a sales goal, because the appointment goal is just, hey, I need to sit down with as many people as possible. So it'd be awesome if you had a quick half hour out of your day to help me out. And then obviously when you get there, that's when you go into your sales. But you're just talking about an appointment goal, just people who would take a few minutes out of their day. Another example, when you have a huge push period going on, you're not only letting them know that you're trying to sell a lot because you have a huge push period, but maybe it's also the best time of the year to buy because there's the best deals. So they'll feel like it's a win-win situation because they're getting an awesome deal, but you're also getting closer to your goal with your push period. Now, a lot of you listening to this are probably in school, like I mentioned before. So with your scholarship contest, that is one of the easiest ways to get in-home. And that's why a lot of times Cutco has been so successful at recruiting college kids. It's a great part-time job, but also it makes it easy to get into, obviously, your family and friends. They're going to help you out anyway. For people who are referrals, people appreciate college kids who are working hard. So they will want to help you out here and there. Even if it's like, hey, yeah, I set the appointment just to help them out. I don't know how many times you've probably heard this before, but if you're at an event or you see somebody who's had Cutco for 30 years, I joke around with them and be like, oh yeah, of course you got, like, how'd you get your Cutco? Oh yeah, of course, it was that college kid, right? You probably just wanted to help them out and you realize this is actually really great stuff. And I mean, Ms. Jones, is there anything you've actually been using practically every day for the past 30 years? And it gets them thinking. They're like, you know what? That actually was a really good investment. I'm happy that I did it. And I'm happy that that college kid did come over. And then it's like building rapport at the same time. If you're trying to book them up for a service appointment, be like, hey, yeah, it's your appointment. Your Cutco's due for a sharpening. It's free. So, and if you do say anything new that you like while I'm there, I could definitely help you out. So, one of the main lines for booking your, let's say, college appointments, you don't have to buy anything because I just get credit by sitting down with family and friends and new people I've been introduced to. It's something that I've been working really hard towards with my scholarship. So if you did have a quick half hour and you'd be open to it, I'll be more than happy to come over and show it to you based on your schedule, because I know everybody's busy. I know you might have some kids, you might work full time. And again, that's me pre-handling objections for people saying, oh, I have kids, I don't get home till 5 or 6. But at this point, still in my career, I know some people will just make their own schedules and be super strict with it. But with me, I'm actually somebody who I'll still work around schedules. I'll do evening appointments, I'll do late appointments, I'll do morning appointments, I'll do weekend appointments if I don't have events, because I'm still in growth mode. I'm trying to sell as much as possible so that I can live an even better lifestyle down the road. So one of the things I learned from Josh, actually, if a customer or potential customer is on the fence, like, hey, I even give a free piece of Cutco to anyone who is nice enough to take 30 to 45 minutes out of their day with me. There's no purchase necessary, like I said, because that's how much it means to me. It's like just getting a free piece of Cutco just for having a few minute conversation. You get to see some cool things, cut up some food. And like I said, it's up to you whether you want to buy anything. So I'm going to be in your area on Tuesday afternoon. Would something like 3:30 or 5 p.m. be better for you? And again, just day 1 training, day 2 training, always given the option so that they have to say yes to one of them. Or obviously if they say neither one works, then I'm also going to be in the area on Friday. I have another customer in the area I have an appointment with. So would 1 p.m. or 2:30 be better for you? Cool, let me just mark it down for you. Now, as you're scheduling them into your own calendar, you have to make sure and like pretty much double confirm with the customers. So, Ms. Jones, so can you do me a huge favor? Can you get out your calendar, whether it's on your phone or on your fridge? Just do me a huge favor, since it still is a few days away. Can you just put me in the calendar for Friday at 2:30? Awesome. All right, cool. So I have you marked down for Friday, March blank at 2 p.m. And I will come, I'll show you all the stuff. If there's anything you like, I get you a great deal on it. If not, no problem. But again, it truly means the world to me that you're actually taking a few minutes out of your day because of the scholarship that I'm going after. Now, if anything does happen to come up, please let me know in advance, because of the fact that I'm going to be driving 30 to 45 minutes to you. And there's been times where I've gone and somebody forgot to put in their calendar and I showed up and nobody was there. So I know you wouldn't do that, but I just want to make sure you see where I'm coming from. So again, thanks so much. Did you have any other questions for me before we sign off? Awesome. So that's like a quick little short role play of something along the lines that I would say similar to somebody who I'm booking for a demo or a service call, depending on who I'm speaking to. So one of the other things you could say for pre-handling objections when somebody asks what you're selling. So I know you probably already have a kitchen full of these types of products. Like I said, you don't have to buy anything if you don't like it. Plus, blank, so the person who referred them, thought you'd enjoy seeing something like this, just as she did. You were actually top of the list. That's why I wanted to give you a call first. So I also work around your schedule, so you don't really have to go out of your way. I come at a daytime and a nighttime, whatever works for you. And if it's right in your home, so it's just super convenient also. So I'm going to be in your area on blank. Would blank or blank be better for you? So there's like a few little tips on creating urgency, pre-handling objections, making sure that you're getting into the home or doing whatever you can to try to put you in the best position to be in their kitchen. So we have a student approach versus a non-student approach. So a student approach is a great way to get in the door, but you have to be careful, especially if you are more of a full-time person and not really doing it part-time, because that person who says yes might really be somebody who only look to just look, so you get that $18 per appointment, whatever your base pay is, and not even open to buying. So if you're new, that might be okay, as long as you get referrals. Because we know the worst type of appointment is where you go, it's a no sale and no referrals, because that's actually a complete waste of time for the most part. If at least a no sale, but you get 20 referrals, you know that that was well worth your time. Doesn't pay off for you right there, but down the line it will. So as a student, never underestimate the power of the scholarship contest. There's been so many times where people will say, yeah, I'll sit down, I'm not going to buy anything, and all of a sudden they have a homemaker or a signature or an ultimate set, because people are quick to say no to things that they don't even know is coming. So as a student, they're helping you pretty much, but as a non-student approach, it's you helping them, trying to get them the best kitchen stuff in the world. Now, what I do for people who are unfamiliar with Cutco, or maybe the call came out of the blue, is I really leverage that free piece of Cutco with the non-student approach. It's a free token just for sitting down with me for a few minutes. And most of the time, since I'm good at my job, or we're good at our job, most of the time it's just something you tack onto the order. And if not, we have little promo pieces, whether it's peelers or paring knives from malls, whatever it might be, but it just helps you get in the house that much easier. So when it comes to stat tracking, next little topic, make sure you're using a call log or a queue app to see how efficient you are when phoning. Now, me personally, I know queue is a little bit newer, so I don't personally use it. I still do phone, but not as much as what new reps do because of my event schedule. But it'll make it easier to know how many calls you'll need to make for the appointments that you want to have. Whether it's for a push period, a weekly goal, a monthly goal, campaign, or even year. You have to have those numbers ready so that you know how efficient you're being and how much you need to do for the amount that you want to sell. So the main things to track when you are doing some of your tracking is the number of calls, the appointments booked, pickups, callbacks, no answers, texts, follow-up, all that. That's pretty in-depth, but if you can't do all of them or it's a little too much for all of them, just make sure you get the most important ones, like finding the ratio of appointments per phone call. So that's, if you're not too algebra savvy, it's the appointments booked divided by the total number of calls. So if you booked 5 appointments but made 50 calls, it's 5 over 50, which gets you to 10% booking ratio. Now you could also track the ratio of number of people you've spoken to and converted to appointments. That ratio will always be higher than the previous ratio because not everybody answers the phone call. Just a few things to track to see where you're going to be, what page you're on. You could do it through, like I said, the logs, make an Excel sheet, the queue app, whatever you want to do the most efficient way for you. So there's the different types of leads. I'm running a little bit short on time. I got a few minutes left, so I'm going to kind of run through these pretty quick. So the family and friends leads, they're the easiest to book because of the relationship that's already built. The appointment referrals, they're a little tougher because you have to build rapport quickly on the phone and get to the point. Pro tip is before going into the approach, ask if they have a few seconds to talk. You're going through your whole approach and all of a sudden you find out they're at work or they're driving, and all of a sudden you have to call back. So it just wasted your time and it wasted their time. So pro tip, like I said, ask them if they have a minute or if they're free for a second. Show leads or event leads, they're easier to book because they want to see you. You're coming from a place of service rather than sales, but will still be engaging in both while you're there. Company leads, they're very time consuming because of old phone numbers and disconnected lines, but also can be diamonds in the rough. Last year, I had a Cutco kitchen upgrade from a pink sheet lead. It was awesome. And also, those are coming from a place of service, so they're more likely to say yes if they are in need. Past customer appointments, those are some of my favorite because you already built the trust and relationship with them. You still have to qualify and make sure that they know how the process works. So the main thing to make a point of service calls is that the service is free, but you're required to update them on new packages and programs. If somebody is completely against looking at anything new or buying anything because of XYZ, whether not working right now, holidays, whatever it might be, let them know another time you'll be in the area with a service event, or you could email factory instructions or find a closer rep if possible. because at the end of the day, you still want to deliver top quality service, but without jeopardizing all of your time, because the opportunity cost is huge. If somebody's an hour away from you, because I do appointments that are that far sometimes, if it's quality area or lead that I know could be good, if it's somebody that's not going to buy, you take an hour to get there, 45 minutes to an hour to do the appointment, and an hour back, that's almost 3 hours worth of your time that you could have been phoning or doing other appointments that would have been more CPO generating. So here's another pro tip when scheduling a demo or service call. I learned this from Brandon Brown, who I'm mentoring with last year and this year. Ask if they know anybody who has Cutco that might need sharpened as well. Since you don't come to the area too often, they would appreciate the service. And if they happen to buy at least a small package when we're there, I actually get you a referral gift too. Because that's helping me out, I want to help you out. So again, it's having people be more open, because why wouldn't they want their sister to come over or their friend who has Cutco? It would just be more fun. Oh, and I could get free Cutco too just by having somebody over? That's almost like a no-brainer if it works for the schedules. So it kills two birds with one stone, and it ups your averages. Just last month, I had one of my customers who I knew wasn't a volume buyer. She only bought like 300, but I had a couple of her other friends came over, and wound up selling over 1,000 between all three of them. So my order per person wasn't that high, but it was $1,000 service call as opposed to like a 300 or so. So it just makes sense. It's almost like having like a mini service event in your customer's home, showing more people at once, and it does give you the opportunity to get even more leads at one time. So instead of maybe 5 from one person, if you get 5 from 3 people, not only was that a 200, like did it go from a 300 CPO 5 lead appointment, but from 1,000 appointment, 1,000 CPO to a 15 lead appointment. So it just makes the most sense. So just to recap real quick on some of the things that we were going over, is you have to be efficient at your scheduling. You have to have consistency, your commitment to consistency. You have to have an activity focus versus a results focus, because if you put in the activity, the results will come. You have to create urgency and pre-handle objections at the same time while on the phone, whether it's a demo or a service call or a phone order. Whether it's holidays, create that urgency, whatever you have to do. Being a student versus a non-student approach, make it authentic, make it you. Tracking your stats, and all the different types of leads that we will be trying to book appointments with. Coming from family, friends, appointment referrals, show leads, company leads, past customer appointments. All these different things are super important, and when you mix them all together, that's what gets you your big days, weeks, months, campaigns, and years. So thanks again, Josh, for asking me to host one of these calls. It's been awesome. I hope you guys got a lot of value out of this, and I look forward to helping you guys in the future. If you have any questions, feel free to get my information from Josh, and I'll be more than happy to answer. Thanks, and have a great day.
Thank you, Brett. I really love just the quality information that you shared there. I took some really good notes, and I think the biggest thing that really stuck out for me was just the importance of, using your goals as leverage to create urgency with the client. And then just some really good verbiage on how to do that, some things to expect and some ways to tailor verbiage, whether you're a student or a full-time professional in the business. I feel like, Brett, you shared some really great information on that, and just loved the scenarios, like different types of customers and how to have the different types of conversations with them. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your preparation on that. That was Brett's very first national message that he's ever given. So kudos to you, Brett. Welcome to the national stage, my friend. All right, so now we get to introduce one of my favorite people in Vector. Many of you, if you're in the CSP world, have had the opportunity to get to know her. If you've been on the rep trip, she is the one behind the scenes along with Dana and the rest of the national team, really making sure that our rep trips go off without a hitch and that they're a quality experience. There's so much that happens on a rep trip that doesn't go well behind the scenes that you don't even know about because of the work that Loretta DiTiano does. So Loretta is a driving force for these virtual summits. She's a driving force for our push week that we do every year at a national level for CSPs and reps under 50K. She is, one of the main reasons that the CSP culture is what it is today is because of the energy and the passion that Loretta DiTiano brings to her role on the national team with the Rep Development Department. So I'm going to turn it over to Loretta here, and she's going to actually tell you a little bit more about the upcoming CSP Personal Professional Development Virtual Summit that we have in May, as well as she's going to be announcing and unrolling the National Push Week. So very excited about this and looking forward to hearing how excited you all are about the upcoming Push Week that starts at the end of April, beginning of May here. So Loretta, I'm going to turn it over to you, my friend.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Loretta DiCiano. I am the Rep Development Manager, joining you from beautiful Gibbsboro, New Jersey. Just wanted to take a few moments with you to talk about two specific topics. The number one is the CSP Personal and Professional Development Summit, which is being held on May 27th from 12 p.m. to approximately 5 to 6 p.m. We have so much content, I think we could go for 24 hours. So I just wanted to put it out there that it could run a little bit later than 5 p.m. Second thing I want to talk about is that this is not just for CSPs. Now, I know that that's in the title, so obviously that's what you would think, but there are topics for everybody. There is information for everyone. We're going to have reps on here, CSPs, FSMs, RMs, district managers, division managers. Hopefully our presidents will tune in, our corporate executives in Olean. This is for everyone. This isn't just for one specific group. So I wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. Second thing is, which I think is very positive, there is a fee to register for this event. It is $99, but I wanted to let you know that we've decided to slash the price in half, and we are going to charge $49 for the CSP Summit that's happening in May. So for those of you who have registered, you've already paid your $99, you will be getting a refund of $50. So hopefully that's positive news. Just have to have this thing pay for itself. And we don't want to nickel and dime anyone. We want the masses to get the info. We want everybody to be able to take part in this. So we don't want to, exclude anyone. So all are welcome. Please register. For those of you that already paid, like I said, you'll get your refund. And for those of you that register now in Vector Connect, you will see the $49 price, and you can just register that way, which is also very cool. Number two thing I'm here to talk to you about is the biggest virtual pushes that we've ever done, with over $35,000 in prizes that we're going to give away. It's pretty awesome. We have two different pushes. The first one is for 50K and over, and the second one is for 50K and under. You can see that they're not just geared towards CSPs, they're geared towards everyone. We want everybody to participate. Everybody has a shot at winning. We have the announcement coming out next week. You're going to see basically what you're competing for. So if you would like to participate in the Push Week, the only catch is you have to be registered for the CSP Development Summit that's happening in May. The only way to participate is by registering for that event. If you have any questions about that, you can always contact me, ldciano@cutco.com. Many of you know me. You have my cell phone number. Give me a call, text me, email me. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. The other thing is you must be registered for the CSP Summit by May the 7th. Now, I know that the Push Week is going to run 3 weeks. It's April the 28th through May 18th. Now, you're going to say, well, you're starting the push in April, but I have to register by May. That's right. You still have a week into the push to register. And all of your sales during those sales dates will be participating in the push. So just want to make sure that you know the important dates are May 27th is the CSP Summit. The Push Week kicks off on April the 28th and it ends on May 18th. You must be registered for that event by May the 7th to participate in the push. We will be doing the Push Week live during our CSP Summit. So you'll be watching along with everybody as we do our drawings and do our number one announcements and give away all of our prizes. So it's going to be a really fun thing to do. Hopefully you can do this in a group setting, which is always fun. And if you need anything, I'm here for you. And good luck to everyone. All right, cheers.
All right. Thank you, Loretta. That was awesome. And I'm so excited about the National Push Week. Just so you all know, this is a big time for me every year. And I know for many top CSPs all around the country. And no matter what level you're at in this business, as long as you sign up for the CSP Virtual Summit next month, you can actually compete in that National Push Week. Over $35,000 in prizes, like Loretta talked about. They'll be unrolling the actual prize documents and everything after this event here. So I'm very excited about that. But more importantly, I think, is the fact that this push week is designed for everybody. And, having the fact that the company actually says, hey, we're going to put on 2 push weeks at the same time, one for people over 50K in career sales and one for people under 50K in career sales. I just think that's such a big thing, because that gives everybody the opportunity to win prizes at all levels based on what category you fit into. So those of you that are newer, you're not competing with those at the highest level. And those of you at the highest level, you're not knocking out the opportunity for people at a lower level just because you perform at a higher level than they do. So it's really cool to have that, and I'm so excited about it. I've heard what some of the prizes are, but I haven't personally seen them myself. But what I have heard so far, just what's been leaked through the grapevine, I can tell you is really, really cool and really exciting. So I hope you're excited to see that, and I hope you get signed up for the CSP Virtual Summit because we are currently preparing the speakers for that summit, and I can tell you we've got some amazing messages planned for that. In fact, I was just talking with Seth Kinzer the other day, and Seth was actually one of the top people in the entire country last year in ultimate set sales, and Seth and I were talking about his outline for that message, and he's going to be delivering a message at the CSP Summit on ultimate set sales, like how to level that up. In fact, if you've got a minute here before we jump into the next person, I'll just tell you some of my things that I'm most excited about when it comes to the agenda for that event, because we've already got the agenda set, we've already confirmed all of our speakers, and we're in the process now of working with the speakers on their outlines. So we've got some really, really great topics for that event that I think you all are going to be very, very excited about. And so, Seth Kinzer talking about selling more ultimates. We've got Amy Muller, who's going to be giving a great message after all the feedback we got from the Big Pin Summit on her messages about habits and her message, the different messages that she gave at the Big Pin Summit. It was a no-brainer to ask her to come in and be a part of this. I'm going to be interviewing Brandon Brown about what it takes to sell $1 million in a year. We've got Deanna and Chuck Scortino, 2 of the best in the business when it comes to business planning, giving a great message on how to effectively create a business plan no matter what level you're at in the business. We've got Luciano Pataki, a Silver Cup winner from last year, also talking about what it took for him to go from selling $100,000 a year to selling $500,000 a year. We got Adam Conroy talking about selling $100,000 a year just servicing past customers. We've got John Berghoff giving us a keynote message. Rob Robinchek is going to be giving us the phase 2 of his Business Gift Build-A-Set program training. And then we also have Alicia Anderer talking about work-life balance. And so it's going to be a really, really great event. We also have a special guest wrap-up speaker for you. It's like the agenda is just loaded with quality messages and quality speakers, and they're all working their butts off right now to develop a really great outline for us all for their messages. So I hope you're excited about that. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to transition to our next speaker, and after our next speaker, we're going to take a few minutes and have a quick break. So let me introduce you to our next speaker. We'll go ahead and get her on the horn here, let her deliver her message, and I'm very excited about this. Another brand new speaker to the national stage here, and somebody who's been having a ton of success in her area of the business. So our next speaker is actually Caitlin Ketchum. She's from the Eastern region. And Caitlin, if you don't know a little bit about her, she's actually sold hundreds of thousands of dollars so far for her career. She is a champion in this business, and she's been performing at a really high level as an assistant manager. And so for those of you who are going to be on staff in your offices this summer, you're going to be working your butts off because, after everything that's been going on here this month, and I'm sure how that's going to impact the next month, we're going to be ready to hit the ground running for the summertime, which means our offices should be busy. We're going to be doing everything we possibly can to attract as many quality people into the Vector business as possible to share the Vector opportunity with them. The reality is, with millions of people being laid off work and filing for unemployment this month, and I'm sure what will be next month even bigger, There's going to be a lot of people come, the end of April and May when everything, blows over with this whole coronavirus thing. There's going to be a ton of people out there who are going to be looking for work, and they're going to be quality people, and they're going to need quality work to do. And people are going to be cooped up in their homes for so long, cooking and all that sort of stuff, they're going to realize that they need quality stuff in their kitchen. So that means we're going to have plenty of customers out there ready to make quality investments, and we're going to have plenty of quality people out there ready for a great job that can help them with, meeting the needs of those people. That is a recipe for success, if you ask me. And that means all of our assistant managers are going to be busy in their offices this summer and fall and beyond. And so we wanted to invite Caitlin to come speak to us today about what she's done to be successful at sales as a selling assistant. So Caitlin has been one of the top assistant managers or selling assistant managers in the entire company for multiple years now. And so we asked Caitlin, we said, hey, can you share with everybody what you've learned about what it takes to manage your schedule around the office schedule while also staying busy making phone calls, staying busy doing appointments, field training people, and just making an impact as an AM while also making an impact as a sales rep on your local team. So she's going to be sharing the goods with you about what she's learned over the last few years about what it takes to maintain high-level sales while also working as an assistant manager in your office. So let's go ahead and welcome Caitlin. Get ready to take some great notes. Caitlin, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Hey guys, thank you so much, Josh. I'm so excited to be giving this message on how to sell throughout the summer as an assistant manager, kind of juggle both those positions at once. Hopefully by the end of this talk, you guys are super confident and excited about selling and also being an assistant manager throughout the summer and just the impact that you're going to make on all these representatives' lives that you're going to kind of connect with and meet with throughout the summer. My name's Caitlin Ketchum. I started with Cutco in 2016. I was actually recruited through a Facebook message. I was actually promoted to assistant manager that August and then was running interviews myself by November. So I've pretty much had a role in recruiting and assistant manager in the office pretty much since I started. And so that being said, like I said, I started in June. The following summer, 2016, I branched. We did 220 in Athens, Georgia. I sold about $17,000 for that SC2 push. And then the following 2 summers is where I really got an opportunity to be an assistant in the office or a head AM, and then also sell full-time as well. So during the summer, I am in the office full-time. Then the rest of the year, I do run an interview once a week, but then as a CSP, I do sell full-time as well. So 2018, I did 54,200 CPO during that campaign for the summer, while running about 4 or 5 interviews a week, and then also being in the office. So I had about 2 office days a week for me to be able to do that. 2019, I did 49,000 during the campaign. I was planning my wedding that I had this past fall, and then I did that as well with the same schedule at about 4 or 5 interviews a week. So like I said, I am a CSP. I do sell full-time year-round, but a couple things that I want to talk about and really hit on today that I think will really make a difference going into the summer. And the first point is going to be to plan your summer ahead of time. So if you have a scheduler or planner now, it would be good to go ahead and figure out what your vacations are, when you're going to be out of town, if you have school, the classes that you've got coming up, just so you know ahead of time what your summer is going to look like. I think that that's really important too, because if you are going on a vacation, it's very valuable to earn those days that you're on vacation. That was something that really hit hard for net meeting that we were at a couple weeks ago, or a couple months ago, I guess, was that when you take time off, earn the time off, don't just take the time off. So for example, we were in Paris a couple weeks ago. For that, I had to earn that. So going into that trip, I knew this is what I need to sell, and I need to sell that so that I can go on this trip and not worry, right? I was earning that time that I was taking off. So I do feel like that's really valuable. Having a calendar, I think, is really important. A lot of people like to use the Google Calendar online. I think that that's fine. I do feel like there's a certain accountability that comes with writing your goals down rather than just typing them. If you type them in a Google Calendar, it's pretty easy to just go up, delete it, it's gone. Or if you write it down, it's written. So for example, I use the Passion Planner. I love this planner. I feel like it's very helpful. It sets my day from 6 o'clock in the morning till 10:30 in the evening every 30 minutes. So for example, this is a day in June. So as you can see, I already know exactly how many appointments I'm going to do those days. And I know the day off that I'm going to be taking too. Now, if I don't get the amount of appointments that I need this day, guess what I will be doing on this day? Appointments. Because I have it written down, right? So once it's written down, it's a written form of accountability for me to make sure that I do this. I also have at the bottom, if I do 12 appointments that week and make 10 sales with a $500 average order, that should be a 5K week, right? So that way I know exactly how much income I can expect, and then I also know exactly how much I should sell. I do feel like writing stuff out is so important. Just like your signature is important. If you sign a document, that's important. I feel like writing something down is very important as well. So the next point is to not schedule demos or anything during meetings. So Wednesday night, right, is the typical team meeting time. Don't schedule appointments during that time. You need to protect that time for you to make phone calls. You could be the most incredible and talented sales rep in the entire company, but if you don't have demos or events ahead of you, you're going to sell nothing, right? So protecting that phone time so that you always have appointments ahead of you is so important. Now, it's not just important to have demos ahead of you, but also be there, right? Show your face. As an assistant manager, you have an incredible opportunity to teach and to lead these other representatives, right, that just started. So as an assistant manager, you want to be there. So even if you do have several appointments ahead of you, you need to be there so that you can teach them, you can train them, you can lead by example. Because as an assistant manager, it's your job to lead these people by example, right? They want to be like you because you're awesome. Looking back at my first summer, I even remember the assistant managers that walked in during training and got introduced. It was Shelby Ross, and she walked in and I was like, oh my gosh, I want to be just like her. And I was so impressed and so excited, and I ended up learning so much from her that summer. And so that being said, these representatives that you're going to meet with and connect throughout the summer are going to learn so much from you. So it's so important that you're there and that you have, appointments ahead of you so that you have something to teach these kids as well. Make sure that you're handling the office and selling schedule properly. So the way that you're going to do that well is by, again, having it written out. Maybe not necessarily year round if you don't love having a written schedule, but I do feel like throughout the summer, you should have a written schedule. It gives you the exact time that you're doing appointments. You know exactly your goal for the day. I don't like having a CPO goal for the day. I like having a demo goal for the day. When you have a CPO goal for the day, even if it's crazy high and you're like, hey, I've got 6 appointments today and I want to sell 5K, you're kind of limiting yourself, because what if you sell 3K on your very first appointment? Now in your mind, you're like, oh, well, all I need to do now is sell 2K and I've hit my goal. So setting CPO goals, and that's one thing I learned from Colin Sharp, I think, at NET. He said he doesn't set CPO goals. And that really hit me hard, because I've always been like, it's going to be a 5K day. It's going to be a 10K day. It's going to be a 5 demo day. And then, the CPO is going to come from those demos. But it's so important to have those demos ahead of you. Handling the office and selling schedule. What's great about having a little bit of both is that you never get burnt out. So it's kind of like, as CSPs, what's so cool about our job is that we can do events, we can do service calls, we can do demos. There's Realtor, there are so many different ways that we can sell Cutco. And so what's amazing as an assistant manager is that you get to break up your week a little bit, right? So you're in the office, you're recruiting, you're booking PRs, you're sending messages. But the next day, if you're a little bit tired of doing that, that's fine, because the next day you've got appointments. You're doing appointments all day. And then the next day you're doing appointments all day, but only for half the day because you've got team meeting that evening, right? So you're really breaking up your schedule, so it's not just demo, service call. Like, that's it, that's all you're doing. You're really breaking it up so you have an opportunity to do a little bit of both. So sometimes people may look at it as like, oh my gosh, how am I going to fit it all? you don't have to fit it all in one day. You just fit it all in 1 week, right? As a division manager or as a PSM, they're the ones that handle our schedule. For a assistant manager, all you have to do is follow it. So they're going to let you know what days you need to be in the office and what days you need to be selling. Now, as an assistant manager during non-push weeks, I think it's okay to only have 4 appointments booked. You don't have to have 6, 7 appointments booked on those days. I typically don't book 6 and 7 appointments in a day unless it's a push. And I do book mine an hour and a half apart, as long as they're sort of in the same area, because my service calls are pretty quick. So that being said, it gives you some time, you know, if you want to only do 4 appointments that day and then go to the pool with your friends after, that's fine. Now, push is completely different. That's a whole different story. You need to be maxing your schedule out for the push. But as an assistant manager, 4 is like the minimum you should do on a sales day. And you'll probably have about 4 sales days a week, 1 office day. Currently, my 1 office day a week, Wednesdays, I run an interview at 4:45. I can fit in easily 4 service calls before, and I have time to go grab food and come to the office. So I think saying 4 appointments or service calls is pretty reasonable. That's a pretty part-time situation. That's why I usually recommend, like, during push, you should be pushing for 6 or 7 appointments. So that's kind of how you can think about how you're going to handle the schedule. It's not that hard going into the summer because your division manager will be there to kind of, or district manager will be there to kind of guide you and let you know exactly what days you'll be in the office. And it does split it up, so it does make it, I think personally, it makes it a little bit easier to do both jobs because you're not just doing 1 all week, you're splitting it up. Pushes, that's my favorite thing. Hate them in the moment, love them before and after. Pushes are incredible as an assistant manager. It gives you an amazing opportunity to really be a leader and lead by example. Throughout pushes, we give our assistant managers opportunities to give instructionals throughout the week and instructionals in the mornings. And so assistant managers, this is your time to shine. Like, this is your opportunity to really go all in and go all out. Like I said, there are a couple things for pushes that you really, really want to focus on. The first thing is going to be attending the morning alliance meetings. I know, they suck. Nobody likes getting up at 6, well, some people might, but I don't trust those people. At 6 o'clock in the morning, that's weird. I do not like getting up that early, but it is part of the push process, right? So get up early, get to the morning meetings. There are several reasons why those meetings are so valuable. Not only does it give you the time to get in about 20 to 30 phone calls, which lets you book about 2 or 3 appointments. The reason why that's so valuable is because if you're doing that every day, and side note, I do this every day, non-push. I don't wake up that early, but I do make 20 to 30 calls in the morning so that when it comes to Wednesday and Sunday team meetings, I'm not sitting here thinking, oh my gosh, I have to book 15 appointments tonight. I'm thinking, okay, I have to book 5, right? Because I've been making phone calls a little bit every day. So I don't have to sit here for 4 hours and make phone calls till I get my schedule booked. I sit here for 1 or 2 until my schedule's fully booked, and then I can move on, right, and do something else. So that's why it's so valuable to be at these team meetings or team alliance meetings in the morning, is you're able to do that. Another is the morning instructional. More often than not, for assistant managers, myself included, in the past, you look at these instructionals and you think, I already know this. Why am I getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning to come make phone calls, which I can do from home, and get an instructional with information that I already know? The reason why that's so valuable is because it's like that little angel on your shoulder saying, make sure you eat your vegetables today. It's not necessarily there to teach you stuff you don't know. It's there to remind you of stuff that you should be doing, right? All of this information is probably stuff you know. It's probably stuff a lot of the new representatives were taught in training too. But it's good to be reminded of that. Can you imagine if someone was in your ear before every appointment saying, hey, make sure you talk about flatware. Hey, make sure you talk about cookware. Like how much more flatware and cookware you would sell? You would sell loads more because it's top of mind for you, which means you're going to be telling that to customers all throughout your appointments. So it's so valuable to get that information in the mornings and make sure that you're taking notes on it. What's cool about that is that during SC2, a couple weeks later, SC3, your DVM comes up to your district manager, says, hey, I want you to give a talk tonight, on flatware. And guess what? You pull out your notes, and you've got notes from that morning that you took on the flatware. Even though you already knew it, you took notes. So now you've got information you can now teach people. What's awesome about that is that when you're teaching somebody, it gives you an opportunity to grasp that even more, so that when you are on an appointment telling people about flatware, you're not selling them on the flatware, you're teaching them about the flatware, right? So one thing I like to tell people sometimes during service calls is if I kind of feel like they think I'm being salesy, I'm like, hey, I'm not a salesperson, I'm an educator. I'm here to educate you on why Cutco is better for you. Okay, so if you don't like something, it's okay. Just tell me that you don't like it and we can move on, right? And so that's kind of how I think as assistant managers, you should look at these instructionals. Is this is giving me information to now teach other people, whether it's my customers or whether it's representatives later on in the future or my mentees one day down the road when you're, bigwig CSP and you get to have mentees. You'll be able to have information you can teach them too. So that's awesome. The next one is making sure that you do have about 5 or 6 appointments a day if they're demos during pushes. It's so important that you keep those demo slots booked. During pushes, you really can't have a big gap in the day, because what happens during the gap in the day is if you're anywhere local to your house, you will go home, you'll take a nap, and you'll either cancel the rest of them or you won't be like super hype. If you do accidentally let a demo slip in between those slots as an assistant manager, 2 options: go back to the office, make more phone calls to get other stuff booked up, or what I like to do is just pull over to Starbucks and just make phone calls from there. That's if you don't have them. That really shouldn't happen though, because you should make sure that you create enough phone time that never happens. So making sure that all your phone time is booked up, or that all your demos are booked up. Have a very high CPO goal. So your CPO goal should be your average order with the amount of demos that you can do based on your closing ratio and your cancellation rate. So for example, my goal this year is 50K. I did 26 last year, and the year before that I did 36. So that being said, I should be getting better and better. But this year, I should do 50K based on the amount of information that I've learned, and the amount of demos that I have, and the fact that my average order has grown. I love when people have big push goals, but it's important that your push goal be based off of something, not just say, I want to be like Andy Jonti and sell 100K for the push. That's awesome. How are you going to do that now? Like, how are we going to get that average order up, and how are we going to get that availability in your schedule? Are you going to work Saturdays and Sunday mornings to make sure, based on your average order, you can make that happen, right? So making a very high CPO goal, and then other representatives in the office will look at that and be like, ooh, well, she recruited me and, she's going for 30K, so I want to go for 20. Or something like that. It's going to cause people around you to also, want to gravitate in that direction in which you're going, which is up. Competition. I love competition. Sometimes I try and eat faster than other people just to be like, haha, I beat you. It's really sick. But I am so competitive, it's crazy. And so the competition part is one of my favorite parts of pushes, is just being like, did I win? Did I beat you? Which is really silly, but I love the competition aspect. As an assistant manager, be competitive with each other, right? That's an incredible opportunity. Be competitive with other assistant managers. If there's somebody that you recruited into the business, be competitive with them as well. So when I branched, for all of the people I recruited that summer, it's mostly a big group of like little blonde girls. But it was more of like, hey, I'm going to sell this much this week. can you catch me? And a lot of times they did. But it was incredible being able to say, hey, this is what I'm going to do this week. Can you do that as well, right? So that competition is incredible. Leadership. So having the leadership ability as an assistant manager is such a good opportunity because these kids are looking at you. So whether you are teaching them good habits or bad habits, you are always teaching them something at some point. And so what's really incredible about this opportunity, especially during pushes, is that when you're going through adversity, they're looking at you, right? Embrace that adversity so that when other representatives see that you're going through something, they're like, wow, this is happening. Her car broke down, like whatever, this craziness is going on. She's still professional. She's still classy. She's still staying true to her goal. It's not wavering her. That's incredible. And what's so cool about these pushes is, yes, we get a lot of CPO. Yes, we make a lot of sales and gain customers and connections, and that's great. Obviously, the income opportunity is nice too. But the point of these pushes is to prepare ourselves for who we're going to be in the future, right? Because one day I'm going to have kids. And if I get sick, I hope, but if I get sick and I have the flu and my husband is at work, I don't just get to call out. I don't just get to not be a mom. I still have to do that job as a mom. And so as an assistant manager, you have a big role to play. When this adversity hits, you don't just get to quit. You don't just get to walk away. People are watching you. They're depending on you to be your best and to be better, and so when the adversity hits, how can you really take it higher? How can you be better? That's what's so incredible about this opportunity is someone's always watching you. And sometimes it's a little scary because it's like, I want to complain, I want to be negative, but people don't want to be like negative people. People want to mimic and be like and hang out with positive people, right? So if you're positive and you're pushing through adversity, they're learning that, right? And then later on down the road, when it's time for you to gain mentees as well, they're going to be like, hey, she really or he really, crushed it for SC2 and I learned so much from them and, I want to mentor with them and I want to learn from them and stuff like that. And so during these pushes, if you have a bad day, it's not a bad day, it's a character building day, right? You don't have any no sales, you don't have any canceled orders. And I remember when my manager first told me that, I was like, well, I don't want to be fake. But the thing about it is, I don't need to be telling new representatives if I have a bad day. First of all, now they know that. Second of all, I'm dwelling on that. Why would I want myself to sit here, have a no sale, drive to the office later that evening, and now talk about it or the canceled order with somebody else? Let that emotion hit you, let it run through your body, run its course, and then move on. Because whatever, in a year it's not going to matter anyways. So once that hits, move on, move past the adversity, and teach other people to do the same thing. The last thing that I'm going to talk about is sharing your goal and why it's so important to share your goals with customers. I am a big believer in sharing my goals with customers. My goals at this point aren't things like I want to get a scholarship, I want to do this. My goals with customers right now is that in a couple years, I want to be a mom, right? And so that being said, I'd really like to grow my business so that I'm only seeing people that I know. All my customers, all my past customers. I'd like to keep my business through the same, 1,000 to 1,500 people every year, and do about 200 to 300,000 every year with the same several, customers. So that being said, I do kind of condition my customers to buy every single time I see them. That being said, I couldn't do that if I didn't share my goal. My customers know the names of what I want to name my kids. They know the names of my dogs. They've seen pictures, and so when I'm meeting with customers, it's deeper than a why. It's deeper than just a goal, because I'm sure you've heard so many times, what is your why? But what's incredible about this is that it's not just what is your why, it's what is your goal? Like, what is your mission? And so that's one thing I've been working for the last couple months with Justin Ford, who's my mentor, is what is your mission? Like, not why are you working with Cutco? Why are you working here at all? And so that being said, I think it's so valuable to really dig into customers. It's like, I'm not just working with Cutco because I need to make money or this and that. Is I'm working with Cutco and I'm working at all because, so this is my mission. I'm working here because it allows me to connect with so many different people in a genuine way and help lead them. So whether it's help leading them with buying Cutco, or whether it's helping leading them with, recruiting and stuff like that. My mission is to always helping to lead people so that, my mission is deeper than just why am I working here. And I do feel like that's really valuable to share that with each and every customer, and then to also share that with each and every representative that you come into contact with. Your mission is supposed to be something that is based off of your life and like a gift that you feel like you've been given. So for example, a gift that I feel like I've been given is being able to connect with people. There will be times where I'm in an appointment and without even realizing it, a lady is like crying to me about like her daughter or something like that. And so that being said, that happens quite often where people do cry in appointments with me. And that's because I feel like God's given me a gift to be able to connect with people in a really genuine way. And so that being said, my mission is based off of that. Everybody's gifts are different, so base your gift or base your mission off whatever you feel like that is. And so when you do go to share your goals with customers, it's not necessarily I want you to buy because of this. It's I'm working here because I really want to build a genuine connection with people. One day I want to be a mom, and I'd really like to be able to keep my business, pretty local and pretty close, something like that. And that's not exactly what I say, but that being said, I do feel like it's very valuable with each and every single person that you meet with. Share your goal. It's such a waste to not share your goal with somebody because you want them to know why you're doing it. You don't just want to be a salesperson, because if a salesperson just walked in, made a sale, and then left, like that doesn't really leave an impact, right? As an assistant manager, your job is to leave an impact on these representatives in their lives. As a sales representative and as a CSP, your job is to leave an impact on your customers' lives. So making sure that you're being genuine with each customer, and you don't necessarily have to cry with everybody, but making sure that each encounter that you have, is genuine and is connecting. That's what I've got for you guys. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to talk. I hope you have an amazing summer, and if anybody has any questions, feel free to just text me or call me. Thanks. Have a good day.
All right. Thank you, Caitlin. I appreciate your message and really great tips there, especially on how to manage a schedule. I loved how she pulled up her planner and showed us her schedule and walked us through here's exactly how I do it. She talked about how she breaks down her goals. And I really love the point about just making your goal sharing about the mission, right? You hitting your sales goal, how that's really just about helping you achieve the mission that you're on, above and beyond or outside of the business, right? And the impact that a customer helping you achieve your goals has on your long-term opportunity, and what you're really working towards. Just being tuned into that is such a powerful concept. So, all right, we're going to take a minute here and do another quick break. We're going to take 5 minutes. This is your opportunity to go take a bio break, grab a snack, work on your actions list. Maybe it's time to go look at what it was earlier compared to what it is now and reprioritize a little bit. What are going to be the things that make the biggest difference, the things that make the smallest difference when it comes to moving forward in your results. And take 5 minutes here just to take a breath, take a break, maybe stand up, stretch a little, do some breathing exercises, whatever it takes for you to reset your energy. And then we're going to power through our next 3 speakers, who I am really excited about, these 3 speakers, because they're going to help us wrap up this event extremely strong. So go ahead, just remember to be back here in 5 minutes, and we'll get started and dive right into our next speaker. Okay, I hope you enjoyed your break, and now we're going to dive right into our next speaker. So our next person up on the ranks right now to speak with us today is Mr. Luke Mills. Luke is actually going to be talking about servicing and upgrading Cutco owners. Right now, I mean, the people that we have the ability to connect with the most right now are definitely Cutco owners. He's going to be talking about like the conversation and how to walk people through the conversation in a way that really helps them understand why upgrading is in their best interest, and helps you really understand how to navigate the conversation so that you can really help them see the value in upgrades, and also understand the multiple different types of upgrades that we have to fit any type of budget that a customer has. So I'm very excited to connect with Luke on this. I've learned a lot about this topic from him personally, not only from him teaching it to our coaching groups, but also watching him role play it just between the two of us, and also seeing it work live with customers. Luke has really worked on developing this skill set to a level of mastery, and in a way where it doesn't come across as pushy or salesy or pitchy at all, but in a way where instead it comes across as really of service to the client, the service first, purpose of service mindset, and in a way where clients really understand it and they're very open to it and they're very accepting of it. And even if they can't necessarily do it right now, it's something that they want to do for the future for sure, or something that they work towards doing over the course of 2 or 3 orders. Because he's really a master at building a high level of desire from the customer to want to take advantage of the upgrade program. So I'm very excited to have Luke sharing this with you today. I think he's prepared to deliver a really great message for you, and I recommend you grab out your notebooks and your pens and get ready, because you're going to get a ton of really great money lines and golden nuggets from Luke if he does this if he delivers this anything like he has delivered it in the past. So Luke, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you, buddy.
Hey everybody, and thanks for that awesome introduction, Josh. I'm excited to be here yet again for another exciting year and bring you guys the goods and nuggets in regards to helping you grow your business. A lot of you guys have a couple $1,000 under your belt and listening to this. We've got a couple people going for their FSM promotions, and we've got a couple people on here who are listening that are well over a couple $100,000 in the business. You know, all these messages here today are so exciting and great aspects to grow your business. One of the biggest opportunities that I think is being missed is not just acquiring new customers, but also having the knowledge, the skill set, and the implementation of growing deeper in relationship with your existing clients. And so there is a lot of information out there from previous net meetings, previous summit meetings, things on Vector Connect, and so on, to help you with your service calls and your upgrades. Today, I'm going to be focusing on the 3 aspects that I think that Cutco reps are missing in general that will help you raise your average closing percentage to over 80% and your average order to over $600. And I honestly think that both those percentages could be a lot more, but I'm very comfortable saying at least those percentages if you take good notes, if you apply the information that you learn here. And I can say that confidently because I've been teaching my coaching clients this very information for the last 7+ years and seen each and every one of them that's applied this information duplicate those results quickly, easily, efficiently, and effectively. So make sure to get your pen and paper ready because we're about to bring the goods. If you'd like to have any further information beyond this message, then I have included a couple of YouTube links of some actual training where you can actually see the outline of my personal approach at home with customers as well as at the booth with customers. So make sure to check out the worksheet included for that YouTube information. So with that, without further ado, let's go ahead and get rolling. The number one thing, not the number one at the highest, but just starting at number 1 that I believe that reps are missing the ball on, that they are missing an opportunity to have a better connection with their customers on, to have higher average orders and a larger closing percentage. And it really comes down to this one aspect: not setting the right expectations. Not setting the right expectations. It's important that we set the right expectations, because so many reps just talk to customers like, oh yeah, it's just a sharpening. It's just a sharpening. But it's not just a sharpening. It's really a consultation appointment. It's really an education aspect. It's really an opportunity to have a relationship with your clients. It's to teach them it's not just there to sharpen their knives, but you're there to help keep their knives sharp for years to come, to help them utilize and get the maximum ROI on the very tools that they've already invested in from the Cutco Kitchen, and for you to help identify what tools that they are missing that would help prolong the longevity of their Cutco sharpness and make their lives in the kitchen easier. So, when reps say like, oh, I'm just going to be doing the sharpening, what's the biggest problem? People come over, they sharpen the knives, they try to start selling, and the customer says, whoa, I wasn't planning on buying anything. I wasn't expecting on buying anything. I thought this was just a sharpening. If you've ever felt that, just sends a tinge down the spine, makes you want to just punch something, I know. But here's the thing. We're not the Maytag guy that comes, fix the broken dryer, and then leaves. All right. So in the document that I help provide, I actually show you a couple of the tools that I use to help set the proper expectations with my customers. And one of them is a confirmation text message. And in that text message, we actually call it a Cutco owner consultation and sharpening appointment. One thing that's good here, if you're listening to this right now, is that you might want to change your own expectations of what's happening. It's not a sharpening appointment. Sharpening is just one thing that happens on the appointment. Sharpening from the guarantee is covered from the factory. If I'm going to be going to someone's house, it's because I'm looking to continue doing business with them for a long time. I'm looking to provide value, support, and build a relationship. And that's not going to happen from just sharpening their knives. So this is why I actually refer to these as Cutco owner consultations, where sharpening takes place. Ms. Jones, if you're just looking to get sharpening done, the guarantee is covered by the factory. I'd be happy to email you the step-by-step instructions on how to send them back to the factory and keep the mailman alive. However, if you'd like them to be done here locally, that is a free service that I actually provide as a courtesy to my personal clients. And so here's just what you can expect when I come over to the house. Appointments are about 45 to 60 minutes on average, unless you have a lot of questions that go beyond. We're going to be sharpening both your straight and serrated edges. I can even help you actually with getting items that require factory service back to the factory. Now, as a side note, if you're not going to do that, if you don't know how to do that, don't promise that, but maybe do promise to help them package up their items. I'm also going to share that we're going to be reviewing their Knife 101 and that they are currently using everything that they already have correctly. I'm also going to be promoting that we have some exclusive packages and package offerings that will be available on the appointment. And I really like to drop, plant seeds for upgrades, cookware, flatware, accessories, gadgets, family program, business gifts. And it's really important to me that this is getting in front of my customers' eyes and ears multiple times before I even come over to the house or see them at a service event. And the reason why is because one thing that's never fun is having someone tell you that they have all the Cutco that they need, or that they're done buying Cutco, and yet they don't even know about flatware. They don't know about cookware. They don't know about these other amazing packages, offerings, and so on. In fact, if someone has a Homemaker Plus 8, how much of the entire Cutco product line do they even have? what, 5%, 6%, 10% of the entire Cutco product line. It's my job and it's your job to help them realize that that's really just breaking the seal on the Cutco kitchen product line for them and for all their future gifting. Another tool that I will actually use is also add in a confirmation email. I actually utilize Google Calendar. I highly recommend you use it too. It's as simple as throwing in their email address as an add-on, and they will get not only the text confirmation, but now an email confirmation that will automatically connect to their iCal or to their Google Cal. So just a couple really good strategies there, and all in all, really helping provide the right expectations before we come to the house. Number 2, the key factor that Cutco reps are missing the ball on is having an actual focus and procedure, having an order of operations for servicing customers' knives. If you try and just feel it out, if you try and just go at it, and just kind of go with the flow, you're going to notice that you're never going to see as consistent results as you will with an actual process and procedure. When we started Cutco, we got a training manual, and you follow the training manual. And reps that followed the training manual, had fun, and cut food were the ones who surprisingly sold Cutco. And the reps that tried to reinvent the wheel, go with the flow, were too cool for school, and didn't have a process or procedure, well, a lot of those people aren't here with us today. And if that was you, and you are listening to this right now, I would be willing to wager that it was when you actually followed the process that you actually have seen the best results. Right? Find the master, follow the model. I'm going to share with you my tips on my focus and my order of operations with servicing clients. What are my focuses? I have 3 main focuses. I think 2 of them are on the document here for you. So here's a great opportunity to take a good note. I tell all my customers the first time I sharpen their knives that I have 3 key goals in my relationship with them. Number 1, keep their knife sharper longer. Number 2, make your time in the kitchen easier and better, whether you want to be in there or not. And number 3, knowing that you're going to be adding Cutco onto your own collection or buying it for others as gifts, it's my job to help make that process as easy, efficient, and as price strategic as possible. This main focus justifies when I make professional recommendations based off of their specific cooking style and needs. So how do we find people's specific cooking style and needs? Here are the 3 most important questions to ask at the beginning of every service appointment. And there are many questions that are valuable, like what do you love most about Cutco? How long have you had Cutco? Where did you first get Cutco? And so on and so on. There's a lot of good questions, but these 3 questions will give you everything you need to help a customer feel understood. Now, why do we want customers to feel understood? It's because customers don't need to understand. Customers need to feel understood. Customers don't need to understand. Customers need to feel understood. So what are those 3 questions? Number 1, hey, how often is food prepared in the kitchen? 1 to 2 times a week, 3 to 4 every day? Second question to ask is, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you actually enjoy cooking? And number 3, do you have any cooking preferences or aversions that I should know about? So these are the 3 questions. Again, how often is food prepared in the kitchen? How much do you enjoy cooking? Any food preferences or aversions I should know about? So think about this, right? Well, if you want to sell more upgrades, and you're going to be seeing lots and lots of clients, right? Well, you're going to have clients that you see that love their Cutco, are open to buying more, that cook a lot and have a lot of disposable income. Well, if you don't sell that person an upgrade, there's a problem. But I think we can all agree that someone that fits that category should be a fairly easy upgrade candidate. In fact, this person probably qualifies even more for a kitchen or business gifts or so on, right? So we can all agree with that. Now, is every customer we're going to see like that? No. So you're going to have customers who hate to cook but cook all the time. You're going to have customers that hate to cook and never cook. Customers that love to cook yet rarely, they love to cook and rarely cook, or even customers that love to cook and cook all the time, right? This spectrum is going to help give you the information you need when relating the upgrade to them. Because it's easy to sell that person who loves to cook, cooks all the time, loves Cutco, wants more, and has money. But how do you sell upgrades all the way down the spectrum, all the way to the person who hates to cook and never cooks? It's by making them feel understood. See where I'm going with this? So these 3 questions are going to lead you into understanding someone's cooking style and needs. Why is it important to understand someone's cooking style and needs? It's because by understanding their cooking style and needs, that you will be able to justify why their knives are dull right now, help them better use the items that they've already invested in, and show them the items that you recommend on your professional recommendation that will help keep their entire kitchen set sharper longer and make their time in the kitchen easier and better, whether they want to be in there or not. And lastly, right, the food preferences and versions. It kind of sucks when you're getting down the line of all the knives and you're talking about the butcher knife for meats and the boning knife for meats, and this person tells you, oh, we're actually vegans or vegetarians. And by the way, I've got nothing against those people, and I could probably still sell those knives to vegans or vegetarians because they have some amazing qualities for certain foods. But remember, if you're talking about your items this way and you're the professional, that person is saying, why are they talking about this? I don't even do that. They're not feeling understood, right? So these are clarifying questions, the 3 most important questions to help you help a customer feel understood, justify why their knives are dull right now, how to keep them sharper longer, and the items that are missing that are preventing them from helping both of you accomplish your 2 top priorities. Keep the knife sharper longer, keep the time in the kitchen easier and better. So what is the general order of operations now that we know how to make a customer feel understood? Well, number 1 is to connect with the problem. Well, what's the problem? Well, the problem is a couple of things. Number 1, let's identify why their knives are dull right now. Hey, I love telling customers it makes sense why your knives are dull. Based off of what you told me, this is not the item, the set, the package of tools that I would recommend for you based off of your cooking style, needs, and preferences. Right now, you're telling me that you cook every day and you love cooking, and yet you have a studio plus 4. Imagine that you spent the next rest of your life building an amazing house and you worked on it every day, but you only had 4 tools, like a hammer, a Phillips screwdriver, a flathead screwdriver, and a wrench. Could you eventually build that house? Sure, but what's going to be the problem? It's going to kind of suck. It's going to take a lot longer. It's not very safe. It's actually dangerous. And your tools are going to go into the garbage quickly and easily because they're not being used appropriately. So using the right tool for the right job makes a huge difference in the kitchen. Now, I just use this as an example with you guys. This isn't necessarily something you have to say to a customer, but feel free to use it if you want. But essentially, let's connect with the problem. Hey, it makes sense why your knives are dull right now, right? You told me that you got them 10 years ago from helping out a college kid. Well, I'm so glad that you love your Cutco. But what's happened here is that what we have found is a lot of people that love their Cutco that are now experiencing them doling out quickly. It has to do a lot with the fact that when you bought from the high school college kid, that you were buying to be nice, not because you were buying to get the right tools for your cooking style needs and preferences. So it's my job, since I'm going to be your Cutco guy from now on, that we work together to keep your set sharp as long as possible and make your life in the kitchen as easy as possible. You guys see where we're going with this? So we need to connect with the problem, right? Justify why their knives are dull. Again, if we were to hammer this out here, why are their knives dull? It's probably because they're being used incorrectly, which gives you the opportunity to teach them, add value, right, to how to use them better. It's probably because they didn't buy the right, correct package necessarily first, which now sets you up to be the professional to help correct that, make a game plan to finish their correct set. And number three, that they don't have the appropriate knife collection that fits their specific needs and style of cooking. So those are the three main problems that I talk about with customers, because almost all of those are true, and in most cases, one or two of those at least are going to be true. This now gives us a platform for us to be able to provide even more value for the customer. Next, we're going to go through the customer requested items. Remember, these are items that have been requested by Cutco owners from people just like the customers you're seeing, designed specifically for people like who you're seeing. So a great way to do this, and again, if you want to see more of a better example, make sure to go check out the YouTube link of either me at an event booth or me in a customer's home actually showing you these exact strategies. But leading with a problem solution. Hey, everyone said that they would love our paring knife, but it's really small. It goes dull easily on the cutting board. So what customers wanted was they actually requested the longer paring knife, right? Go through the longer paring knife, hand it over. Can you see how that makes it so much easy for snack foods like apples, potatoes? My wife calls it the strawberry knife. We use it every single day, all the time. It's a great solution for helping you get in and out of the kitchen, keep your knife sharper longer, and make your life easier. Right? Can you see how this becomes a theme, right? Ultimately, what's the goal here? Well, the strategies here are to have a lineup of items in your mind that get you 8 to 10 items, right? 8 to 10 items plus a block plus 4 table knives. Boom, you have an ultimate upgrade right there, right? So how do we get good at this? Well, one, I need an arsenal of items in my mind that I need to go through. I need to know the names and uses of all the knives because I need to connect the customer with the right items that will fit their needs, right? And how do we know which items those are? Well, do your job and be a good listener to their cooking needs and style, and then be good enough to be able to get to 8 to 10 items no matter what. If they already have a cheese knife, make sure to help them get the Santoku cheese knife. If they like to grill and barbecue and they already have a butcher knife and a carving set, those are great, but they're not used very often, and in most cases, the butcher knife is now better used for melons. The carving set, used most of the time a couple times a year. So let's help show them some exciting pieces that are customer requested that are used even more often, including the boning knife, the forks, the Hardy slicer, and maybe even a straight edge Santoku for the long, thin slicing. Again, just some simple, easy examples right then and there. And that doesn't even include the cleaver. That's 5 or 6 pieces. You're halfway there just from someone who likes to grill and barbecue, right? So know your names and have your list in your mind. For a while, I just wrote out a long list of the order of operations that I would like, their names and uses. I practiced this over and over and over. And the whole key goal here, as you're going through new items, is to get to the I like it, I would use it thought with customers. As soon as you can see them smile, not shake their head, then it's time to move on. You want to understand the pace, and this is a good opportunity to pace with the customer. If they're smart and they're with it and they're with you, maybe you need to go a little bit faster. If they're a little bit older and hard of listening, maybe lean in, talk a little bit louder, and go a little bit slower so that we're with each other about how to utilize these items. And now what's really cool is that once they like it and would use it, and you can hit that ba 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 ba, justifying why each piece makes sense, relating it to their personal needs and style of cooking, then by the end, they're thinking, I like that, I would use that. What's cool now is that you show them how the entire package comes together as a package to strategically help them get their to finish their set that they started. That will get them out of the kitchen faster, easier, better, keep their knife sharper, longer. And what's really cool about this is that you need to pace it out so that you prevent them from asking questions. Oh, this one's cool. How much is this one, right? By staying on better pace, with hitting the I like it, I would use it, you can pace it out so much easier, bring it together as a package, works really well. So have an order of items, quick process, be more conceptual, and we're going to move on. A couple tips here. If you have a hard time getting to 10 pieces, then ask them what their 1 or 2 favorite pieces are that they use all the time right now, and just simply double those up in their upgrade. If you're only getting to 5 pieces and they're not connecting with anything, well, do your job and help get them 5 gifts so that they can take advantage of the upgrade price package deal while also taking care of others as well. Now, at the end of all of this, it should make sense. They like it, they would use it. What does it come down to? Can I budget it? And again, if you want to see actual like price positioning, how to ask, those are available in the YouTube videos that you have access to on the worksheet. But ultimately, you're going to hear more yeses because you're connecting with the customers more. Is everyone going to upgrade? No. But the reason why so many people have over a $600 average order following these simple steps is because you've just positioned yourself, hey, Ultimate Upgrade, no problem. Guess what? We can do an Ultimate Builder. Eliminate the 4 they're not going to use anyway. Do it in the Ultimate Block. Do it with 2 or 4 table knives, no big deal. Guess what? You can actually shave off about $400 or $500 right there. That takes it down $100 per month. Are you kidding me? Makes so much sense. Hey, you can't do that? No worries. Here, we could drop it another $100. Just do it down to the signature block upgrade with the 5 tools, 2 table knives, easy breezy. They say no to that? Well then, hey, offer a $700 minimum upgrade. Guess what? You just went from about $1,000 option. You just dropped it down another $300, right? You take the 5 items that are left, throw them in a gourmet block. It now becomes a companion set. Whether they have, it doesn't matter what set that they have. It just makes sense. Worst case scenario, they say no to that. Do a full price 5-piece items with maybe a gadget for free. And as a last drop down, maybe try and do a discounted 5-piece special. Now, a discounted 5-piece special, that's like the 6th drop down. Now they're under $100 per month. And if you've done your job correctly, they should have ended up somewhere else. But now, even like a not great sale is still over 400 CPO. You do 5 appointments, you close 3 or 4 of them, 400. Even if things aren't going great, you sell just that final drop down, 6 drop down every single time. You didn't even close all of them. Guess what? You still had a $1,200 to $1,600 day. Now you can see why, with more people saying yes to the upgrade, more people saying yes to the builder upgrade, signature upgrade, companion upgrade, 5-piece special, while you're easily going to be over $600 almost every single time doing your job, aligning with core values, and helping customers feel understood. With that being said, the reality is you go do 5 appointments in a day, you sell 3 or 4 of them, and it's really easy to see why you can still have a $2,500 day in and day out. It's so exciting. You can do this. I'm going to wrap up with just a couple of questions that I commonly get with how to serve Cutco owners at events. Number one, Cutco owners at events, stop asking when the last time they got sharpening was at events. You're not doing yourself a favor. You're not doing your client a favor. Most of them aren't there to ask you about sharpening unless they come and ask you about sharpening. All you're doing is just accidentally utilizing a very old script from when we tried to collect leads at events, when the reality is that you could actually help that customer more by helping upgrade their set today, because they didn't even have that problem to begin with as far as having their knives go dull, unless they come to you asking for it. So how do we ask for sharpening leads at events? You have a sharpening sign-up sheet out, and you have a lifted sign. It could be anything that just, a whiteboard. It could be one of the clear plastic standers. It could be a race chalker, a chalkboard. And this is where you just have something saying, local free sharpening and an arrow down. You're going to get lots of leads that way. It's going to be awesome. If someone comes up to ask about sharpening, you direct them over to that form, but stop asking about sharpening if they don't come up asking about sharpening, because it only distracts from the sales process. The next thing I get is how to get Cutco owners to your booth when they're already past the point of no return, right? They're already way down the way. They passed your halfway point. Now their back is to you. So my simple tool and strategy here, and you can see it on the worksheet, you have a happy customer sheet out in my line. Hey, would you be nice enough to sign our happy list? We're trying to get to over 1,000 happy customers. And if they go on, well, I guess they just weren't nice enough. But guess what? Most people are, and they will turn back, come back, and now you can engage them. And this is the last thing I'm going to leave you on, and that is how to effectively engage a customer to get to the point you could even try and talk about the new items and the upgrade. Hey, are you familiar with Cutco? Oh, you are? Oh, that's amazing. Awesome. How long have you had them for? 5 years? Well, high five. Oh, and look, you still have all your fingers too. That's an awesome bonus. Stupid, but people like it, right? Well, hey, just so you know, we actually have a lot of new products and exclusive packages specifically for Cutco owners that you haven't seen yet. So if you like, I can give you the quick update of what's new and exciting for Cutco owners just like you that you haven't seen yet. What this does is this piques interest and gains permission, double whammy. Anyone says anything remotely, like, yes, what do you have? Yeah, sure. Yes, please show me. Oh, yes, I already know what I'm looking for. Any form of that, we're having as high as a 70+% closing percentage of that person getting something when they say yes to that point. Why? Because you're doing a better job connecting and relating to your customer, doing a better job helping them feel understood, and a better job identifying the problems that they have with their current set, and that you are committed to helping them now and in the future moving forward. Now, if someone says, no, thank you, I'm not interested, this is still a great opportunity to now have them sign the happy list, be a live testimonial, stay around the booth to be a live testimonial. Now you can actually maybe qualify them for a service call, or maybe even just appreciate and disengage. In fact, I like to tell people, hey, I love that you love your Cutco. In fact, if you see me ever talking to someone, it would be a huge favor to me to come over and share with them what you just shared with me. You have no idea how much it helps. So thank you so much in advance for helping me out with a future customer today. right? You do that 4 or 5 times, now you've got ambassadors going around your event, just coming by, and they can't wait to bring the energy, the excitement, tell these people that are now thinking about a set that you're talking to, doing a demo for, how much they love their Cutco. That person has now helped you make more sales today. So with that being said, I hope you guys got some great value from this. If you have any questions, need any help, please email me at cutcoluke@gmail.com. I hope you have a wonderful day and enjoy the rest of this virtual summit. Talk to you soon. Until later, peace.
Great stuff, Luke. Thank you for sharing. I love the concept of like just knowing your upgrades from start to finish. Like, what is your complete upgrade? What is your builder upgrade? What is your companion upgrade? What is your 5-piece upgrade? Having your prices worked out, your special pricing worked out, and also just having that drop-down progression. It's such a powerful concept. And when you know those things and you've worked those things out for yourself ahead of time, heck, just copy paste the pricing and the upgrades that Luke gave you today. I mean, if you really just want to do it the most efficient way possible, when you know that information, the level of confidence that it exudes to your clients when you just move from one option to the next, it makes a world of difference in their willingness to make a decision on the spot right now and make a decision that they feel comfortable with, because you're comfortable, because you're confident, because you know your numbers, you know your options in and out like the back of your hand. It just makes a world of difference when selling upgrades to your customers. And that's something you can apply no matter what area of the business you work in and no matter what package or program you're trying to talk with and introduce to your clients. Heck, you can do it with business gifts. I mean, if somebody's looking at 500 gifts, you know, hey, when I'm quoting 500 gifts, if they're just not ready to pull the trigger on that right now, well, then it's, I know that from 500 gifts, I go to this many gifts, right? Or I ask this question, and then that tells me to go to this many gifts. And I know based on that many gifts in this package, boom, this is how much it's going to cost them. The level of confidence that shows, it's just like night and day difference in your opportunity to be able to close in a way the customer feels really comfortable with. All right, so let's go ahead and move into our next speaker. And next we're getting to talk to Mrs. Kelly Kinzer, formerly known as Kelly Martins. If you were part of any of our past virtual summits, net meetings, or anything like that, she's been known as Kelly Martins in the past, but she got married this past year to Mr. Seth Kinzer, also a champion in the business. And Kelly Kinzer now is going to be talking with us about selling to past customers. And I'm pretty sure if I know her stats, that her stats last year in 2019, she actually sold more than 50% of what she sold for the year. She sold in past customer business. This woman knows how to create a loyal following from her clients. She also knows how to track information about her clients, how to leverage that information to her advantage, and help maximize her past customers' opportunity to gain value from her by selling them as much as possible anytime that she sees them again in the future. I've worked with her many times. I've had the pleasure of getting to know her really well. She's one of my best friends in the business, and one of the things I really love about Kelly, she's super organized, she's super efficient, and she's very direct. She knows how to pre-frame packages and programs in a way that customers get excited about. She knows how to close and handle objections really effectively, just like Ray taught us earlier. And most importantly, she knows how to build lifelong loyalty from the get-go with her customers. So I highly recommend, if you want to, not only be working hard to get new customers all the time, but also you want to be maintaining lifelong loyalty and earning lifelong loyalty from your clients once they've bought from you the first time, and then converting that loyalty into consistent repeat business. Whether you're doing that now or not, there's always a next level that you can get to, and Kelly Kinzer is going to give you the information on exactly how to get there today. So I highly recommend, whether you've got this piece working for yourself or not, or this is something that you plan on doing in the future, it starts today. It starts right now, and Kelly's going to give you the goods. So make sure you pay attention, take some great notes, and get ready to start adding multiple things to your actions list, because it's going to make a huge difference for your business moving from this point forward. Kelly, the floor is yours, my friend. Let's go ahead and rock this thing out for everybody.
Thanks so much for having me, Josh. I appreciate it. How's it going, guys? Coming at you here from Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's finally starting to warm up here. The snow is finally melting, so we are officially thawing out here. But I am going to talk to you guys today about maximizing your past customer sales. So fun fact, I actually started with Cutco in April of 2010. So this is actually my 10-year anniversary of selling Cutco. So Didn't expect to be here for 10 years. I thought I was just going to have a summer of selling knives and that would be it. Here I am. I've sold $2.1 million worth of Cutco at this point, utilizing multiple parts of our business, shows and events, service calls, demos, realtor program, business gift program, and others. And just to give you an idea of my business, last year I sold $432,000 total, and $239 was my own past customer business. So $432,000 worth of Cutco and $239K was my own past customer business. That's 55% of my business for the year. And order numbers, I actually in 2019, I had 791 orders and 492 of them were past customers. So that's 62% of my total number of orders for the year were from my own past customers. So guys, if you learn how to work with your past customers the right way, if you nurture those relationships, offer great service, if your communication is consistent but not annoying, your past customers quickly become one of the greatest parts of your business. And you can engage with them in so many different ways, at shows and events, at service calls, on the phone, via email, and at service events that you create yourself. And by the way, I know we have like a lot of different people tuning in right now, and everyone is really at a different place in their own business. My business today doesn't look anything like what my business looked like 5, 6, 7 years ago. And that's okay. That's how it's supposed to be. If you're at 50K in career sales, you should not be doing service events for your customers. You should not be paying hundreds of dollars a month for marketing services. But eventually, when your business has grown enough, you should do those things. So just remember that this message is meant to help people at all kinds of different levels. Wherever you are, wherever you're at. If you need clarification on where you're at, just talk to your manager or talk to more experienced reps or CSPs on your team. So how do we engage with our customers? The best way to engage with your past customers is to get them in front of you. You're always going to have the most impact, the most rapport, the most fun, and be able to sell the most when they are standing in front of you. You have the product to show them, you can read their body language, you can make jokes, answer their questions, and handle objections best when they are in front of you. So how do we get them in front of us? If you're working a big show in their area, you'll want to reach out and invite them to come. So if you're offering a service event or service calls in their area, you're going to want to let them know, invite them to come, get them scheduled. And you can do that through phone calls, through text messages, emails, or direct mail like letters or postcards. So if I'm setting up service calls, I would probably call and or text customers to schedule that one-on-one appointment. If I'm working a show, I would send an email and probably send a text message to let them know when the show is happening and invite them to come see me. I'm not going to do that for every show, but if it's a large event in the area, I'm going to send it to the local people or people who've come to see me at that show before. And if it's a really big show, I'll probably send them a postcard or a letter inviting them to come see me there too. So when I do get those customers in front of me, and really in any one of those settings, but my business, mostly, most of my sales come from the events program. I tend to work the shows and the fairs and things like that pretty often. And that's also, I coordinate that program as well, so I'm very involved in it. So that's the example that I'm going to use. So having your own personal past customer walk up to the booth is so much better than even just having a random Cutco owner walk up to you at the booth. You have so much more familiarity with them, and as soon as my customer comes to the booth, I greet them warmly and I have them fill out a drawing slip, because we usually do drawings for free Cutco for our past customers to help drive them to the booth. That's one of the things I put in, like the email or the text message or the letter that I send out. It's just an added value point. You don't have to buy anything, but come in just for stopping by. I'm gonna get you in the drawing for free Cutco. And that allows me to get their name right away for me to look them up in my CRM or in Vector Connect. So hopefully you guys know Vast Action offers a CRM, which basically is a database to keep your clients in, keep notes on them and purchase history and all the things that you want, keeps all of their contact info handy and easy to pull to. So it's great because you can use your CRM to take good notes when they're in front of you and then pull up those notes the next time they're in front of you. So Josh Muller is the master at this. He can pick up a conversation from 4 years ago. Yeah, you guys were just about to take a cruise. How was that? Awesome. Have you done any other cool trips since then? It's so powerful to customers that you took the time to listen to them and ask again about it in the future. And it doesn't matter if you took notes on it or not. They don't care. They care that you took the time to take notes on them. It also means that I can more confidently talk to my customers about the products that they already have and what's next. So Cutco owners at the booth often can't tell you exactly what they have when you see them at a show. And then you have to deal with, well, I think it's this piece, but it looks a little bit bigger, but I don't think it's that one. It's the trimmer, ma'am. We know. No, not that one. Well, then they say like, well, let me go home and just see what I have before I buy anymore. That's a tough one to work with, right? You have to deal with that objection. But I always know what my customers have, and that helps us move past that quickly and confidently because I can look it up and I can tell them exactly what they have. So, customer walks up to the booth, I get them into the drawing, build some rapport, and then I always have a service first mentality. So, I don't go right into sales and new products. I always want to offer help and service first. So, I ask if they are needing any sharpening or service on any of their pieces, and then we get that taken care of right away. Either by signing them up for a service call, signing them up for my next service event, or emailing them the factory instructions to send a piece of broken Cutco back. Next, I get them to gush over how much they love their Cutco. So I always ask, so what do you love most about your Cutco? Which one is your favorite piece? How does your husband like them? What's next on the wish list? So this just puts them in a really positive state, and it just gets their brain juices flowing about how great their Cutco is and how much they love it. I genuinely believe that every one of my customers should have a complete Cutco kitchen from me because our products are just so amazing. And guys, the more I use them at home, the more I fall in love with them. So make sure to always be using your Cutco, your cookware, your flatware, the gadgets. You'll sell them so much more passionately and so much more excitedly when you have them, right? And really, whatever they have at home is just not as good. So I believe that whatever they have at home is not as good as the Cutco they could be having in their house. So most people aren't going to order the whole Cutco kitchen at once. It's nice when they do, and it does happen if you promote it the right way. But most people, it's just not a reality. So it's my job to work on building that Cutco kitchen up for them over time. It's really important to show your customers everything we make when they are in front of you. It's important to ask lots of curiosity questions to see what they could really use and get value from. And it's important to plant seeds for future sales and orders too. I can tell you that the most gut-wrenching thing I hear is when customers who have bought from me for years are like, Cutco makes cookware? Oh my gosh, I had no idea. I just bought a huge set of kitchen crafts 6 months ago. Oh my gosh, seriously? And it still happens, guys. It is not a perfect system, okay? Even when you do all the right things, right? But we can always get better. Right is right now. We can always get better. So that just reminds me to be diligent about making sure that when customers are in front of me, that they know what we make and they know how great it is. So maybe my customer comes up to the booth and I sold her a homemaker 2 years ago, let's say. So pretty early in our conversation, I'm going to throw out something to the tune of, so Mrs. Jones, most people know Cutco for the knives, but a lot of people forget that we aren't actually a knife company. And they'll always kind of pause. They're like, okay. We are a kitchen company. We make all the best products for your whole kitchen, from pots and pans to gadgets to forks and spoons. This is the complete Cutco kitchen. And I'm usually referencing, like, I have the big backdrop that has all the Cutco kitchen stuff on it. So this is the complete Cutco kitchen, which is what most of my clients are working towards. So can I show you what we have going on here at the show? So I've told them, I've planted seeds already and kind of set the framework here that we're more than just knives. They think, oh, I have all the Cutco, I have the homemaker set. You ever meet customers that are like, I have it all. They have a homemaker set. You're like, Mrs. Jones, that's a nice start, right? So I'm telling them, hey, we have so much more than you're even thinking. And then I say, this is the complete Cutco kitchen. This is what most of my clients are working towards. So that puts in their mind, like, this is what people buy, right? Lots of people are getting this. And this is something that takes time. This is something I want to keep building up and adding. I'm not complete until I have this, right? And then I say, can I show what we have going on here at the show? And that just opens them to like, cool, yeah, you can show me. And now I can show them specials and build a wish list and walk them through all the different packages we have. So I typically start with the knives. I want to show them all the pieces that come in the Ultimate that they don't have so that they see a need and see value for having more knives. That way we can upgrade them from a homemaker to an Ultimate. And I'm not going to like go through a whole Ultimate upgrade. That's something for a different talk. But that's just the general kind of, vibe that I'm going with. I'm going to show them the pieces they don't have and show them why there's a need for those. And then I'm going to introduce them and show them other packages so that they know what else we have. And I often ask a lot of questions to kind of introduce other packages and programs, really just to see if it's a good fit and to kind of pique their interest a little bit. So, hey, do you have adult children? That's family program, right? And then I'm going to explain that. Do you happen to own a business or give gifts to clients or employees? Business gift program. If the answer is yes, I can explain that. What's your cookware situation at home like? If they say, oh, I just bought a big set of kitchen crafts 6 months ago, that's not the person that I need to be spending, 10 minutes demoing the cookware to, right? So I'm asking these questions to decide kind of where they're at and what makes sense for me to tell them more. Did you know Cutco made flatware? Tell them about flatware. Who do you know that likes to hunt or fish? So that's kind of like the outdoor knives, where I'm opening up the outdoor package. But usually like a quarter or a third of the time, it's the husband or maybe their son or something like that. I'd say about half the time it's either the husband or the son. So now we're also talking family program, right? We could get gifts for people. Oh, my brother. Oh, my dad. Oh, Father's Day is coming up. Perfect. We can get them a fillet knife. So asking those questions just kind of leads to people thinking about like, oh yeah, my cookware at home isn't great. Oh, I didn't know Cutco made flatware. When did they start doing that? Right? Then we can tell the story of the flatware, because we are asking engaging questions that are getting customers interested in these products. It's not just, oh my gosh, let me tell you about our cookware. It's, oh my gosh, let me tell you about our cookware, but like, what's your cookware situation at home like? Oh, it's not good? Okay, cool. Let me tell you about ours. And now we're filling a need for them, not just like talking at them about the product. And it's not that they're going to get all of these things right now, most of the time, obviously, but we are planting seeds for future sales, which is what's most important. And the absolute master of this, once again, is Mr. Josh Muller himself. I've watched so many customers of his walk up to the booth and be like, Josh, this is the year. Show me your different cookware sets. Or they're like, all right, my daughter's finally engaged. So show me what specials you have on your knife sets for her wedding gift. And it's not because they just dreamed up these things and happened to come buy them from him. It's because Josh has always had a philosophy with his customers. He shows every package to every customer every time. Every package, every customer, every time. And most of his customers that walk up already know we make flatware because he reminds them we make flatware every time they're in front of him. And sometimes it takes 3, 4, 5 times of hearing about it before they actually pull the trigger. So we want to help paint the long-term vision for the Cutco kitchen and for gifts. And after I walk them through the packages, I'm going to try to sell them as much as possible today, right? And then I want to take notes for their future wish list. So the next time they walk up, I'm going to pull out my CRM notes, just like Josh does, and mentioned, yeah, last time we looked at flatware, but you weren't quite ready to pull the trigger. Do you want to see the special we have here at the fair this year? And now I'm going to show them that. Now, guys, good past customer business does not happen by accident. You really need to have the right systems, training, and tools in place to execute it effectively. So I pay Vast Action to send out a content email monthly to all of my customers. And whether you pay somebody to do it or you do it yourself, and that really depends on where you're at in your business, like I mentioned earlier, a content email is really important. It's something that is a huge part of generating more past customer business, because they can't just hear from you when you're at a show and want them to come by. And they can't just hear from you when you're in a push contest, so you're running a big sale. That's the short-term rep. We aren't short-term reps. We're building a business. We are the CEOs of our organization, and we are in this for the long haul. So offering consistent communication, sharing fun recipes and tips on the knives, videos of you using the product, chopping veggies, cooking in the cookware, offering drawings and giveaways to customers, adding value to them and not asking for anything in return. That's what's important. And I do that once a month. So 12 times a year, that's what they're hearing from me. Way more than they're hearing about sales and shows. But we are going to offer sales to our customers. And the best thing is that when you do offer a sale, you'll get a much better response than if you hadn't been sending those content emails. So let your customers know that they can only get these special offers through you. I have a sale twice a year. I do one in like the late April, early May time for the CSP push. And then in like the late November, December time for the holiday sale. And that's still a service that I'm offering them. Cutco isn't paying for part of their order to get them a deal. I am. And I'm giving them a deal for being my personal past customer. And give good service to your customers. When they reach out with questions, respond. When you sell them cookware, send a follow-up email. Check in with how they're liking it or if they need help. When they need sharpening, help them get it, either by going out to their house and doing it yourself, running a service event, or helping them mail the product back to the factory. And send them the step-by-step instructions for how to do that. You don't have to be at their house to help them with that. Just send them the instructions. If you've ever had a customer ask, like, how do I send back knives? Or how do I even box it up? I've had so many customers who've had a broken piece and they just don't know how to send it off. And so it never gets done. And you think like you could just go to the website. But it's just one of those kind of mental sticks. So send them the step-by-step instructions. I can tell you, I got married last year and had to change my name legally. And it was just such a mental block, you know, when you have to deal with like the Social Security office and getting your passport updated and going to the DMV and getting a new driver's license and, you know, TSA pre-check and all these things that are like big, tricky things. And you have to fill out tons of paperwork and have all these documents, you know, to prove that this is your new name. Bring all this stuff in with you. Every time I've ever gone to one of those places, I always don't have everything. So then I have to go back and do it again. It's a whole just cluster and a nightmare. And so I found a service somebody told me about. You pay $99 to them and tell them your updated information, and they literally print out all of the forms for your specific county and your locations, and they have them all pre-filled for you, and they send them to you. And there's a list that says, when you go to the DMV, bring this form. We've already filled it out for you. And also, you're going to need to bring this, 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 and this. And they even tell you what order to do everything in. Hey, when you go to the DMV, it's best to have your passport already updated, so make sure you do that first. It was so helpful, and it was so worth it just because I didn't have to figure it out. Customers love step-by-step instructions. Let's just box it up this way, mail it here, put this inside the box, send it this way, here's how to insure it. That makes it easy for your customers, so that's a huge like service that you're offering to them. And by the way, guys, this is a letter that I got from a customer who has bought 2 knives from me. So she sent me this in the mail. So March of 2020. So this was very recent. I just got this not too long ago. It says, "Dear Kelly, missed seeing you at the Fort Worth Stock Show." I was at the other booth. "It was nice meeting your husband, and congratulations on your marriage. He did a fine job helping me decide on a paring knife and helping my friend get Cutco. Also, thank you for all the emails you send out. I enjoy them all, and the fact that you take the time to keep in touch with all your customers is appreciated. I just love both of my knives. There is nothing quite like quality. Thank you for your thank you note. The best to you, Barbara Rogers." Which, by the way, I send a handwritten thank you card to every customer who buys from me, from a replacement table knife to an ultimate set. You want to create raving fans like this? Add the personal touch. Go the extra mile. Over-deliver. Admit when you made a mistake and pay to fix it. Guys, when you do the right things, customers respond the right way. By being kind to you, by coming up to shows just to say hi simply because they like you, even if they don't need any more Cutco that year. Bringing their friends to the show to buy Cutco from you. Coming up to you at shows with a list of Cutco already written out to purchase because they knew you'd be there. Cooking you dinner when you come to sharpen their knives because they genuinely enjoy your company. By buying Cutco for their friends and family because they want to share it with everyone. Coming up to the booth and selling strangers on why they should not only buy Cutco, but why they should buy it from you. Your business can look like this. And I urge you to start putting the right strategies in place now, even if it's on a smaller scale. Start writing thank you cards to every customer. Start sending out a monthly content email. Start taking notes on your customers' conversations and purchases. Stay on top of your emails and your responses to them. You're human and you're a consumer as well. So think about what kind of a sales rep you would want to work with and give your business to again and again and again. And then be better than that sales rep. Thanks so much, guys. I hope you go out and create raving fans with all of your customers, and have a great day. Excited to see what's next.
Awesome job, Kelly. Really great information. I definitely wasn't expecting her to mention my name as much as she did in that message, but hey, we've learned a lot from each other, and I've learned a lot from Kelly as well. So thank you, Kelly. You are top notch when it comes to really performing in this business, and I love hanging out with you, working with you, and seeing how loyal your customers are to you. It's just obvious that that you know what you're doing when it comes to working with past customers because they love you. So, and the great thing is, everything you're doing is something that everybody else in this business can do themselves as well. So I hope that those of you that are watching today, that are joining us today, that you've hung in with us this far and you're ready to get through this last message. Before we dive into our wrap-up speaker for the day, I just want to give you a couple quick reminders. This will be your last time you're hearing from me today because once our wrap-up speaker is done, the event is over and it's time to get to work. So I just want to give you a couple parting thoughts. Hopefully today, this information has been really helpful for you. I mean, we've talked about virtual demos from a corporate perspective, virtual demos from the #1 manager and trainer on virtual demos. We've talked about phone mastery. We've talked about selling as a student. We've talked about selling as an assistant manager. We've talked about handling objections. We've talked about increasing your average order. We've talked about working with past customers, servicing and upgrading Cutco owners. We've run the gamut in terms of topics today, and hopefully you've gotten multiple nuggets that can help you take your business to the next level. So what do you have to do next? Well, you know, there's two schools of thought. Some people will leave this meeting today feeling like, wow, I got a ton of notes. I have a whole notebook full of notes. I'm so overwhelmed. I don't even know where to start. And they're going to leave it at that. They're going to allow that overwhelm to create pressure, and that pressure is going to, you know, push them away from actually taking action. So then there's another group of people, and I hope that you watching right now, that you're part of this group of people, because this is the group of people that are going to leverage this information to their advantage and help it increase their sales, use it to increase their income, use it to create more of the business and more of the lifestyle that they ultimately want to experience when it comes to this great opportunity that we have as a company. And those are the people who are going to look at their notes and review their notes and say, okay, from these notes, what are the biggest golden nuggets? What are the things that are going to move the needle the most with my results the most? What are the things that are going to make the biggest impact on my business in a positive way the most? What are those things? They're going to identify those things, circle those things, highlight those things, put gold stars on those things. They're going to put those things on a list. They're going to take that list and they're going to look at it through the lens of what's going to make the biggest difference immediately, all the way to the things that are going to make the smallest difference and maybe take the longest to get working for them. And then they're going to reprioritize that list. And then those people are going to go out and they're going to take the top 2 or 3 things from that list and they're going to plug them into their calendar. They're going to block time for them today, tomorrow, next week, next month. They're going to be the people who go review those things, implement those things, work on those things, not just to try them out, but work on them and work on them and work on them, implement them over and over and over again until they get them working, because that's what champions do. We're not sharing anything with you today that is theory or that is testing or that is something that might work if people try it. We're sharing with you things today that are the things that people have already proven can work. The things that people are already doing and getting high-level championship results from. We know this stuff works. Now you just have to get to work. And so when you implement it, if it doesn't work at first, that's okay. Keep implementing it because it will work. If someone else can do it, you can do it too. You just have to do the work to figure it out, and once you figure it out, you'll be glad that you did. So no matter what happens leaving this event, Get to work on your actions list right away. Block the time and go get to work on implementing the things that you learned today. And whether they work or not, keep implementing them, keep working on them until they do work for you. Once you've gotten those top two or three things working for you, stay committed to keeping those things as a part of your business in the weeks and months ahead, and then come back, review your notes again, look at the actions list, and pick out the next 2 to 3 things. If you're an overachiever, go for it, right? Like, imagine getting 5, 6, 7 things working in your business from this point forward between now and the end of the year. You're going to destroy your goals. You're going to be performing at the next level like no other. You're going to weather this storm that we're facing with the global pandemic right now in a way that other people won't be able to weather, or other people choose not to weather it through or as. So, you got to get out there and get to work. You have to have faith that you can make it through this. You have to have faith that you're willing. You have to have commitment to doing the work and pushing through the challenges. You have to have faith that if you commit and implement at the highest level over the long haul, this stuff will eventually click and start working for you. And you have to have faith that we will get through this together as a family, and you will come out the other side better because of it. So the reality is here that while we're facing tough times, we're not in it alone. We're doing this together. One of the things I love about this business, and one of the reasons I've committed almost 20 years of my life to it, day in and day out, 40 to 80 hours a week, every single week, for years on end, is because I love the family we've created. This business really is a business of, people who are not related, but who are still family. We're in this business together. We're in business for ourselves, but we're not in business by ourselves. And I think that that's been proven through many of the decisions that our leaders and owners have made to align with supporting the community of managers and reps and supporting all of our staff in Olean. I think that's been proven in the way that multiple high-level CSPs and FSMs have shown up, in the way that in the way those people have shown up to teach and train and share with people what they're doing to adapt and pivot and really stay busy during this time themselves in their own businesses. And I think it's really shown mostly in the way that our managers and our reps have shown up all around North America to take on this pandemic with full force, to not allow it to demotivate them, to not allow it to, cause them to quit, but instead allow it to inspire them to keep working, inspire them to adapt, inspire them to grow themselves personally and professionally, and inspire themselves to stay at work and continue serving customers at the highest level. I think about Patton Sides, who, is saying to his customers, hey, listen, everyone I know wants to do everything they can to support local businesses and help us continue keeping our economy alive. And as a result, his customers are saying, yes, I do want to support local businesses. Yes, I do. It is my responsibility to help keep our economy alive. So just because we can't get together face to face right now, or just because you can't come see me at an event right now, doesn't mean we can't still help each other out. I think about Matt Foss, who's out there and, said, hey, I'm not going to let this thing get in my way. And he went out and he crushed, and set up 25 service calls with his past customers in Arizona in a matter of a day, right? And in 24 hours, right? He just changed his plans, changed his schedule, and sent out some marketing, and boom, his customers, came to help. His customers showed up and said, hey, I'll have you come out and see me, or hey, I'll come see you at a service event. Now, whether or not those are still things we're able to do in the days and weeks to come is yet to be seen. But what's important is that we're doing what we can now while it's still available to us. The menu might change as the ingredients come in and out of season in the coming days and weeks. But what's important is that we're leveraging the ingredients that we have right now to create the perfect dish for our customers, and that we're offering that to people. And while some people may not want to take advantage of it because they don't like that ingredient, that's okay. I'm not trying to convince everybody to work with me right now. I'm just trying to find the people who are willing to work with me in the capacity I have available for them right now, and then go out and work with those people and take care of those people and serve those people at the highest level, whether they're referrals, whether they're new customers, or whether they're referrals or past customers, whether they're new customers or Cutco owners, whether I'm providing service or I'm providing, an introduction to Cutco, whether I'm doing it virtually or I'm doing it face to face. What's important is that we're being responsible. We're staying healthy. We're following the guidelines that are being suggested to us by the government and by our local communities, and that we're keeping safety as our top priority, but we're also maintaining a high level of service and showing up for our customers at this time. So we've got this, everybody. We can make this happen. And so with that, I want to introduce you to our wrap-up speaker for the day. And I'm so excited. Remember to get out there, work on your actions list. Remember to stay positive and have faith. Remember to pivot and adapt in a way that makes sense and in a way that still maintains the highest level of service to our clients. And remember to do whatever this guy tells you to do. Drew Frank is arguably the best manager we've ever had in the history of our company. He has more silver cups, I believe, than anybody else in the history of the company. 22 silver cups personally, as an office, as a district manager, as a division manager. He's built one of the biggest dynasties in the history of the company. And this guy knows what it takes to be a champion. And so I don't really have to give him any introduction. If you don't know who Drew Frank is, talk to your manager. They'll tell you who he is. He's won all the trips. He's, regionally and divisionally and nationally. He's hosted many trips for his division. He works with some of the top reps in the history of the company, Curtis JQs, Robert Danbury, Tui JQs, Tanya Starkle, and the list just goes on and on and on. And I'm sure he'll talk about them because he always talks about his people on his team and shines on them. And he knows what it takes to not only be a champion himself, but also how to build a championship team, and more importantly, how to show up as a champion in difficult times. And so that's why we've asked him to come speak with us today, wrap up this event with us today. Based on the schedule and what Drew was able to do and not able to do, he wasn't available to be here with us live today, so we asked him to record this message. So he actually pre-recorded this message and sent it to us so that he could still fit it into his busy schedule, but also still give us the best goods he possibly could on what it takes to be a champion. And so I recommend you get out your notebooks and your pens right now and that you get ready to take some awesome notes because Drew's got some really great stuff to share with us. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Drew Frank, and after his message is done, this event will be concluded. So get out there, have fun. Remember to stay humble, stay hungry, and stay focused, and keep working towards your goals because you can accomplish anything, even during difficult times when you stay committed and focused. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to Drew.
All right. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate the introduction. I guess I want to start off with a couple things. First, it's incredibly difficult to follow John Berghoff, so I will do my best. And what a lineup of speakers on the agenda. I hope this has been a fulfilling and rewarding use of your time, and everybody's gotten a ton out of this event. I appreciate the Cutco community for allowing me to wrap up your event tonight. I do want to say that I recorded this message about a week and a half prior to the date of the virtual summit. And I want to recognize that the coronavirus pandemic is going on, and I'm not sure exactly where we're going to be community-wise, nationwide, by the time the virtual summit happens. So I do want to respect and realize that, everybody is in a different position, and, health-wise, family-wise, community-wise, work-wise, everybody is impacted in some way, some more than others. And I want to recognize that. And I hope that me trying to give a motivational, inspiring message to wrap up this event is not insensitive in any way, but I'm so passionate about some of the things that I want to share and some of the things that Josh asked me to convey to the group that I think it's important regardless of the situation that we're in. And I think about the 17 years that I've been in Cutco, and I've seen challenging times, nothing quite like this, but I've seen recessions in life and business. I've seen events, I've seen wars, I've seen things that have changed the economy and changed the landscape of our business several times. And what I've known and what I know for a fact is that Vector people respond well to any situation. And I am so happy and so thankful that I'm Vector trained because I've learned to control what I can control. And most importantly is control my emotions, control my mentality, and control my choices moving forward. I've learned to not harp on the past or harp on the things that are not within my control. I've learned learned to find positives out of any situations. I've learned how to look for and search for solutions, even if there are none visible to the everyday person. I've also learned to never make excuses. I was mentally and emotionally capable to handle any situation. And I know that we together as a community, as a Cutco family, will get through whatever hurdles are thrown our way during this time. Life is about how you respond to challenge. I remember 2009 being one of my best years as a manager and one of the best years for our reps. You know, Curtis Jacques, I think, took down almost every national record that year, and that was after the 2008 recession. I remember the New Orleans office breaking records after Katrina. I remember the New York City office breaking records after 9/11. And it's unbelievable what happens when people and community come together in times of challenge, because it's about how you respond to uncertainty, how you respond to the fear and anxiety that could be presented to you. You know, I think it's important to myself. I think it's important to all of us how we respond because it's important to the future version of ourselves. It's to the future version of me that others look up to, and it's also the future version of me that I look at myself and I look up to. You know, how do I deal in times of challenge or uncertainty? And experiencing challenge is important. It's important for growth. It's important for development. It's important to build experience for the future. Life is always going to present hurdles, and it's important to understand that you always have a choice in how you react. It makes me appreciate Cutco even more. We've got an unbelievable product that I've been proud to stand behind for 17 years, something that people are using every day, now more than ever, cooking at home, using a quality product that's American-made, 100% sanitary, and something that's going to pay back time and time again, and something that's a great investment over time. You know, I think about the economy and the toll that has been taken just recently, and you know, myself included, heavily invested. But again, I can control what I can control. And something else I realize is that my normal expenses and the normal way that I live my life is not going to be changed based on my long-term investments, my 401k. I've never paid for, my everyday bills with my retirement money. And even though that's scary right now to look at, it's definitely not what people are spending their Cutco money on. And I've always found that when the economy is tough, we seem to have our biggest summers, our biggest years, our biggest averages with Cutco, because it's a product that withstands and it is isolated from economy imbalances. And we don't want to celebrate things like that and you know, when others are affected negative way, but certainly our product is isolated and insulated from the economy being in a dip. I also think that just the opportunity to have control. You know, I love that our business allows us to work when we want, how we want, whenever we want, and how much we want. And no matter the situation, no matter the time of year, we can always choose to work when we want. And we always have the ability to course correct and navigate a little bit and change how we see fit. So I love this business. I love everything that Cutco and Vector represents. And I'm proud to be here for 17 years and excited about what the future is going to bring. You know, in those 17 years, I have seen champions in the business at all levels. You know, reps and managers, and I've been through some exciting times, and I've been through a lot of those championship experiences, and worked with those people myself. You know, what makes a Brandon Brown? What makes a Curtis Jacques? What makes a Deanna Scortino? What makes a Josh Muller? What makes champions in our business, and what separates somebody from good to great? You know, everybody starts from the same place. Everybody has a sample kit, a piece of rope, pair of super shears, right? We all start in the same place. So what is the difference? You know, you might look at me and you say, well, tell us, Drew, you're in that position. And I understand, and I recognize and respect my position in the company and the history and the success that I've been a part of. But I remember my first training. I remember, of course, my first training. I was trained once. I remember my training. I remember my interview. I remember my voice cracking the first time I said something in training because I was so nervous. And then I remember sweating and dripping, just pouring sweat in Cherry Hill, New Jersey in summer of 2003 because I was nervous that I was going to get kicked out of training because I was unconfident and couldn't read my manual out loud. And that was my first experience in Cutco. And we all come from the same place. And I recognize that I am a division manager in the position I am now, but we all have the same opportunity. We all have the same choice. So I want to talk about things tonight that makes a difference between those who make it from good to great, and especially in the Cutco business. if you're going to do something, you might as well be great at it. Life is too short. I always tell my reps, life is too short to suck at anything. So it doesn't matter what you do, whether it is doing something with work or school or sports or relationship, you might as well be good at it. And you've got one chance at it. And whatever it is, life is short, and everybody has experienced different things and pain on different level. But at some point you realize that you have one chance, one opportunity, and life is worth taking advantage of. And this business is a great opportunity to practice that. There are no negatives. There is no failing in Cutco. And all it does is prepare us for life and give us unlimited potential positives in our life. Whatever you want for yourself in your life is possible, and whatever you want for yourself in this business is possible. I want you to realize that biologically, we are all the same. We're just people who came from people. Literally, we all just came from between two legs. And we're just people who came from people. So we all have the same opportunity. We all have the same human potential. It's our environment and our experiences that shape us. Everything you believe about your life and the world around you has been shaped by your experience, your family, your school, your neighborhoods, your friends, places you've been, your social media feed. Our limitations are created by ourselves and others. Think about this. We follow the law, and the law is written down. It's a set of rules on paper. So we follow that because it's a set of rules and we know we have to follow it. Think about the rules you've made up for yourself in your head. Think about the constant loop of self-talk, which is on auto repeat, and that is screaming at you a lot louder than a set of physical rules. We avoid going after our goals and our dreams more so because of the set of rules in our head than we avoid going after and doing crimes because of the set of rules on paper. And that is an absolute fact and a reality. So many people are too scared to do what they want because they tell themselves that they can't do it. They're not good enough. They're not strong enough. They're not talented enough. They're not from the right area. They didn't have the right experience. The woe is me, whatever it is. And it might be legitimate reasons. It might be specific limitations, but you know what? We are all biologically the same with the same opportunity. And in Cutco, we got a sample kit, we got an opportunity, and we have the ability to choose our direction. And everybody has that. And so no matter where your business is right now, you're in the perfect place to make a choice of how you want your future to go. How often do we step back and study our life and self-assess? How often do we say, is this the optimal way of acting, of thinking, of operating, my habits, my thoughts, my emotions? How often do we step back and self-assess? Or do we keep doing things just the way that they've always been done because that's the way it is? Well, I look at human beings and we're people who come from people. So everything has the opportunity to improve. Everything is inherently infallible, and people are inherently infallible. So all the lessons and all the experiences and all the people who told you, you can be this, or you can do this, or you shouldn't try for that, or you shouldn't go after that, or it's going to be a waste of your time. Those are all people who came from people too. So go out and figure it out for yourself and figure out how good you can be and what your potential is. And I've learned in Cutco that you could do a lot of great things, and it proves to you how great you can be in the future. Because again, it's not just this business, it's how you're going to be after Cutco. It's how you're going to be simultaneously in other areas of your life because of Cutco. How you do something is how you do everything. And Cutco trained me to think a certain way and to act a certain way. And it wasn't just myself, it's thousands and thousands of others. And I want to share tonight a few lessons that I've learned along the way and a few focuses and philosophies that I have that I think might shed some light on what makes a difference between good and great in Cutco. I think too many people listen to the bogus limiting beliefs that they have in their head and they carry along with them. Your unconscious brain can be as dangerous as it is helpful. We can drive home without paying attention and we can say, wow, I didn't even know where I was going, and now I'm in my driveway, I'm in my parking space. But how much does our unconscious brain also hold us back without us even realizing? And that's what I want to talk about a little bit tonight. Anything you want in your life and your business is possible. There's no restriction to what you're capable of in this life. Anyone who tells you otherwise doesn't deserve to be in your life. And I love that in Cutco, everybody has the same opportunity. I love that no matter who you are, what office you're in, what computer screen or TV monitor you're looking at right now, anybody on this call, anybody tuning in can be great if they choose to. And one of my early mentors said, hey, as long as you just keep working hard and you keep fighting and you never quit, you're going to end up on top. And that advice, that laughed at it at the time, but it was pretty good advice. Just keep showing up. My assistant division manager, Kevin Barth, he just says, just show up. Just show up and good things happen. And he's proven that within his organization and to himself over many years. I want to talk about work ethic. I want to talk about goals. I want to talk about habits, progress, and emotions. We're going to talk about work ethic, goals, habits, progress, and emotions. Let's start with work ethic. Whenever you work for yourself, and especially in Cutco, realize that you are the boss and the employee at the same time. That is the most difficult thing to do. And when people say, oh, working for yourself is easy because you get to choose when you work and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it is easy as long as you're really good at being a boss and employee at the same time. But the problem is sometimes you're too good at being the employee and you say, F you boss. And sometimes you're too good at being the boss and you say, you're fired employee. So you end up doing nothing. And a lot of people end up quitting their goals and quitting on their objectives for the week because they don't know how to balance being a boss and employee at the same time. So when you think about, am I a better employee or am I a better boss? And sometimes you have to go back and forth, and sometimes you have to be a better boss and sometimes you have to be a better employee, but you have to learn how to work with yourself better. So how do you do that? How do you become a great boss and employee at the same time? Well, you have to coach yourself and you have to listen. You have to know what advice to give and you also have to take it. And it's hard because you have to be good at both. So a couple thoughts on it. First, is you have to grind. You have to be willing and you have to be prepared to grind. When people tell me, ask me, give me some advice on work ethic or how to hit your goals, I just say there's no shortcuts. I remember being, 21, 22 years old, right out of college, opened up my first office, my district office for Cutco. And it was just 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, no excuses. And I told myself, and I told all my competitors too, that nobody was going to outwork me and nobody was going to put in more time, more effort, more preparation. And it wasn't just spending, idle time. I was really doing stuff. I was value-added activities nonstop. And it was so fulfilling. It was so rewarding. I never ran out of energy because I knew that I was building something great for the future. And that's something that's important. When you do something you love and you're passionate about what you do, it never feels like work. So whether you're putting in 6 hours or 8 hours or 10 hours or 14 hours in a day, if you're doing that, it's going to feel rewarding. I read a great book by Matthew Kelly called Off Balance, and it talks about how your life is your life. And it doesn't matter, how much time you spend in work versus social versus family versus playtime. Your life is your life. And as long as it's fulfilling and rewarding, well, that's leading a great life. And it's not about the amount of time spent in things. So I loved what I did. I was passionate about what I was building. It was mine. And I loved owning my business because every minute of time I put was building my current business, but also building my future business. So I was the grinder. I was so passionate about what I was doing. It was important to me because I was the CEO, COO, and the CFO of my own business. I realized that there were no magic tricks. There were no time savers, no shortcuts. Those didn't work. I thought about what is a hard days of work, because when I worked hard and I built that foundation in my 20s, everything became so easy. There was never a challenge. There's never been an obstacle that I've been overwhelmed by, whether it's, physical challenges, and I've competed in Ironman competitions, and whether it's mental challenges, going through difficult times or helping other people through difficult times, or just, situations that we're going through now. I don't feel overwhelmed in situations because I learned through Cutco and through Vector how to put in a hard day's work. And I know how to empty the gas tank and find that extra 10% or 20%, whether it was push weeks or those, the long phone jams, booking my schedule, or committing to a goal and not stopping until I hit it. Those lessons held with me, and those will be with me for the rest of my life. I feel like some people feel like they deserve, I deserve more time off. I deserve more vacation. I deserve shorter days. I deserve an assistant. I deserve more contests. I deserve more than whatever it is. You're a ball of energy walking around a rock floating in space. You deserve nothing. I deserve nothing. There is no room for complaining. We have the ability to choose our future and choose how we lead our lives. You think about, what life was like a couple thousand years ago, what life was like a couple hundred years ago. We have it pretty good. I know we have some difficult things. We have challenges that we face, but overall, we don't deserve anything, and we should be appreciative of everything we have. And that's the opportunity and the ability to grow a business and develop a business that we created on our own. If you want to be great, just get it and stop thinking about how hard it might be. It takes big decisions and bold moves, but most importantly, it takes that first step. I give Curtis as the example. I give, Robert Robert Danbury, as an example, 2 Hall of Fame CSPs, 2 EJQs, that I've been able to work with for many, many years, and I get to see, the steps that they've taken. Michael Athens and Will Heffernan and Blake Fox and so many of the Hall of Famers and up and comers in Rocky Mountain Division, the Braden Campbells and the Charlie Boyds that I get to work with and see. And in every situation, all of these conversations, and I'm giving examples of some of the people that I've gotten to work with, because in all of these conversations, it's all about taking that first step. And it's all about making the choice and saying, you know what, I know it's going to be an uphill battle. I don't know exactly what it's going to take. I don't know the exact plan, but I'm willing to go after it and I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to be great in this business. So making that choice and willing to put in the work. Be proud of working hard. You know what, the thing that grinds my gears the most is when I go to a push week competition and somebody stands up and they say, I sold this much Cutco, but I only did it in this many days, or I took some time off and I did. No, I don't like hearing that. Nobody is impressed with working partial time or putting in half effort. Cutco is easy to sell. We have the greatest product in the history of the universe. Of course it's easy to sell. Nobody's impressed that you sold the amount of product. People are impressed with work ethic. People are impressed with how you show up. People are impressed with integrity. Your work ethic is transferable to how you do this business and to how you do everything outside of this business. Be someone who can be trusted and relied on, not just someone that can sell a bunch of knives, because the knives sell themselves. How you do this represents who you are. And this experience prepares you for how you will navigate life later. And again, life does not get easier. Life only gets tougher. Learn how to grind here and take on challenges, and you'll be prepared for anything that comes your way. I think about building your capacity here and taking on the world. And that's what so many people in my division, and I know in our company, plan to do. In Rocky Mountain Division, some of the tenets that we focus on with work ethic is we plan, we prepare, and we manage our time. We plan, we prepare, and we manage our time. A lot of our focus is on looking ahead. What does next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 months, a year from now look like? And if you have great planning and preparation and you manage your time, you'll be prepared for any challenge, any size goal. I tell my reps that complacency is the enemy of success. Whenever you have a positive result, either a big sale or a big day or a big week, take advantage of it. Put your foot on the gas pedal. The best time to take advantage of positive results and positive emotions, the best time to get good results is when you're in a state of positive emotions and a positive mindset. So as soon as you make that big sale, as soon as you have that big week, put your foot on the gas pedal and keep on going. What's in the past is in the past, and all you can control is the future. Whenever somebody has a big week or a sale and they try to celebrate it, I say, great, celebrate it for a minute and then jump right back into it. It's the time to influence and impact your future. So complacency is the enemy of consistency and success. So keep on grinding. Take advantage of that energy. I always tell my reps to have a positive sense of anxiety, especially about Tuesdays. The weekly cycle for Cutco ends on Monday night. Tuesday is the most important time. Everybody's at zero. And for the past, 14, 15 years, I've been telling everybody, hey, Tuesday morning, you're tied with Curtis. Go after it. Every Tuesday morning, you're tied with Brandon. Go after it. Everybody's at zero starting on Tuesday morning. So it's always an opportunity to start strong. We talk about a finish strong, start strong mentality in Cutco. For the week, it's how can you have a strong Monday to finish your week strong and get a great paycheck? How can you start strong on Tuesday to start your next week cycle big? So I tell my reps in the office, try to have a grand day every Monday and a grand day every Tuesday. That way you're influencing both paychecks and you're preparing and making sure that you are buffering your financial opportunity and you're making sure you're going after your goals. You could look at the same thing with a month hitting bonus or a campaign. Starting the last week of the month strong, making sure you're crushing it for your levels and hitting your promotions, and then starting the next month strong to go after your levels and competitions. So that positive sense of anxiety, excited about the future because you know that somebody is right on your tail. I put down the last thing with work ethic is act one level above. If you are a brand new rep right out of training and you're like, who is this guy? He's got a lot to say and he doesn't take a whole lot of breath. Then, act like you're already at your dirty 30 promotion and you're at 30%. What does somebody at 30% act like? What do they talk like? What are their habits like? How many phone calls do they make? If you're at dirty 30, how do you act like you're a 50%? What are the habits, the routines, the mentalities, the philosophies, and the activities that those people do? And if you're at that level, what do the CSPs do? What are the best of the best in the company? What do the Alicia Anders do? How do they grind? And what do the Mike Dowards do every day? I see those two on Facebook every single day promoting their business and grinding. Act one level above. So how do you put yourself in that position and say, I'm going to make the choices of the people above me? I did that when I was a rep. I did that when I was a new district manager. I do that now as a division manager. I say, how do I act one level above, and how do I make choices like the executives make? Wim Hof says, if you give the best, you get the best. So I want you to think about, in your work ethic, how are you giving the best? Next thing I want to talk about is goals. I worked hard in my 20s to have the life I lived in my 30s and beyond. If you want to grow or succeed at a high level, you have to be uncommon and make different and uncommon choices. Dave Ramsey says, live like no one else, so later you may live like no one else. You know, I think about goals and I try to simplify them. And I want to give you a couple concepts on how to simplify your goals. The first is something that Kevin Barth reminded me of recently, is just the focus on what, why, how. What do you want? Why do you want it? How are you going to get it? And that's just as simple as that. What do I want? I want to hit this goal. I want to be viewed as this, or I want to hit, this achievement. What is it that you want? And be very, very specific for your goals, and think big about those. Again, who cares about about failure? Who cares about I guess the decision of what you should go after, or how you should go after it? Because again, you've got one chance at it. And this is a very, very forgiving business. So if you don't hit your goal the one time, go after it the next time, and you'll learn your lessons by taking it on the chin. So what do you want? Why do you want? And how are you going to get it? Be simple and direct. Now, your what has to be big. You got to have that vision, because if it doesn't scare you a little bit, you're not going to go after it. It's not going to force you into action or activity. I think about the fears of making big goals. Not good enough. It's too hard. I don't have the support. I don't have the confidence. Realize that you're human and you have a sample kit. You can do whatever the hell you want. We all came from the same place. And as a reminder, it has to be somebody. Why not you? Why does it have to be that other name? Why can't your name be on that trophy? Why can't your name be on that list? Why can't your name be on that comma paycheck? It can be you, and it's your choice. I also want to let you know that dreams and goals are bullshit. And I want you to think about commanding yourself into success. Dreams and goals are bogus. It's all about commandments. And I want you to write down, I want you to jot down on a piece of paper, if you can just make 2 columns for me, and you can do it on your notes if you're taking notes in your phone, but just make 2 columns right down the middle. And we're going to do an activity. This is how I teach my Cutco sales professionals, my new reps, all of my district managers, how to create their goals for every campaign. It's called the 10 Commandments exercise. And we're not going to make goals. We're not going to make dreams, because if you just make goals and dreams, you're not really going to commit to it. We need to make commandments. We need to tell ourselves in no uncertain terms what we are going to accomplish this year. Whether it's in our business and our personal life, we're going to go after our 10 commandments. And whether you're going to do this for the rest of the spring campaign, or for the summer, or for the year of 2020, I want you to think about commanding yourself into action, because there's no better way to be a boss and employee than to give yourself commandments. If you just say, hey, employee, we're going to dream a little bit here. We're going to give ourselves some goals. How much are you going to listen to the boss version of you? But if the boss version of you says, this is going to happen, and by May or by April or by October, by December, this is going to happen, and we're going to put the steps in place to make sure it happens, I think you might listen to yourself a little bit more. You might take yourself a little bit more seriously. So let's start off with those business commandments. And it depends on where you're at in your business. If you're a brand new rep and you haven't even made your first sale yet, maybe your first commandment is make my first sale. Maybe it's hit my first promotion. Maybe it's sell my first homemaker, sell my first ultimate, have a grand day, have a 5K day, 10K day. So in our business, I want you to start jotting, start writing right now. What are the 10 commandments that you have to accomplish no matter what? You're going to make sure you get done. And let's just try to focus it on small term. Let's just try to do it this spring campaign, just so we have a short-term focus. Maybe some CSPs, if you want to think a little bit longer, maybe you can think about this for your 10 commandments for the year. But the reason why I say this is because what I want you to do is I want you to fast forward, and I want you to put yourself, and let's say that the date is going to be the end of April that we're going to think about this, and that's only, a month or two. But let's say it's at the end of the summer and you're making your 10 commandments for the summer. Let's use that as the example, make it easier. So fast forward to the end of August. And if I'm sitting here August 31st and I look back and I say, what are the 10 things that if I accomplished these 10 things, if I did these, made these happen, these 10 things, then I know that my summer was rewarding, was fulfilling, and I will be so happy. I will be so happy if these 10 things happen. And I think about that because I realize that on December 31st, when I look back at the year and I do some self-introspection, sometimes it's hard to think of like 10 things that like went really well in a particular area, whether it's personal life or business. But what if in a short period of time we can say, I can make these 10 things happen? So let's see it. Let's see if we can do that. Start jotting them down. What are the 10 things that you have to do in your business by blank time, by let's say the summer? Is it your first, comma paycheck, or, blank number in front of it? Is it number of orders in a week? Does it have to do with certain number of sales? Is it, maybe a promotion? Is it giving a talk at a team meeting? Is it hitting a commission level? Is it, taking somebody on a field training for a CSP? Maybe it's breaking a record and doing something you've never done before. What are the 10 things that you have to do over the next couple months that you are committed to 100%? And looking back, you can say, this will be the most productive and rewarding couple months that I've ever had in this business. And if it's the first couple months in your business, well, just thank yourself that you're starting off with good objectives and good habits. Now let's look at the personal side. I do the same thing with the personal commitments, and I cannot tell you enough how powerful this is as an exercise in life. I do it with family, I do it with friends, I do it, and I give advice to other friends and other businesses to be able to implement this. And it's the 10 commandments in your personal life. If you were to fast forward until August 31st or December 31st, however you want to do it, and you were to look back and you to say, what are the 10 things that I had to accomplish that if these things got done, then I'm going to be motivated, inspired, and I'm going to be so thankful for doing these things. So is it, I'm going to, it could be material things. It could be getting that new phone. It could be, purchasing that the car, the acquisition that you need, moving to that new apartment. So things like that can be on that list. But what are the 10 commandments? If it could be reading this book, it could be calling that one person back. It could be, salvaging and fixing that relationship that I had to. It could be filing my taxes. It could be, clearing the laundry out of the pile that's been sitting on the floor for 6 months. What are those 10 things? Nothing too big or too small, because if you're somebody that gets a little bit overwhelmed with big things, if you make a list of 10 little things you did, then you get used to winning, you get used to accomplishment, and then you start making a list of 10 more bigger commandments. But give yourself 10 commandments of things that you are going to do no matter what, 100%, and you're committed to doing that by blank date. Now, here's the other thing that that has to happen. When you do these commandments, you have to take the first step. If you just have a goal, if you have a dream, the reason why I said they're bullshit before is because if you have a goal, if you have a dream and they're just in your head and nothing happens, you're not going to make progress on it. So you have to put it in your planner. Take the first step. So if you made the commandment of, I need to sell my first homemaker, well, what are you going to do to sell that first homemaker? You're just going to wish it happens and hopefully it does? Or are you going to study the approach, pages 8 and 9, until you memorize the clothes, you memorize all the objections, you make sure you know how to handle the 5-pay objection, make sure you know how to handle the Mr. Jones objection, how are you going to prepare and set yourself up so you're more likely to do that? Now, if it's something specific, like I want to buy that phone or I want to buy that thing, well, let's make a 6-week or 8-week or 10-week savings plan so you put a little bit of money away each week so you can build towards that. Or let's say you want to learn a new language. Well, how do we put it in our schedule, in our planner that, okay, I'm going to put 3 hours a week trying to, study my Rosetta Stone so I can learn that language, right? Every goal, every commandment you give yourself needs to have an action step. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. It's just going to be a goal that you talk about and you say, oh, I remember thinking about how cool that would have been that one time, right? That's what's going to happen if you don't put it in your planner. So if you have a great idea and if you want to do it, put it into action and take that first step. If you don't know what that first step is, think about who the person is who could teach you what that first step is and make that your first step to call or set up a one-on-one with that person who could help guide you. All right, I want to talk about habits. And again, we mentioned the boss and the employee mentality. And for me, as far as habits and how we act and how we make decisions on a daily basis, to me, it's just, and I hate to put it bluntly, but it's just a choice. And I say, you got to just do it and just stop thinking about it. Stop the conversation in your head, whether it's the right decision or not. You're better and stronger than that. And if you know that you need to do something to improve your life, if your why is strong enough, the hows, they just fall into place. And it's just getting better. And if you can't get better, you got to deal with it. So for me, I don't want to deal with mediocrity. I want to get better in every situation. So you either do things or you don't. You either make the calls or you don't. You either go the extra mile or you don't. You take care of customers or you don't. You give the extra bonus points or you don't. You go above and beyond in every situation or you don't. It's just those little things. It's just you do or you don't. And you have to make sure that you're making those right choices and those positive moves that will influence your business in a positive way. You don't have to change your entire life to learn how to take control. And I want to give you a piece of advice, and I want you to think about, and let's just commit to on a small scale. So many people think, I need to change all my habits. I need to change my entire life in order to be successful. It's not that. You really just need to learn how to take control. And let's just try just on a small scale. What's one habit you want to get rid of? And what's one habit that you want to pick up over the next month. So just give yourself that challenge over the next month. What's one thing I can drop and what's thing I can pick up? It could be a small thing, big thing, but what is that one thing? It could be, simple as I'm not going to do fast food. Well, that might be easy for the next month, but I'm not going to do blank for the next month. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to read more. But what's one negative habit to get rid of? What's one positive habit to implement? And can you track it? Again, it's in the planner. So for me, it's like little OCD check boxes. So I'll just pick, my goal for the week. If I did it, I'll check it off. If I didn't, then I can self-assess. But, think about control as little habits. I also think about success in the habits as winning the day. And you don't have to go out and crush the world and take over the world and be everybody's hero every single day. But how do you win the day? What does that mean for you? And for everybody, it's different, because for me, that's just the habits of success and achievement and in getting used to succeeding and achieving on a daily basis. Trent Booth taught me about the critical 6. And that was a list of 6 things that you're going to make sure you accomplish. And you spend a few minutes every morning focusing on the critical 6 of the night before. And if you accomplish those, you're going to feel good. Some people say it's the one thing. What's the one thing that I have to do today that if I accomplish this one thing, then everything else is going to take its course, or I'll feel good. I teach my team a lot. If you can have one win every day in your business, in your Cutco business, and you can build up 365 wins, that's going to be a successful year no matter how you slice it. All right, I want to chat about progress. And I want to let you know that nobody is going to do this for you. Nobody is going to grow for you. At a certain point, you have to realize that your life is your life and it's all on you. People come from people. Again, at a certain point, you have to stop relying on people and take control. Depending on who you are and where you're on this call, at a certain point, think about it, like you're not going to be able to rely on your parents or your family for everything. You're an animal crawling on a rock floating in space. At a certain point, you've got to be able to fend for yourself and figure it out and learn how to survive as a human. And that is in your business and in your career as well. My college roommate freshman year, once he saw me eating some unhealthy food, he said, "Hey, just realize that every decision you make in life puts you closer or further away from your goal." And I spit out what I was eating immediately. But everything you do in life, every decision you make either gets you closer or further away from your goal. And it's important to be self-introspective, to be able to look at ourselves and look at our goals and think about where we're at in comparison to where we want to be. And one of the exercises that I do with my team is called the Wheel of Life exercise. And this is something that Trent Booth taught me many years ago. And my team finds a lot of value in this. And this is just self-assessment. We're not going to go through it right now, but I want to give you some categories just to give yourself an exercise later that you can self-assess and give yourself some direction. It's called the Wheel of Life. And I take a wheel and I cut it into 6 equal parts, 6 pieces of the pie. And I'm going to list off those pieces of the pie just so you can know the categories. I won't do it with this finger because it looks like I'm flipping you off. But we've got family, personal development, finances, health, professional development, and social life. We've got family, personal development, finances, health, professional development, and social life. Those are the 6 categories that I was taught how to navigate and assess. Now you can make up whatever 6 categories you want, as long as you're being introspective and you're looking at different areas of your life and you're saying, where am I at and where do I want to be and how do I take action on it? So let's say, for example, personal development. And what I would say to you is rate yourself on this pie chart, that piece of the pie, 1 to 10 on how well you think you're doing in that area. So personal development, how do I think I'm doing? Well, I'm at this event, I'm at this meeting, so I'm giving myself some credit for being here because I know that I'm growing myself just by listening to the messages that I am today. But how do I do with personal development? Reading, spiritual development, health, wellness. How do I do in that area? Let's say I give myself a 6. I'm doing some good things, but I know I could be better. By the way, I would never rate myself more than a 9 in anything personally. Sometimes I would even say a 7 or 8 because there's always room to grow. But let's say I rated myself a 5 or a 6. I want to immediately say, what's one thing I can do over the next month to get myself to 1 notch higher? How do I get from a 6 to a 7? What does that look like? Well, what if I picked up that book that I've been meaning to read and I put it in my planner that I said, here's the hour that I'm going to start reading this book, and I take that first step and I put it in my schedule. So how do I get from a 6 to a 7? How do I get from a 7 to an 8 in each area? So I can do the same thing with my family. I can say, with my family, where do I rate myself? And the first time I did this exercise, when I rated myself a family, the one action step I gave myself was, I want to talk to my grandma more. And I committed to calling my grandma and talked to my grandma every Sunday morning from that point forward. And I didn't make it every Sunday morning, but for many, many years, I had an incredible conversation with my grandma on Sunday mornings. And it's one of the most rewarding experiences and things that I did for myself. And it was because of an exercise like this. So family, personal development, finances, health, professional development, and social life. How would you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10? And how do you get one level better in the next month? And what is that action step? Maybe it's finances. Maybe it's coming up with a savings plan. Maybe it's getting from survival mode to stability mode. What does that look like in your world for those 6 categories? And if you don't know what that first step is, your first step is calling someone who can help you discover your first step. I also think about progress and how do we spend our time. Again, we've got one chance at this, and it's important to be intentional about how we spend our time. Don't be mediocre at anything, especially don't be mediocre at Cutco, because our product is so good, our programs are so good, our training is so good, and the opportunity is so robust. Salvador Dali says, life is too short to remain unnoticed. The last thing I want to talk about tonight is emotions. And as I said, we are the boss and the employee of our businesses at the same time. And emotional management is so crucial. When I used to say to myself, well, I had a tough week, or I wasn't feeling that good, or I was dealing with family stuff. Well, unfortunately, when you're the boss and the employee, those excuses don't fly because the boss can't really, the boss isn't going to take that excuse. And if the boss does, well, then it's a bad boss. So it's important to compartmentalize emotions and realize that a lot of times work still has to get done. And it doesn't mean that you're minimizing the thing that's going on in life, whether it's personal life or situation. It doesn't mean that you're minimizing it. It doesn't mean that you're not taking that into account. It means that you are taking care of the future version of you. You're taking care of your future emotional self, your future financial self, and working hard and maintaining your business, making sure you stay consistent even during tough times is so important. And your future self will thank you because you're working hard not just for your current state, but you're working hard for your future state. And I will tell you that I've experienced pain, I've experienced trauma, I've experienced really difficult times in my life and in my business, and through those times being able to have the control and the flexibility with Cutco to be able to maintain my business, grow my business, and sometimes even bury my head in my business. I was very appreciative of that opportunity. We just can't afford to have pity parties. Some of us are really good pity party planners, so it's important to compartmentalize those emotions. Being human means your future is in your control. Be who you want to be emotionally, mentally, and physically. We oftentimes talk about what we want to do. It's just as important to talk about who we want to be in 2020. And the last thing that I want to chat about, and the last thing that I want to leave you with, is thinking about how you want to be from this point moving forward and how you want to be in 2020. And I started a list in November, and I was thinking about what was coming up in 2020, and I thought to myself, I want this to be, and not I want this to be, I'm committing this to be the best year that I've ever had in my life. And I commit that every year because I really want the most out of life. And I realized that it wasn't just about goals and tangible things. It was about how I felt about myself and how I wanted to feel around others, among others, and how I wake up every morning and how I go to sleep every night. And that is completely separate from my business goals. Of course, I want to go out and crush the world. Of course, I want more silver cups. Of course, I want to lap the field. I want to do all those things. But more importantly, I want to be in 2020 something that I've never been before. And I started writing down a list, and I hope that you can get on board with this too. And I want you to just start jotting down the things that inspire you. How and who do you want to be in 2020? I wrote down, I want to be present in 2020. I want to be understanding in 2020. I want to be aware in 2020. I want to be sensitive to others. I want to be curious about anything and everything. I want to have no ego and not think that I already have all the answers. I want to be alert. I want to be available to others. I want to be honest. I want to be direct. I want to be real with people. I want to be authentic in my communication and my relationships. I want to be human. I want to be aggressive towards my goals and towards my future. I want to be committed. to success. I want to be committed to people. I want to be committed to my word. I want to live with integrity. I want to be fearless. I want to be relentless. I will be patient. I will be humble. I will be grateful. I will be helpful. I will be giving. I will be happy no matter what. I will be selfless. I will be focused. I will feel alive every day. I want to be calm, maybe not in this talk at certain times. I want to be authentic. I want to be prepared. I want to be fun. I want to be reliable. I want to be genuine. I want to be generous. I want to be there when I'm needed. I want you to think about who you want to be in 2020. Thank you, Cutco community. Thank you, Josh, for letting me wrap up this event and this meeting tonight. Anything is possible. We have unlimited potential in life and in this business. Make the decision today to have an unbelievable rest of your 2020. Thank you and good night.